Don Quixote said no more and waited for the reply of the princess, who, aware of Don Fernando's determination to carry on the deception, until Don Quixote had been conveyed to his home, with great ease of manner and gravity, made answer, "Whoever told you, valiant knight of the rueful countenance, that I had undergone any change or transformation, did not tell you the truth, for I am the same as I was yesterday. It is true that certain strokes of good fortune, that have given me more than I could have hoped for, have made some alteration in me, but I have not therefore ceased to be what I was before, or to entertain the same desire. I have had all through of availing myself of the might of your valiant and invincible arm, and so, Senor, let your goodness reinstate the father that begot me in your good opinion, and be assured that he was a wise and prudent man, since by his craft he found out such a sure and easy way of remedying my misfortune. For I believe, Senor, that had it not been for you I should never have lit upon the good fortune I now possess, and in this I am saying what is perfectly true, as most of these gentlemen who are present can fully testify. All that remains is to set out on our journey tomorrow, for today we could not make much way, and for the rest of the happy result I am looking forward to, I trust to God and the valor of your heart." So said the sprightly Dorothea, and on hearing her Don Quixote turned to Sancho, and said to him with an angry air, "I declare now, little Sancho, thou art the greatest little villain in Spain, say thief and vagabond. Hast thou not just now told me that this princess had been turned into a maiden called Dorothea, and that the head which I am persuaded I cut off from a giant was the bitch that bore thee, and other nonsense that put me in the greatest perplexity I have ever been in all my life, I vow?" And here he looked to heaven and ground his teeth. "I have a mind to play the mischief with thee in a way that will teach sense for the future to all lying squires of knights-errant in the world." "Let your worship be calm, Senor," returned Sancho, "for it may well be that I have been mistaken as to the change of the lady Princess Micomicona, but as to the giant's head, or at least as to the piercing of the wineskins, and the blood being red wine, I make no mistake, as sure as there is a God, because the wounded skins are there at the head of your worship's bed, and the wine has made a lake of the room. If not, you will see when the eggs come to be fried, I mean, when his worship, the landlord, calls for all the damages. For the rest, I am heartily glad that her ladyship the queen is, as she was, for it concerns me as much as anyone." "I tell thee again, Sancho, thou art a fool," said Don Quixote. "Forgive me, and that will do." "That will do," said Don Fernando, "let us say no more about it. And as her ladyship the princess proposes to set out tomorrow, because it is too late today, so be it, and we will pass the night in pleasant conversation, and tomorrow we will all accompany Senor Don Quixote, for we wish to witness the valiant and unparalleled achievements he is about to perform in the course of this mighty enterprise which he has undertaken." "It is I who shall wait upon and accompany you," said Don Quixote, "and I am much gratified by the favor that is bestowed upon me, and the good opinion entertained of me, which I shall strive to justify, or it shall cost me my life, or even more if it can possibly cost me more." Many were the compliments and expressions of politeness that passed between Don Quixote and Don Fernando, but they were brought to an end by a traveller who at this moment entered the inn, and who seemed from his attire to be a Christian, lately come from the country of the Moors, for he was dressed in a short-skirted coat of blue cloth with half-sleeves, and without a collar. His breeches were also of blue cloth, and his cap of the same colour, and he wore yellow buskins, and had a Moorish cutlass slung from a baldric across his breast behind him, mounted upon an ass. There came a woman dressed in Moorish fashion, with her face veiled, and a scarf on her head, and wearing a little brocaded cap, and a mantle that covered her from her shoulders to her feet. The man was of a robust and well-proportioned frame, in age a little over 40, rather swarthy in complexion, with long moustaches and a full beard, and in short, his appearance was such that if he had been well dressed, he would have been taken for a person of quality and good birth. On entering, he asked for a room, and when they told him there was none in the inn, he seemed distressed, and approaching her, who by her dress seemed to be a Moor, he took her down from the saddle in his arms. Lucinda, Dorothea, the landlady, her daughter, and Maritornes, attracted by the strange, and to them, entirely new costume, gathered round her, and Dorothea, who was always kindly courteous and quick-witted, perceiving that both she and the man who had brought her were annoyed at not finding a room, said to her, "Do not be put out, Senora, by the discomfort and want of luxuries here, for it is the way of roadside inns to be without them still. If you will be pleased to share our lodging with us," pointing to Lucinda, "perhaps you will have found worse accommodation in the course of your journey." To this the veiled lady made no reply. All she did was to rise from her seat, crossing her hands upon her bosom, bowing her head, and bending her body, as a sign that she returned thanks. From her silence, they concluded that she must be a Moor and unable to speak a Christian tongue. At this moment the captive came up, having been until now otherwise engaged, and seeing that they all stood round his companion, and that she made no reply to what they addressed to her, he said, "Ladies, this damsel hardly understands my language, and can speak none but that of her own country, for which reason she does not, and cannot answer what has been asked of her." "Nothing has been asked of her," returned Lucinda. "She has only been offered our company for this evening, and a share of the quarters we occupy, where she shall be made as comfortable as the circumstances allow with the good will we are bound to show all strangers that stand in need of it, especially if it be a woman to whom the service is rendered." "On her part and my own, Senora," replied the captive, "I kiss your hands, and I esteem highly, as I ought, the favour you have offered, which on such an occasion, and coming from persons of your appearance, it is plain to see a very great one." "Tell me, Senor," said Dorothea, "is this lady a Christian or a Moor? For her dress and her silence lead us to imagine that she is what we could wish she was not." "In dress and outwardly," said he, "she is a Moor, but at heart she is a thoroughly good Christian, for she has the greatest desire to become one." "Then she has not been baptized," returned Lucinda. "There has been no opportunity for that," replied the captive, "since she left Algiers, her native country and home, and up to the present, she has not found herself in any such imminent danger of death as to make it necessary to baptize her, before she has been instructed in all the ceremonies our Holy Mother Church ordains. But please God, ere long she shall be baptized with the solemnity befitting her, which is higher than her dress or mine indicates." By these words he excited a desire in all who heard him to know who the Moorish lady and the captive were, but no one liked to ask just then, seeing that it was a fitter moment for helping them to rest themselves than for questioning them about their lives. Dorothea took the Moorish lady by the hand, and leading her to a seat beside herself, requested her to remove her veil. She looked at the captive, as if to ask him what they meant, and what she was to do. He said to her in Arabic that they asked her to take off her veil, and thereupon she removed it, and disclosed a countenance so lovely that to Dorothea she seemed more beautiful than Lucinda, and to Lucinda more beautiful than Dorothea, and all the bystanders felt that if any beauty could compare with theirs, it was the Moorish lady's, and there were even those who were inclined to give it somewhat the preference. And as it is the privilege and charm of beauty to win the heart and secure goodwill, all forthwith became eager to show kindness and attention to the lovely Moor. Don Fernando asked the captive what her name was, and he replied that it was Lela Zoraida, but the instant she heard him she guessed what the Christian had asked, and said hastily with some displeasure and energy, "No, not Zoraida, Maria, Maria," giving them to understand that she was called Maria, and not Zoraida. These words, and the touching earnestness with which she uttered them, drew more than one tear from some of the listeners, particularly the women, who are by nature tender-hearted and compassionate. Lucinda embraced her affectionately, saying, "Yes, yes, Maria, Maria," to which the Moor replied, "Yes, yes, Maria Zoraida Makanj," which means not Zoraida. Night was now approaching, and by the orders of those who accompanied Don Fernando, the landlord had taken care and pains to prepare for them the best supper that was in his power. The hour, therefore, having arrived, they all took their seats at a long table, like a refectory one for round or square table. There was none in the inn, and the seat of honour at the head of it, though he was for refusing it, they assigned to Don Quixote, who desired the Lady Micomicona to place herself by his side, as he was her protector. Lucinda and Zoraida took their places next her. Opposite to them were Don Fernando and Cardenio, and next the captive and the other gentlemen, and by the side of the ladies the curate and the barber. And so they supped in high enjoyment, which was increased when they observed Don Quixote leave off eating, and moved by an impulse like that which made him deliver himself at such length, when he supped with the goatherds, begin to address them. Verily, gentlemen, if we reflect upon it, great and marvellous are the things they see who make profession of the order of knight-errantry. Say, what being is there in this world, who entering the gate of this castle at this moment, and seeing us as we are here, would suppose or imagine us to be what we are, who would say that this lady who is beside me was the great queen that we all know her to be, or that I am that knight of the rueful countenance trumpeted far and wide by the mouth of fame? Now there can be no doubt that this art and calling surpasses all those that mankind has invented, and is the more deserving of being held in honour in proportion as it is the more exposed to peril. Away with those who assert that letters have the preeminence over arms. I will tell them, whosoever they may be, that they know not what they say, for the reason which such persons commonly assign, and upon which they chiefly rest, is that the labours of the mind are greater than those of the body, and that arms give employment to the body alone, as if the calling were a porter's trade, for which nothing more is required than sturdy strength, or as if in what we who profess them call arms, there were not included acts of vigor, for the execution of which high intelligence is requisite, or as if the soul of the warrior, when he has an army or the defense of a city under his care, did not exert itself as much by mind as by body, nay, see whether by bodily strength it be possible to learn or divine the intentions of the enemy, his plans, stratagems, or obstacles, or to ward off impending mischief, for all these are the work of the mind. And in them the body has no share whatever, since therefore arms have need of the mind as much as letters. Let us see now which of the two minds, that of the man of letters or that of the warrior, has most to do, and this will be seen by the end and goal that each seeks to attain for that purpose, is the more estimable which has for its aim the nobler object. The end and goal of letters, I am not speaking now of divine letters, the aim of which is to raise and direct the soul to heaven, for with an end so infinite no other can be compared. I speak of human letters, the end of which is to establish distributive justice, give to every man that which is his, and see, and take care that good laws are observed. An end undoubtedly noble, lofty, and deserving of high praise, but not such as should be given to that sought by arms, which have for their end and object peace, the greatest boon that men can desire in this life. The first good news the world and mankind received was that which the angels announced on the night that was our day, when they sang in the air, "Glory to God in the highest, and peace on earth to men of good will," and the salutation which the great Master of heaven and earth taught his disciples and chosen followers when they entered any house was to say, "Peace be on this house." And many other times he said to them, "My peace I give unto you, my peace I leave you, peace be with you," a jewel and a precious gift given and left by such a hand, a jewel without which there can be no happiness either on earth or in heaven. This peace is the true end of war, and war is only another name for arms. This then being admitted that the end of war is peace, and that so far it has the advantage of the end of letters, let us turn to the bodily labours of the man of letters, and those of him who follows the profession of arms, and see which are the greater. Don Quixote delivered his discourse in such a manner, and in such correct language, that for the time being he made it impossible for any of his hearers to consider him a madman. On the contrary, as they were mostly gentlemen to whom arms are an appurtenance by birth, they listened to him with great pleasure, as he continued. Here then, I say, is what the student has to undergo first of all: poverty, not that all are poor, but to put the case as strongly as possible. And when I have said that he endures poverty, I think nothing more need be said about his hard fortune, for he who is poor has no share of the good things of life. This poverty he suffers from in various ways: hunger, or cold, or nakedness, or all together. But for all that it is not so extreme, but that he gets something to eat, though it may be at somewhat unseasonable hours, and from the leavings of the rich. For the greatest misery of the student is what they themselves call going out for soup, and there is always some neighbour's brazier or hearth for them, which if it does not warm at least tempers the cold to them. And lastly, they sleep comfortably at night under a roof. I will not go into other particulars, as for example want of shirts, and no superabundance of shoes, thin and threadbare garments, and gorging themselves to surfeit in their voracity, when good luck has treated them to a banquet of some sort by this road, that I have described, rough and hard, stumbling here, falling there, getting up again, to fall again, they reach the rank they desire. And that once attained, we have seen many who have passed these Cyates and Scyllas and Charybdises, as if borne flying on the wings of favouring fortune. We have seen them, I say, ruling and governing the world from a chair. Their hunger turned into satiety, their cold into comfort, their nakedness into fine raiment, their sleep on a mat into repose in Holland, and damask the justly earned reward of their virtue. But contrasted and compared with what the warrior undergoes, all they have undergone falls far short of it, as I am now about to show. Chapter Roman 38, which treats of the curious discourse Don Quixote delivered on arms and letters. Continuing his discourse, Don Quixote said, as we began in the student's case with poverty and its accompaniments, let us see now if the soldier is richer, and we shall find that in poverty itself there is no one poorer, for he is dependent on his miserable pay, which comes late or never, or else on what he can plunder, seriously imperilling his life and conscience, and sometimes his nakedness will be so great that a slashed doublet serves him for uniform and shirt, and in the depth of winter he has to defend himself against the inclemency of the weather in the open field, with nothing better than the breath of his mouth, which I need not say coming from an empty place must come out cold, contrary to the laws of nature. To be sure, he looks forward to the approach of night, to make up for all these discomforts on the bed that awaits him, which unless by some fault of his never sins by being over narrow, for he can easily measure out on the ground as he likes and roll himself about in it to his heart's content, without any fear of the sheets slipping away from him. Then after all this suppose the day, an hour for taking his degree in his calling, to have come suppose the day of battle to have arrived, when they invest him with the doctor's cap, made of lint to mend some bullet hole perhaps that has gone through his temples, or left him with a crippled arm or leg, or if this does not happen and merciful heaven watches over him, and keeps him safe and sound it may be, he will be in the same poverty he was in before, and he must go through more engagements and more battles and come victorious out of all before he betters himself. But miracles of that sort are seldom seen, for tell me, sirs, if you have ever reflected upon it, by how much do those who have gained by war fall short of the number of those who have perished in it? No doubt you will reply that there can be no comparison, that the dead cannot be numbered, while the living who have been rewarded may be summed up with 3 figures, all which is the reverse in the case of men of letters, for by skirts, to say nothing of sleeves, they all find means of support, so that though the soldier has more to endure, his reward is much less. But against all this it may be urged that it is easier to reward 2,000 soldiers, for the former may be remunerated by giving them places, which must perforce be conferred upon men of their calling, while the latter can only be recompensed out of the very property of the master they serve. But this impossibility only strengthens my argument. Putting this however aside, for it is a puzzling question, for which it is difficult to find a solution, let us return to the superiority of arms over letters, a matter still undecided, so many are the arguments put forward on each side, for besides those I have mentioned, letters say that without them arms cannot maintain themselves, for war too has its laws, and is governed by them, and laws belong to the domain of letters, and men of letters to this arms make answer that without them laws cannot be maintained, for by arms states are defended, kingdoms preserved, cities protected, roads made safe, seas cleared of pirates, and in short, if it were not for them, states, kingdoms, monarchies, cities, ways by sea and land would be exposed to the violence and confusion which war brings with it, so long as it lasts and is free to make use of its privileges and powers. And then it is plain that whatever costs most is valued and deserves to be valued most. To attain to eminence in letters costs a man time, watching, hunger, nakedness, headaches, indigestions, and other things of the sort, some of which I have already referred to. But for a man to come in the ordinary course of things to be a good soldier costs him all the student suffers, and in an incomparably higher degree, for at every step he runs the risk of losing his life. For what dread of want or poverty that can reach or harass the student can compare with what the soldier feels who finds himself beleaguered in some stronghold, mounting guard in some ravelin or cavalier, knows that the enemy is pushing a mine towards the post where he is stationed, and cannot under any circumstances retire or fly from the imminent danger that threatens him. All he can do is to inform his captain of what is going on, so that he may try to remedy it by a countermine, and then stand his ground in fear and expectation of the moment when he will fly up to the clouds without wings and descend into the deep against his will. And if this seems a trifling risk, let us see whether it is equalled or surpassed by the encounter of 2 galleys, stem to stem in the midst of the open sea, locked and entangled one with the other, when the soldier has no more standing room than 2 feet of the plank of the spur. And yet though he sees before him, threatening him as many ministers of death, as there are cannon of the foe pointed at him, not a lance length from his body, and sees too that with the first heedless step he will go down to visit the profundities of Neptune's bosom, still with dauntless heart, urged on by honour that nerves him, he makes himself a target for all that musketry, and struggles to cross that narrow path to the enemy's ship. And what is still more marvellous, no sooner has one gone down into the depths, he will never rise from till the end of the world, than another takes his place, and if he too falls into the sea that waits for him like an enemy, another and another will succeed him, without a moment's pause between their deaths, courage and daring the greatest that all the chances of war can show. Happy the blessed ages that knew not the dread fury of those devilish engines of artillery, whose inventor, I am persuaded, is in hell receiving the reward of his diabolical invention, by which he made it easy for a base and cowardly arm to take the life of a gallant gentleman, and that when he knows not how or whence, in the height of the ardour and enthusiasm that fire and animate brave hearts, there should come some random bullet, discharged perhaps by one who fled in terror at the flash, when he fired off his accursed machine, which in an instant puts an end to the projects, and cuts off the life of one who deserved to live for ages to come. And thus, when I reflect on this, I am almost tempted to say that in my heart I repent of having adopted this profession of knight-errant in so detestable an age as we live in now, for though no peril can make me fear, still it gives me some uneasiness to think that powder and lead may rob me of the opportunity of making myself famous and renowned throughout the known earth by the might of my arm and the edge of my sword. But heaven's will be done. If I succeed in my attempt, I shall be all the more honoured, as I have faced greater dangers than the knights-errant of yore exposed themselves to. All this lengthy discourse Don Quixote delivered, while the others supped, forgetting to raise a morsel to his lips, though Sancho more than once told him to eat his supper, as he would have time enough afterwards to say all. He wanted it excited fresh pity in those who had heard him to see a man of apparently sound sense, and with rational views on every subject he discussed so hopelessly wanting in all, when his wretched unlucky chivalry was in question. The curate told him he was quite right in all he had said in favour of arms, and that he himself, though a man of letters and a graduate, was of the same opinion. They finished their supper, the cloth was removed, and while the hostess, her daughter, and Maritornes were getting Don Quixote of La Mancha's garret ready, in which it was arranged that the women were to be quartered by themselves for the night, Don Fernando begged the captive to tell them the story of his life, for it could not fail to be strange and interesting to judge by the hints he had let fall on his arrival in company with Zoraida. To this, the captive replied that he would very willingly yield to his request, only he feared his tale would not give them as much pleasure as he wished. Nevertheless, not to be wanting in compliance, he would tell it. The curate and the others thanked him, and added their entreaties, and he, finding himself so pressed, said there was no occasion to ask where a command had such weight, and added, if your worships will give me your attention, you will hear a true story which perhaps fictitious ones constructed with ingenious and studied art cannot come up to these words, made them settle themselves in their places, and preserve a deep silence, and he, seeing them waiting on his words in mute expectation, began thus in a pleasant quiet voice. Chapter Roman, wherein the captive relates his life and adventures. My family had its origin in a village in the mountains of Leon, and nature had been kinder and more generous to it than fortune, though in the general poverty of those communities my father passed for being even a rich man, and he would have been so in reality had he been as clever in preserving his property as he was in spending it. This tendency of his to be liberal and profuse he had acquired from having been a soldier in his youth, for the soldier's life is a school in which the niggard becomes free-handed and the free-handed prodigal, and if any soldiers are to be found who are misers, they are monsters of occurrence. My father went beyond liberality and bordered on prodigality, a disposition by no means advantageous to a married man who has children to succeed to his name and position. My father had 3 all sons, and all of sufficient age to make choice of a profession. Finding then that he was unable to resist his propensity, he resolved to divest himself of the instrument and cause of his prodigality and lavishness, to divest himself of wealth, without which Alexander himself would have seemed parsimonious. And so, calling us all 3 aside one day into a room, he addressed us in words somewhat to the following effect. My sons, to assure you that I love you no more need be known or said than that you are my sons, and to encourage a suspicion that I do not love you no more is needed than the knowledge that I have no self-control as far as preservation of your patrimony is concerned. Therefore, that you may for the future feel sure that I love you like a father, and have no wish to ruin you like a stepfather, I propose to do with you what I have for some time back meditated, and after mature deliberation decided upon. You are now of an age to choose your line of life, or at least make choice of a calling that will bring you honour and profit when you are older, and what I have resolved to do is to divide my property into 4 parts. 3 I will give to you to each his portion, without making any difference, and the other I will retain to live upon and support myself for whatever remainder of life Heaven may be pleased to grant me. But I wish each of you, on taking possession of the share that falls to him, to follow one of the paths I shall indicate in this Spain of ours. There is a proverb to my mind, very true as they all are, being short aphorisms drawn from long practical experience, and the one I refer to says, the church or the sea or the king's house, as much as to say in plainer language, whoever wants to flourish and become rich, let him follow the church or go to sea, adopting commerce as his calling, or go into the king's service in his household. For they say, better a king's crumb than a lord's favour. I say so because it is my will and pleasure that one of you should follow letters, another trade, and the third serve the king in the wars, for it is a difficult matter to gain admission to his service in his household. And if war does not bring much wealth, it confers great distinction and fame. 8 days hence, I will give you your full shares in money, without defrauding you of a farthing, as you will see in the end. Now tell me if you are willing to follow out my idea and advice, as I have laid it before you. Having called upon me as the eldest to answer, I, after urging him not to strip himself of his property, but to spend it all as he pleased, for we were young men able to gain our living, consented to comply with his wishes, and said that mine were to follow the profession of arms and thereby serve God and my king my second brother, having made the same proposal, decided upon going to the Indies, embarking the portion that fell to him in trade the youngest, and in my opinion the wisest, said he would rather follow the church or go to complete his studies at Salamanca. As soon as we had come to an understanding and made choice of our professions, my father embraced us all, and in the short time he mentioned carried into effect all he had promised, and when he had given to each his share, which as well as I remember was 3,000 ducats apiece in cash, for an uncle of ours bought the estate, and paid for it down not to let it go out of the family, we all three on the same day took leave of our good father, and at the same time, as it seemed to me inhuman to leave my father with such scanty means in his old age, I induced him to take 2 of my 3,000 ducats, as the remainder would be enough to provide me with all a soldier needed. My 2 brothers, moved by my example, gave him each 1,000 ducats, so that there was left for my father 4,000 ducats in money, besides 3,000, the value of the portion that fell to him which he preferred to retain in land instead of selling it. Finally, as I said, we took leave of him, and of our uncle whom I have mentioned, not without sorrow and tears on both sides, they charging us to let them know whenever an opportunity offered how we fared, whether well or Roman 99, we promised to do so. And when he had embraced us, and given us his blessing, one set out for Salamanca, the other for Seville, and I for Alicante, where I had heard there was a Genoese vessel, taking in a cargo of wool for Genoa. It is now some 22 years since I left my father's house, and all that time, though I have written several letters, I have had no news whatever of him, or of my brothers. My own adventures during that period I will now relate briefly. I embarked at Alicante, reached Genoa after a prosperous voyage, and proceeded thence to Milan, where I provided myself with arms and a few soldiers' accoutrements. Thence it was my intention to go and take service in Piedmont, but as I was already on the road to Alessandria della Paglia, I learned that the great Duke of Alva was on his way to Flanders. I changed my plans, joined him, served under him in the campaigns he made, was present at the deaths of the Counts Egmont and Horn, and was promoted to be ensign under a famous captain of Guadalajara, Diego de Urbina, by name. Some time after my arrival in Flanders, news came of the league that His Holiness Pope Pius V of happy memory had made with Venice and Spain against the common enemy, Turk, who had just then with his fleet taken the famous island of Cyprus, which belonged to the Venetians, a loss deplorable and disastrous. It was known as a fact that the most serene Don John of Austria, natural brother of our good King Don Philip, was coming as commander-in-chief of the allied forces, and rumours were abroad of the vast warlike preparations which were being made, all which stirred my heart, and filled me with a longing to take part in the campaign which was expected. And though I had reason to believe, and almost certain promises, that on the first opportunity that presented itself, I should be promoted to be captain, I preferred to leave all and betake myself as I did to Italy, and it was my good fortune that Don John had just arrived at Genoa, and was going on to Naples to join the Venetian fleet, as he afterwards did at Messina. I may say, in short, that I took part in that glorious expedition, promoted by this time to be a captain of infantry, to which honourable charge my good luck, rather than my merits, raised me, and that day so fortunate for Christendom, because then all the nations of the earth were disabused of the error under which they lay in imagining the Turks to be invincible on sea. On that day, I say, on which the Ottoman pride and arrogance were broken, among all that were there made happy, for the Christians who died that day were happier than those who remained alive and victorious. I alone was miserable, for instead of some naval crown that I might have expected had it been in Roman times, on the night that followed that famous day, I found myself with fetters on my feet and manacles on my hands. It happened in this way. El-Achali, the king of Algiers, a daring and successful corsair, having attacked and taken the leading Maltese galley, only 3 knights being left alive in it, and they badly wounded the chief galley of John Andrea, on board of which I and my company were placed, came to its relief, and doing as was bound to do in such a case, I leaped on board the enemy's galley, which, sheering off from that which had attacked, it prevented my men from following me, and so I found myself alone in the midst of my enemies, who were in such numbers that I was unable to resist. In short, I was taken covered with wounds. El-Achali, as you know, sirs, made his escape with his entire squadron, and I was left a prisoner in his power, the only sad being among so many filled with joy, and the only captive among so many free, for there were 15,000 Christians, all at the oar in the Turkish fleet, that regained their longed-for liberty that day. They carried me to Constantinople, where the Grand Turk Selim made my master general at sea for having done his duty in the battle, and carried off as evidence of his bravery the standard of the Order of Malta, The following year, which was the year 72, I found myself at Navarino, rowing in the leading galley with the 3 lanterns. There I saw and observed how the opportunity of capturing the whole Turkish fleet in harbour was lost, for all the marines and janissaries that belonged to it made sure that they were about to be attacked inside the very harbour, and had their kits and passamacs or shoes ready to flee at once on shore, without waiting to be assailed. In so great fear did they stand of our fleet. But heaven ordered it otherwise, not for any fault or neglect of the general who commanded on our side, but for the sins of Christendom, and because it was God's will and pleasure that we should always have instruments of punishment to chastise us, as it was. Charlie took refuge at Madon, which is an island near Navarino, and landing forces fortified the mouth of the harbour and waited quietly until Don John retired. On this expedition was taken the galley called the Prize, whose captain was a son of the famous corsair Barbarossa. It was taken by the chief Neapolitan galley, called the Schiulf, commanded by that thunderbolt of war, that father of his men, that successful and unconquered Captain Don Alvaro de Bazan, Marquis of Santa Cruz. And I cannot help telling you what took place at the capture of the prize. The son of Barbarossa was so cruel and treated his slaves so badly, that when those who were at the oars saw that the Schiulf galley was bearing down upon them, and gaining upon them, they all at once dropped their oars, and seized their captain, who stood on the stage at the end of the gangway, shouting to them to row lustily, and passing him on from bench to bench, from the poop to the prow, they so bit him that before he had got much past the mast, his soul had already got to hell. So great, as I said, was the cruelty with which he treated them, and the hatred with which they hated him. We returned to Constantinople, and the following year 73 it became known that Don John had seized Tunis and taken the kingdom from the Turks, and placed Muley Hamet in possession, putting an end to the hopes which Muley Hamida, the cruelest and bravest Moor in the world, entertained of returning to reign there. The Grand Turk took the loss greatly to heart, and with the cunning which all his race possess, he made peace with the Venetians, who were much more eager for it than he was, and the following year 74 he attacked the Goletta, and the fort which Don John had left half built near Tunis. While all these events were occurring, I was labouring at the oar, without any hope of freedom. At least, I had no hope of obtaining it by ransom, for I was firmly resolved not to write to my father telling him of my misfortunes. At length the Goletta fell, and the fort fell, before which places there were 75,000 regular Turkish soldiers, and more than 400,000 Moors and Arabs from all parts of Africa, and in the train of all this great host, such munitions and engines of war, and so many pioneers, that with their hands they might have covered the Goletta, and the fort with handfuls of earth. The first to fall was the Goletta, until then reckoned impregnable, and it fell not by any fault of its defenders, who did all that they could and should have done, but because experiment proved how easily entrenchments could be made in the desert sand. Therefore water used to be found at 2 palms depth, while the Turks found none at 2 yards, and so by means of a quantity of sandbags, they raised their works so high that they commanded the walls of the fort, sweeping them, as if from a cavalier, so that no one was able to make a stand or maintain the defence. It was a common opinion that our men should not have shut themselves up in the Goletta, but should have waited in the open at the landing place. But those who say so talk at random, and with little knowledge of such matters, for if in the Goletta and in the fort there were barely 7,000 soldiers, how could such a small number, however resolute, sally out and hold their own against numbers like those of the enemy? And how is it possible to help losing a stronghold that is not relieved, above all, when surrounded by a host of determined enemies in their own country? But many thought, and I thought so too, that it was special favour and mercy which heaven showed to Spain in permitting the destruction of that source and hiding place of mischief, that devourer, sponge, and moth of countless money, fruitlessly wasted there to no other purpose save preserving the memory of its capture by the invincible Charles V, as if to make that eternal as it is, and will be. These stones were needed to support it. The fort also fell, but the Turks had to win it inch by inch, for the soldiers who defended it fought so gallantly and stoutly that the number of the enemy killed in 22 general assaults exceeded 25,000 of 300 that remained alive. Not one was taken unwounded, a clear and manifest proof of their gallantry and resolution, and how sturdily they had defended themselves and held their post. A small fort or tower, which was in the middle of the lagoon, under the command of Don Juan Zanagara, a Valencian gentleman, and a famous soldier, capitulated upon terms they took prisoner Don Pedro Puertocarrero, commandant of the Goletta, who had done all in his power to defend his fortress, and took the loss of it so much to heart that he died of grief on the way to Constantinople, where they were carrying him a prisoner. They also took the commandant of the fort, Gabriel Cerbelin, by name, a Milanese gentleman, a great engineer, and a very brave soldier in these two fortresses, perished many persons of note, among whom was Pagano Doria, Knight of the Order of St. John, man of generous disposition, as was shown by his extreme liberality to his brother, the famous John Andrea Doria. And what made his death the more sad was that he was slain by some Arabs to whom, seeing that the fort was now lost, he entrusted himself, and who offered to conduct him in the disguise of a Moor to Tabakur, a small fort or station on the coast held by the Genoese employed in the coral fishery. These Arabs cut off his head, and carried it to the commander of the Turkish fleet, who proved on them the truth of our Castilian proverb, that though the treason may please, the traitor is hated, for they say he ordered those who brought him the present to be hanged, for not having brought him alive. Among the Christians who were taken in the fort was one named Don Pedro de Aguilar, a native of some place, I know not what, in Andalusia, who had been ensign in the fort, a soldier of great repute and rare intelligence, who had in particular a special gift for what they call poetry. I say so because his fate brought him to my galley and to my bench, and made him a slave to the same master. And before we left the port, this gentleman composed 2 sonnets by way of epitaphs, one on the Goletta, and the other on the fort. Indeed, I may as well repeat them, for I have them by heart, and I think they will be liked rather than disliked. The instant the captive mentioned the name of Don Pedro de Aguilar, Don Fernando looked at his companions, and they all 3 smiled. And when he came to speak of the sonnets, one of them said, "Before your worship proceeds any further, I entreat you to tell me what became of that Don Pedro de Aguilar you have spoken of." "All I know is," replied the captive, "that after having been in Constantinople 2 years, he escaped in the disguise of an Arnaut in company with a Greek spy. But whether he regained his liberty or not, I cannot tell, though I fancy he did, because a year afterwards I saw the Greek at Constantinople, though I was unable to ask him what the result of the journey was." "Well, then you are right," returned the gentleman, "for that Don Pedro is my brother, and he is now in our village in good health, rich, married, and with 3 children. Thanks be to God for all the mercies he has shown him," said the captive, "for to my mind there is no happiness on earth to compare with recovering lost liberty. And what is more," said the gentleman, "I know the sonnets my brother made." "Then let your worship repeat them," said the captive, "for you will recite them better than I can." "With all my heart," said the gentleman. "That on the Goletta runs thus." Chapter Roman 40, in which the story of the captive is continued. Sonnet. Blessed souls that from this mortal husk set free, in guerdon of brave deeds beatified, above this lowly orb of ours abide, made heirs of heaven and immortality, with noble rage and ardour glowing ye, your strength while strength was yours in battle plied, and with your own blood and the foeman's died, the sandy soil and the encircling sea. It was the ebbing lifeblood first that failed, the weary arms, the stout hearts never quailed. Though vanquished, yet ye earned the victor's crown. Though mourned, yet still triumphant was your fall. For there ye won between the sword and wall, in heaven glory and on earth renowned. That is it exactly according to my recollection, said the captive. Well then, that on the fort, said the gentleman, if my memory serves me, goes thus. Sonnet. Up from this wasted soil, this shattered whose walls and towers here in ruin lie, 3,000 soldier souls took wing on high, in the bright mansions of the blessed to dwell, the onslaught of the foeman to repel. By might of arm all vainly did they try, and when at length 'twas left them but to die, wearied and few the last defenders fell. And this same arid soil hath ever been a haunt of countless mournful memories, as well in our day as in days of yore. But never yet to heaven it sent, I ween, from its hard bosom purer souls than these, or braver bodies on its surface bore. The sonnets were not disliked, and the captive was rejoiced at the tidings they gave him of his comrade, and continuing his tale he went on to say, the Goletta and the fort being thus in their hands, the Turks gave orders to dismantle the Goltaffer. The fort was reduced to such a state that there was nothing left to level and to do the work more quickly, and easily they mined it in 3 places, but nowhere were they able to blow up the part which seemed to be the least strong, that is to say the old walls, while all that remained standing of the new fortifications that the Fratin had made came to the ground with the greatest ease. Finally, the fleet returned victorious and triumphant to Constantinople, and a few months later died my master, El Achali, otherwise Achali Fartax, which means in Turkish the scabby renegade, for that he was. It is the practice with the Turks to name people from some defect or virtue. They may possess, the reason being that there are among them only 4 surnames belonging to families tracing their descent from the Ottoman house, and the others, as I have said, take their names and surnames, either from bodily blemishes or moral qualities. This scabby one rode at the oar as a slave of the Grand Signors for 14 years, and when over 34 years of age, in resentment at having been struck by a Turk, while at the oar turned renegade, and renounced his faith in order to be able to revenge himself. And such was his valour, that without owing his advancement to the base ways and means by which most favourites of the Grand Signor rise to power, he came to be King of Algiers and afterwards Generalcy, which is the 3rd place of trust in the realm. He was a Calabrian by birth, and a worthy man morally, and he treated his slaves with great humanity. He had 3,000 of them, and after his death they were divided, as he directed by his will, between the Grand Signor, who is heir of all who die and shares with the children of the deceased, and his renegades. I fell to the lot of a Venetian renegade, who, when a cabin boy on board a ship, had been taken by Ucciali, and was so much beloved by him, that he became one of his most favoured youths. He came to be the most cruel renegade I ever saw. His name was Hassan Aga, and he grew very rich and became King of Algiers. With him I went there from Constantinople, rather glad to be so near Spain, not that I intended to write to anyone about my unhappy lot, but to try if fortune would be kinder to me in Algiers than in Constantinople, where I had attempted in 1,000 ways to escape without ever finding a favourable time or chance. But in Algiers I resolved to seek for other means of effecting the purpose I cherished so dearly, for the hope of obtaining my liberty never deserted me. And when in my plots and schemes and attempts the result did not answer my expectations, without giving way to despair, I immediately began to look out for or conjure up some new hope to support me, however faint or feeble it might be. In this way I lived on, immured in a building or prison, called by the Turks a bano, in which they confine the Christian captives, as well those that are the king's as those belonging to private individuals, and also what they call those of the almason, which is as much as to say the slaves of the municipality, who serve the city in the public works and other employments. But captives of this kind recover their liberty with great difficulty, for as they are public property, and have no particular master, there is no one with whom to treat for their ransom, even though they may have the means to. These banos, as I have said, some private individuals of the town, are in the habit of bringing their captives, especially when they are to be ransomed, because there they can keep them in safety and comfort until their ransom arrives. The king's captives also that are on ransom do not go out to work with the rest of the crew, unless when their ransom is delayed, for then, to make them right for it more pressingly, they compel them to work and go for wood, which is no light labour. I, however, was one of those on ransom, for when it was discovered that I was a captain, although I declared my scanty means, and want of fortune nothing, could dissuade them from including me among the gentlemen, and those waiting to be ransomed, they put a chain on me more as a mark of this than to keep me safe, and so I passed my life in that bano with several other gentlemen and persons of quality marked out as held to ransom. But though at times, or rather almost always, we suffered from hunger and scanty clothing, nothing distressed us so much as hearing, and seeing at every turn, the unexampled and unheard-of cruelties my master inflicted upon the Christians every day. He hanged a man, impaled one, cut off the ears of another, and all with so little provocation, or so entirely without any that the Turks acknowledged. He did it merely for the sake of doing it, and because he was by nature murderously disposed towards the whole human race. The only one that fared at all well with him was a Spanish soldier, something de Saavedra by name, to whom he never gave a blow himself, or ordered a blow to be given, or addressed a hard word, although he had done things that dwell in the memory of the people there for many a year, and all to recover his liberty. And for the least of the many things he did, we all dreaded that he would be impaled, and he himself was in fear of it more than once, and only that time does not allow. I could tell you now something of what that soldier did that would interest and astonish you much more than the narration of my own tale. To go on with my story, the courtyard of our prison was overlooked by the windows of the house, belonging to a wealthy Moor of high position, and these, as is usual in Moorish houses, were rather loopholes than windows, and besides were covered with thick and close latticework. It so happened then that as I was one day on the terrace of our prison, with 3 other comrades trying to pass away the time how far we could leap with our chains, we being alone, for all the other Christians had gone out to work, I chanced to raise my eyes, and from one of these little closed windows I saw a reed appear with a cloth attached to the end of it, and it kept waving to and fro and moving as if making signs to us to come and take it. We watched it, and one of those who were with me went and stood under the reed to see whether they would let it drop or what they would do, but as he did so, the reed was raised and moved from side to side, as if they meant to say no by a shake of the head. The Christian came back, and it was again lowered, making the same movements as before. Another of my comrades went, and with him the same happened as with the first, and then the third went forward, but with the same result as the first and second. Seeing this, I did not like not to try my luck, and as soon as I came under the reed it was dropped and fell inside the barno at my feet. I hastened to untie the cloth, in which I perceived a knot, and in this were 10 cyanes, which are coins of base gold current among the Moors, and each worth 10 reals of our money. It is needless to say I rejoiced over this godsend, and my joy was not less than my wonder, as I strove to imagine how this good fortune could have come to us, but to me specially, for the evident unwillingness to drop the reed for any but me showed that it was for me the favour was intended. I took my welcome money, broke the reed, and returned to the terrace, and looking up at the window, I saw a very white hand put out that opened and shut very quickly. From this, we gathered or fancied that it must be some woman living in that house that had done us this kindness, and to show that we were grateful for it, we made salams after the fashion of the Moors, bowing the head, bending the body, and crossing the arms on the breast. Shortly afterwards, at the same window, a small cross made of reeds was put out, and immediately withdrawn. This sign led us to believe that some Christian woman was a captive in the house, and that it was she who had been so good to us, but the whiteness of the hand and the bracelets we had perceived made us dismiss that idea, though we thought it might be one of the Christian renegades whom their masters very often take as lawful wives, and gladly, for they prefer them to the women of their own nation. In all our conjectures, we were wide of the truth, so from that time forward our sole occupation was watching and gazing at the window where the cross had appeared to us as if it were our pole star. But at least 15 days passed without our seeing either it, or the hand, or any other sign, and though meanwhile we endeavoured with the utmost pains to ascertain who it was that lived in the house, and whether there were any Christian renegade in it, nobody could ever tell us anything more than that he who lived there was a rich Moor of high position, Haji Morato by name, formerly Alcaide of La Plata, an office of high dignity among them. But when we least thought it was going to rain any more cyanes from that quarter, we saw the reed suddenly appear with another cloth tied in a larger knot attached to it, and this at a time when, as on the former occasion, the barno was deserted and unoccupied. We made trial as before, each of the same 3 going forward before I did, but the reed was delivered to none but me, and on my approach, it was let drop. I untied the knot, and I found 40 Spanish gold crowns with a paper written in Arabic, and at the end of the writing there was a large cross drawn. I kissed the cross, took the crowns, and returned to the terrace, and we all made our salams again. The hand appeared. I made signs that I would read the paper, and then the window was closed. We were all puzzled, though filled with joy at what had taken place, and as none of us understood Arabic, great was our curiosity to know what the paper contained, and still greater the difficulty of finding someone to read it. At last I resolved to confide in a renegade, a native of Murcia, who professed a very great friendship for me, and had given pledges that bound him to keep any secret I might entrust to him, for it is the custom with some renegades, when they intend to return to Christian territory, to carry about them certificates from captives of mark, testifying, in whatever form they can, that such and such a renegade is a worthy man who has always shown kindness to Christians, and is anxious to escape on the first opportunity that may present itself. Some obtain these testimonials with good intentions, others put them to a cunning use, for when they go to pillage on Christian territory, if they chance to be cast away or taken prisoners, they produce their certificates, and say that from these papers may be seen the object they came for, which was to remain on Christian ground, and that it was to this end they joined the Turks in their foray. In this way, escape the consequences of the first outburst, and make their peace with the Church before it does them any harm. And then, when they have the chance, they return to Barbary, to become what they were before. Others, however, there are who procure these papers, and make use of them honestly, and remain on Christian soil. This friend of mine, then, was one of these renegades that I have described. He had certificates from all our comrades, in which we testified in his favour as strongly as we could, and if the Moors had found the papers, they would have burned him alive. I knew that he understood Arabic very well, and could not only speak, but also write it, but before I disclosed the whole matter to him, I asked him to read for me this paper, which I had found by accident in a hole in my cell. He opened it, and remained some time examining it, and muttering to himself as he translated it. I asked him if he understood it, and he told me he did perfectly well, and that if I wished him to tell me its meaning word for word, I must give him pen and ink that he might do it more satisfactorily. We at once gave him what he required, and he set about translating it bit by bit, and when he had done he said, "All that is here in Spanish is what the Moorish paper contains, and you must bear in mind that when it says Lela Marian, it means Our Lady the Virgin Mary." We read the paper, and it ran thus: "When I was a child, my father had a slave who taught me to pray the Christian prayer in my own language, and told me many things about Lela Marian the Christian died. And I know that she did not go to the fire but to Allah, because since then I have seen her twice, and she told me to go to the land of the Christians, to see Lela Marian who had great love for me. I know not how to go, I have seen many Christians, but except thyself, none has seemed to me to be a gentleman. I am young and beautiful, and have plenty of money to take with me. See if thou canst contrive how we may go, and if thou wilt thou shalt be my husband there, and if thou wilt not it will not distress me, for Lela Marian will find me someone to marry me. I myself have written this. Have a care to whom thou givest it to read. Trust no more, for they are all perfidious. I am greatly troubled on this account, for I would not have thee confide in anyone, because if my father knew it he would at once fling me down a well and cover me with stones. I will put a thread to the reed, tie the answer to it. And if thou hast no one to write for thee in Arabic, tell it to me by signs, for Lela Marian will make me understand thee, she and Allah, and this cross which I often kiss as the captive bade me protect thee." Judge, sirs, whether we had reason for surprise and joy at the words of this paper, and both one and the other were so great that the renegade perceived that the paper had not been found by chance, but had been in reality addressed to some one of us, and he begged us, if what he suspected were the truth, to trust him, and tell him all, for he would risk his life for our freedom. And so saying, he took out from his breast metal crucifix, and with many tears swore by the God, the image represented in whom, sinful and wicked as he was, he truly and faithfully believed to be loyal to us, and keep secret whatever we chose to reveal to him, for he thought, and almost foresaw, that by means of her, who had written that paper, he and all of us would obtain our liberty, and he himself obtain the object. He so much desired his restoration to the bosom of the Holy Mother Church, from which by his own sin and ignorance he was now severed like a corrupt limb. The renegade said this with so many tears and such signs of repentance, that with one consent we all agreed to tell him the whole truth of the matter. And so we gave him a full account of all without hiding anything from him. We pointed out to him the window at which the reed appeared, and he by that means took note of the house and resolved to ascertain with particular care who lived in it. We agreed also that it would be advisable to answer the Moorish lady's letter, and the renegade, without a moment's delay, took down the words I dictated to him, which were exactly what I shall tell you, for nothing of importance that took place in this affair has escaped my memory or ever will, while life lasts. This then was the answer returned to the Moorish lady: "The true Allah protect thee, lady, and that blessed Marian, who is the true mother of God, and who has put it into thy heart to go to the land of the Christians, because she loves thee. Entreat her that she be pleased to show thee how thou canst execute the command she gives thee, for she will, such is her goodness on my own part. And on that of all these Christians who are with me, I promise to do all that we can for thee, even to death. Fail not to write to me, and inform me what thou dost mean to do, and I will always answer thee, for the great Allah has given us a Christian captive, who can speak and write thy language well, as thou mayest see by this paper, without fear. Therefore thou canst inform us of all thou wouldst, as to what thou sayest, that if thou dost reach the land of the Christians thou wilt be my wife. I give thee my promise upon it as a good Christian, and know that the Christians keep their promises better than the Moors. Allah and Marian his mother watch over thee, my lady." The paper being written and folded, I waited 2 days, until the barna was empty as before, and immediately repaired to the usual walk on the terrace to see if there were any sign of the reed, which was not long in making its appearance. As soon as I saw it, although I could not distinguish who put it out, I showed the paper as a sign to attach the thread, but it was already fixed to the reed, and to it I tied the paper, and shortly afterwards our star once more made its appearance with the white flag of peace. The little bundle it was dropped, and I picked it up and found in the cloth, in gold and silver coins of all sorts, more than 50 crowns, which 50 times more strengthened our joy, and doubled our hope of gaining our liberty. That very night our renegade returned, and said he had learned that the Moor we had been told of lived in that house, that his name was Haji Morato, that he was enormously rich, that he had one only daughter, the heiress of all his wealth, and that it was the general opinion throughout the city that she was the most beautiful woman in Barbary, and that several of the viceroys who came there had sought her for a wife, but that she had been always unwilling to marry, and he had learned moreover that she had a Christian slave, who was now dead, all which agreed with the contents of the paper, we immediately took counsel with the renegade as to what means would have to be adopted in order to carry off the Moorish lady and bring us all to Christian territory. And in the end, it was agreed that for the present we should wait for a second communication from Zoraida, for that was the name of her who now desires to be called Maria, because we saw clearly that she and no one else could find a way out of all these difficulties. When we had decided upon this, the renegade told us not to be uneasy, for he would lose his life, or restore us to liberty for 4 days. The barno was filled with people, for which reason the reed delayed its appearance for 4 days. But at the end of that time, when the barno was as it generally was empty, it appeared with the cloth so bulky that it promised a happy birth. Reed and cloth came down to me, and I found another paper and 100 crowns in gold without any other coin. The renegade was present, and in our cell we gave him the paper to read, which was to this effect: I cannot think of a plan, Senna, for our going to Spain, nor has Lella Marian shown me one, though I have asked her. All that can be done is for me to give you plenty of money in gold from this window, with it ransom yourself and your friends, and let one of you go to the land of the Christians and there buy a vessel, and come back for the others, and he will find me in my father's garden, which is at the Bab-Azan gate near the seashore, where I shall be all this summer with my father and my servants. You can carry me away from there by night without any danger, and bring me to the vessel, and remember thou art to be my husband, else I will pray to Marian to punish thee if thou canst not trust anyone to go for the vessel. Ransom thyself, and do thou go, for I know thou wilt return more surely than any other, as thou art a gentleman and a Christian. Endeavour to make thyself acquainted with the garden, and when I see thee walking yonder, I shall know that the barno is empty, and I will give thee abundance of money. Allah protect thee, Senna. These were the words and contents of the second paper, and on hearing them each declared himself willing to be the ransomed one, and promised to go and return with scrupulous good faith, and I too made the same offer. But to all this the renegade objected, saying that he would not on any account consent to one being set free before all went together, as experience had taught him how ill those who have been set free keep promises which they made in captivity. For captives of distinction frequently had recourse to this plan, paying the ransom of one who was to go to Valencia or Majorca, with money to enable him to arm a bark and return for the others who had ransomed him, but who never came back for recovered liberty, and the dread of losing it again efface from the memory all the obligations in the world. And to prove the truth of what he said, he told us briefly what had happened to a certain Christian gentleman almost at that very time, the strangest case that had ever occurred even there, where astonishing and marvellous things are happening every instant. In short, he ended by saying that what could and ought to be done was to give the money intended for the ransom of one of us Christians to him, so that he might with it buy a vessel there in Algiers under the pretence of becoming a merchant and trader at Tetuan and along the coast, and when master of the vessel it would be easy for him to hit on some way of getting us all out of the barno, and putting us on board, especially if the Moorish lady gave, as she said, money enough to ransom all, because once free it would be the easiest thing in the world for us to embark even in open day. But the greatest difficulty was that the Moors do not allow any renegade to buy or own any craft unless it be a large vessel for going on roving expeditions, because they are afraid that anyone who buys a small vessel, especially if he be a Spaniard, only wants it for the purpose of escaping to Christian territory. This, however, he could get over by arranging with a Tagarin Moor to go shares with him in the purchase of the vessel, and in the profit on the cargo, and under cover of this he could become master of the vessel, in which case he looked upon all the rest as accomplished. But though to me and my comrades it had seemed a better plan to send to Majorca for the vessel, as the Moorish lady suggested, we did not dare to oppose him, fearing that if we did not do as he said he would denounce us, and place us in danger of losing all our lives if he were to disclose our dealings with Zoraida, for whose life we would have all given our own. We therefore resolved to put ourselves in the hands of God and in the renegades, and at the same time an answer was given to Zoraida, telling her that we would do all she recommended, for she had given as good advice as if Lella Marian had delivered it, and that it depended on her alone whether we were to defer the business or put it in execution. At once I renewed my promise to be her husband, and thus the next day that the barno chanced to be empty, she at different times gave us by means of the reed and cloth 2,000 gold crowns, and a paper in which she said that the next Juma, that is to say Friday, she was going to her father's garden, but that before she went she would give us more money, and if it were not enough we were to let her know, as she would give us as much as we asked, for her father had so much he would not miss it, and besides she kept all the keys. We at once gave the renegade 500 crowns to buy the vessel, and with 800 I ransomed myself, giving the money to a Valencian merchant who happened to be in Algiers at the time, and who had me released on his word, pledging it that on the arrival of the first ship from Valencia, he would pay my ransom, for if he had given the money at once it would have made the king suspect that my ransom money had been for a long time in Algiers, and that the merchant had for his own advantage kept it secret. In fact, my master was so difficult to deal with that I dared not on any account pay down the money at once the Thursday before the Friday, on which the fair Zoraida was to go to the garden. She gave us 1,000 crowns more, and warned us of her departure, begging me, if I were ransomed, to find out her father's garden at once, and by all means to seek an opportunity of going there to see her. I answered in a few words that I would do so, and that she must remember to commend us to Lella Marian. With all the prayers the captive had taught her, this having been done, steps were taken to ransom our 3 comrades, so as to enable them to quit the barno, and lest seeing me ransomed and themselves, not though the money was forthcoming, they should make a disturbance about it, and the devil should prompt them to do something that might injure Zoraida. For though their position might be sufficient to relieve me from this apprehension, nevertheless, I was unwilling to run any risk in the matter, and so I had them ransomed in the same way as I was handing over all the money to the merchant, so that he might with safety and confidence give security, without however confiding our arrangement and secret to him, which might have been dangerous. Chapter Roman 41, in which the captive still continues his adventures. Before 15 days were over, our renegade had already purchased an excellent vessel with room for more than 30 persons, and to make the transaction safe and lend a colour to it, he thought it well to make as he did a voyage to a place called Shershel, 20 leagues from Algiers on the Oran side, where there is an extensive trade in dried figs. 2 or 3 times he made this voyage in company with the Tagarin. Already mentioned, the Moors of Aragon are called Tagarins in Barbary, and those of Granada Mudejars. But in the kingdom of Fez, they call the Mudejars Elches, and they are the people the king chiefly employs in war to proceed. Every time he passed with his vessel he anchored in a cove that was not 2 crossbow shots from the garden where Zoraida was waiting, and there the renegade, together with the 2 Moorish lads that rowed, used purposely to station himself, either going through his prayers or else practicing as a part what he meant to perform in earnest, and thus he would go to Zoraida's garden and ask for fruit which her father gave him, not knowing him. But though, as he afterwards told me, he sought to speak to Zoraida and tell her who he was, and that by my orders he was to take her to the land of the Christians, so that she might feel satisfied and easy, he had never been able to do so, for the Moorish women do not allow themselves to be seen by any Moor or Turk, unless their husband or father bid them. With Christian captives they permit freedom of intercourse and communication even more than might be considered proper, but for my part one should have been sorry if he had spoken to her, for perhaps it might have alarmed her to find her affairs talked of by renegades, but God, who ordered it otherwise, afforded no opportunity for our renegade's well-meant purpose, and he, seeing how safely he could go to Shershel and return and anchor when, and how and where he liked, and that the Tagarin his partner had no will but his, and that now I was ransomed, all we wanted was to find some Christians to row, told me to look out for any I should he willing to take with me over and above those who had been ransomed, and to engage them for the next Friday, which he fixed upon for our departure. On this, I spoke to 12 Spaniards, all stout rowers and such as could most easily leave the city, but it was no easy matter to find so many just then, because there were 20 ships out on a cruise, and they had taken all the rowers with them, and these would not have been found were it not that their master remained at home that summer without going to sea, in order to finish a galliot that he had upon the stocks. To these men I said nothing more than that the next Friday in the evening they were to come out stealthily one by one and hang about Haji Morato's garden, waiting for me there. Until I came these directions, I gave each one separately with orders that if they saw any other Christians there they were not to say anything to them, except that I had directed them to wait at that spot. This preliminary having been settled, another, still more necessary step had to be taken, which was to let Zoraida know how matters stood, that she might be prepared and forewarned so as not to be taken by surprise if we were suddenly to seize upon her before she thought the Christian's vessel could have returned. I determined therefore to go to the garden and try if I could speak to her, and the day before my departure I went there under the pretence of gathering herbs. The first person I met was her father, who addressed me in the language that all over Barbary, and even in Constantinople, is the medium between captives and Moors, and is neither Morisco nor Castilian nor of any other nation, but a mixture of all languages, by means of which we can all understand one another. In this sort of language, I say, he asked me what I wanted in his garden and to whom I belonged. I replied that I was a slave of the Arnott Mami, for I knew as a certainty that he was a very great friend of his, and that I wanted some herbs to make a salad. He asked me then whether I were on ransom or not, and what my master demanded for me. While these questions and answers were proceeding, the fair Zoraida, who had already perceived me some time before, came out of the house in the garden, and as Moorish women are by no means particular about letting themselves be seen by Christians, or as I have said before, at all coy, she had no hesitation in coming to where her father stood with me. Moreover, her father, seeing her approaching, slowly called to her to come. It would be beyond my power now to describe to you the great beauty, the high-bred air, the brilliant attire of my beloved Zoraida as she presented herself before my eyes. I will content myself with saying that more pearls hung from her fair neck, her ears, and her hair, than she had hairs on her head, on her ankles, which, as is customary, were bare. She had carcades, for so bracelets or anklets are called in Morisco, of the purest gold, set with so many diamonds that she told me afterwards her father valued them at 10,000 doubloons, and those she had on her wrists were worth as much more. The pearls were in profusion, and very fine, for the highest display and adornment of the Moorish women is decking themselves with rich pearls and seed pearls, and of these there are therefore more among the Moors than among any other people. Zoraida's father had to the reputation of possessing a great number and the purest in all Algiers, and of possessing also more than 200,000 Spanish crowns, and she who is now mistress of me only was mistress of all this. Whether thus adorned she would have been beautiful or not, and what she must have been in her prosperity, may be imagined from the beauty remaining to her after so many hardships, for as everyone knows, the beauty of some women has its times and its seasons, and is increased or diminished by chance causes, and naturally the emotions of the mind will heighten or impair it, though indeed more frequently they totally destroy it. In a word, she presented herself before me that day attired with the utmost splendor, and supremely beautiful. At any rate, she seemed to me the most beautiful object I had ever seen, and when besides I thought of all I owed to her, I felt as though I had before me some heavenly being come to earth to bring me relief and happiness. As she approached, her father told her in his own language that I was a captive belonging to his friend, the Arnott Mami, and that I had come for salad. She took up the conversation, and in that mixture of tongues I have spoken of, she asked me if I was a gentleman, and why I was not ransomed. I answered that I was already ransomed, and that by the price it might be seen what value my master set on me, as they had given 1,500 zoltanis for me, to which she replied, hadst thou been my father's, I can tell thee I would not have let him part with thee for twice as much, for you Christians always tell lies about yourselves, and make yourselves out poor to cheat the Moors. That may be, lady, said I, but indeed I dealt truthfully with my master, as I do and mean to do with everybody in the world. And when dost thou go, said Zoraida. Tomorrow, I think, said I, for there is a vessel here from France which sails tomorrow, and I think I shall go in her. Would it not be better, said Zoraida, to wait for the arrival of ships from Spain and go with them, and not with the French, who are not your friends? No, said I, though if there were intelligence that a vessel were now coming from Spain, it is true I might perhaps wait for it. However, it is more likely I shall depart tomorrow, for the longing I feel to return to my country, and to those I love, is so great that it will not allow me to wait for another opportunity, however more convenient if it be delayed. No doubt thou art married in thine own country, said Zoraida, and for that reason thou art anxious to go and see thy wife. I am not married, I replied, but I have given my promise to marry on my arrival there. And is the lady beautiful to whom thou hast given it, said Zoraida. So beautiful, said I, that to describe her worthily, and tell thee the truth, she is very like thee. At this her father laughed very heartily, and said, by Allah, Christian, she must be very beautiful if she is like my daughter, who is the most beautiful woman in all this kingdom. Only look at her well, and thou wilt see I am telling the truth. Zoraida's father, as the better linguist, helped to interpret most of these words and phrases, for though she spoke the bastard language that, as I have said, is employed there, she expressed her meaning more by signs than by words. While we were still engaged in this conversation, a Moor came running up, exclaiming that 4 Turks had leaped over the fence or wall of the garden, and were gathering the fruit. Though it was not yet ripe, the old man was alarmed, and Zoraida too, for the Moors commonly, and so to speak instinctively, have a dread of the Turks, but particularly of the soldiers, who are so insolent and domineering to the Moors, who are under their power, that they treat them worse than if they were their slaves. Her father said to Zoraida, daughter, retire into the house, and shut thyself in while I go and speak to these dogs, and thou, Christian, pick thy herbs, and go in peace, and Allah bring thee safe to thy own country. I bowed, and he went away to look for the Turks, leaving me alone with Zoraida, who made as if she were about to retire as her father bade her. But the moment he was concealed by the trees of the garden, turning to me with her eyes full of tears, she said, "Tamegi, Christiano Tamegi, that is to say, art thou going, Christian, art thou going?" I made answer, "Yes, lady, but not without thee come, what may be on the watch for me on the next Juma, and be not alarmed when thou seest us, for most surely we shall go to the land of the Christians." This I said in such a way that she understood perfectly all that passed between us, and throwing her arm round my neck, she began with feeble steps to move towards the house, but as fate would have it, and it might have been very unfortunate if heaven had not otherwise ordered it, just as we were moving on in the manner and position I have described, with her arm round my neck, her father, as he returned after having sent away the Turks, saw how we were walking, and we perceived that he saw us, but Zoraida, ready and quick-witted, took care not to remove her arm from my neck, but on the contrary drew closer to me, and laid her head on my breast, bending her knees a little, and showing all the signs and tokens of fainting, while I at the same time made it seem as though I were supporting her against my will. Her father came running up to where we were, and seeing his daughter in this state, asked what was the matter with her. She, however, giving no answer, he said, "No doubt she has fainted in alarm at the entrance of those dogs," and taking her from mine, he drew her to his own breast, while she, sighing, her eyes still wet with tears, said again, "Amegi, Christiano Amegi, go, Christian, go." To this her father replied, "There is no need, daughter, for the Christian to go, for he has done thee no harm, and the Turks have now gone. Feel no alarm, there is nothing to hurt thee, for as I say, the Turks at my request have gone back the way they came. It was they who terrified her, as thou hast said." "Senor," said I to her father, "but since she tells me to go, I have no wish to displease her. Peace be with thee, and with thy leave I will come back to this garden for herbs, if need be, for my master says there are nowhere better herbs for salad than here." "Come back for any thou hast need of," replied Haji Morato, "for my daughter does not speak thus because she is displeased with thee or any Christian. She only meant that the Turks should go, not thou, or that it was time for thee to look for thy herbs." With this I at once took my leave of both, and she, looking as though her heart were breaking, retired with her father, while pretending to look for herbs. I made the round of the garden at my ease, and studied carefully all the approaches and outlets, and the fastenings of the house, and everything that could be taken advantage of to make our task easy. Having done so, I went and gave an account of all that had taken place to the renegade and my comrades, and looked forward with impatience to the hour when, all fear at an end, I should find myself in possession of the prize which fortune held out to me in the fair and lovely Zoraida. The time passed at length, and the appointed day we so longed for arrived, and all following out the arrangement and plan which, after careful consideration and many a long discussion, we had decided upon, we succeeded as fully as we could have wished for. On the Friday following the day upon which I spoke to Zoraida in the garden, the renegade anchored his vessel at nightfall, almost opposite the spot where she was. The Christians who were to row were ready, and in hiding in different places round about, all waiting for me, anxious and elated, and eager to attack the vessel they had before their eyes, for they did not know the renegade's plan, but expected that they were to gain their liberty by force of arms, and by killing the Moors who were on board the vessel. As soon then as I and my comrades made our appearance, all those that were in hiding, seeing us, came and joined us. It was now the time when the city gates are shut, and there was no one to be seen in all the space outside. When we were collected together, we debated whether it would be better first to go for Zoraida, or to make prisoners of the Moorish rowers who rowed in the vessel. But while we were still uncertain, our renegade came up, asking us what kept us, as it was now the time, and all the Moors were off their guard, and most of them asleep. We told him why we hesitated, but he said it was of more importance first to secure the vessel, which could be done with the greatest ease, and without any danger, and then we could go for Zoraida. We all approved of what he said, and so, without further ado, guided by him, we made for the vessel, and he, leaping on board, first drew his cutlass, and said in Morisco, "Let no one stir from this if he does not want it to cost him his life." By this almost all the Christians were on board, and the Moors, who were faint-hearted, hearing their captain speak in this way, were cowed, and without any one of them taking to his arms, and indeed they had few or hardly any, they submitted, without saying a word, to be bound by the Christians, who quickly secured them, threatening them that if they raised any kind of outcry, they would be all put to the sword. This having been accomplished, and half of our party being left to keep guard over them, the rest of us, again taking the renegade as our guide, hastened towards Haji Morato's garden. And as good luck would have it, on trying the gate it opened as easily as if it had not been locked, and so quite quietly and in silence we reached the house, without being perceived by anybody. The lovely Zoraida was watching for us at a window, and as soon as she perceived that there were people there, she asked in a low voice if we were Nizarani, as much as to say, or ask if we were Christians. I answered that we were and begged her to come down as soon as she recognized me. She did not delay an instant, but without answering a word, came down immediately, opened the door, and presented herself before us all so beautiful and so richly attired that I cannot attempt to describe her. The moment I saw her, I took her hand and kissed it, and the renegade and my 2 comrades did the same, and the rest who knew nothing of the circumstances did as they saw us do, for it only seemed as if we were returning thanks to her. And recognizing her as the giver of our liberty, the renegade asked her in the Morisco language if her father was in the house. She replied that he was, and that he was asleep. Then it will be necessary to waken him, and take him with us, said the renegade, and everything of value in this fair mansion. Nay, said she, my father must not on any account be touched, and there is nothing in the house except what I shall take, and that will be quite enough to enrich and satisfy all of you. Wait a little, and you shall see. And so saying, she went in, telling us she would return immediately, and bidding us keep quiet without making any noise. I asked the renegade what had passed between them, and when he told me, I declared that nothing should be done, except in accordance with the wishes of Zoraida, who now came back with a little trunk so full of gold crowns that she could scarcely carry it. Unfortunately, her father awoke while this was going on, and hearing a noise in the garden came to the window, and at once perceiving that all those who were there were Christians, raising a prodigiously loud outcry, he began to call out in Arabic, Christians, Christians, thieves, thieves, by which cries we were all thrown into the greatest fear and embarrassment. But the renegade, seeing the danger we were in, and how important it was for him to effect his purpose, before we were heard, mounted with the utmost quickness to where Haji Morato was, and with him went some of our party. I, however, did not dare to leave Zoraida, who had fallen almost fainting in my arms. To be brief, those who had gone upstairs acted so promptly that in an instant they came down carrying Haji Morato with his hands bound, and a napkin tied over his mouth which prevented him from uttering a word, warning him at the same time that to attempt to speak would cost him his life. When his daughter caught sight of him, she covered her eyes so as not to see him, and her father was horror-stricken, not knowing how willingly she had placed herself in our hands. But it was now most essential for us to be on the move, and carefully and quickly we regained the vessel, where those who had remained on board were waiting for us in apprehension of some mishap having befallen us. It was barely 2 hours after night set in when we were all on board the vessel, where the cords were removed from the hands of Zoraida's father, and the napkin from his mouth. But the renegade once more told him not to utter a word, or they would take his life. He, when he saw his daughter there, began to sigh piteously, and still more when he perceived that I held her closely embraced, and that she lay quiet without resisting or complaining or showing any reluctance. Nevertheless, he remained silent lest they should carry into effect the repeated threats the renegade had addressed to him. Finding herself now on board, and that we were about to give way with the oars, Zoraida, seeing her father there, and the other Moors bound, bade the renegade ask me to do her the favour of releasing the Moors, and setting her father at liberty, for she would rather drown herself in the sea than suffer a father that had loved her so dearly to be carried away captive before her eyes. And on her account, the renegade repeated this to me, and I replied that I was very willing to do so, but he replied that it was not advisable, because if they were left there, they would at once raise the country and stir up the city, and lead to the dispatch of swift cruisers in pursuit, and our being taken by sea or land without any possibility of escape, and that all that could be done was to set them free on the first Christian ground. We reached on this point, we all agreed, and Zoraida, to whom it was explained together, with the reasons that prevented us from doing at once what she desired, was satisfied likewise. And then in glad silence, and with cheerful alacrity, each of our stout rowers took his oar, and commending ourselves to God with all our hearts, we began to shape our course for the island of Majorca, the nearest Christian land. Owing, however, to the Tramontana rising a little, and the sea growing somewhat rough, it was impossible for us to keep a straight course for Majorca, and we were compelled to coast in the direction of Oran, not without great uneasiness on our part, lest we should be observed from the town of Scherschel, which lies on that coast, not more than 60 miles from Algiers. Moreover, we were afraid of meeting on that course one of the galleots that usually come with goods from Tetuan, although each of us for himself, and all of us together, felt confident that if we were to meet a merchant galleot, so that it were not a cruiser, not only should we not be lost, but that we should take a vessel in which we could more safely accomplish our voyage. As we pursued our course, Zoraida kept her head between my hands so as not to see her father, and I felt that she was praying to Lella Marian to help us. We might have made about 30 miles when daybreak found us some 3 musket shots off the land, which seemed to us deserted and without anyone to see us for all that. However, by hard rowing, we put out a little to sea, for it was now somewhat calmer, and having gained about 2 leagues, the word was given to row by batches, while we ate something, for the vessel was well provided. But the rowers said it was not a time to take any rest, let food be served out to those who were not rowing, but they would not leave their oars on any account. This was done, but now a stiff breeze began to blow, which obliged us to leave off rowing, and make sail at once and steer for Iran, as it was impossible to make any other course. All this was done very promptly, and under sail we ran more than 8 miles an hour without any fear, except that of coming across some vessel out on a roving expedition. We gave the Moorish rowers some food, and the renegade comforted them by telling them that they were not held as captives, as we should set them free on the first opportunity. The same was said to Zoraida's father, who replied, anything else, Christian, I might hope for, or think likely from your generosity and good behavior, but do not think me so simple as to imagine you will give me my liberty, for you would have never exposed yourselves to the danger of depriving me of it, only to restore it to me so generously, especially as you know who I am and the sum you may expect to receive on restoring it. And if you will only name that, I here offer you all you require for myself, and for my unhappy daughter there, or else for her alone, for she is the greatest and most precious part of my soul. As he said this, he began to weep so bitterly that he filled us all with compassion and forced Zoraida to look at him, and when she saw him weeping, she was so moved that she rose from my feet, and ran to throw her arms round him, and pressing her face to his, they both gave way to such an outburst of tears that several of us were constrained to keep them company. But when her father saw her in full dress, and with all her jewels about her, he said to her in his own language, What means this, my daughter? Last night, before this terrible misfortune in which we are plunged befell us, I saw thee in thy everyday and indoor garments, and now without having had time to attire thyself, and without my bringing thee any joyful tidings to furnish an occasion for adorning and bedecking thyself, I see thee arrayed in the finest attire. It would be in my power to give thee when fortune was most kind to us. Answer me this, for it causes me greater anxiety and surprise than even this misfortune itself. The renegade interpreted to us what the Moor said to his daughter. She however returned him no answer, but when he observed in one corner of the vessel the little trunk in which she used to keep her jewels, which he well knew he had left in Algiers, and had not brought to the garden, he was still more amazed, and asked her how that trunk had come into our hands, and what there was in it, to which the renegade, without waiting for Zoraida to reply, made answer, Do not trouble thyself by asking thy daughter Zoraida so many questions, Senna, for the one answer I will give thee will serve for all. I would have thee know that she is a Christian, and that it is she who has been the file for our chains, and our deliverer from captivity. She is here of her own free will, as glad I imagine to find herself in this position, as he who escapes from darkness into the light, from death to life, and from suffering to glory. Daughter, is this true what he says? Cried the Moor. It is, replied Zoraida. That thou art in truth a Christian, said the old man, and that thou hast given thy father into the power of his enemies. To which Zoraida made answer, A Christian I am, but it is not I who have placed thee in this position, for it never was my wish to leave thee or do thee harm, but only to do good to myself. And what good hast thou done thyself, daughter? Said he. Ask thou that, said she, of Lella Marian, for she can tell thee better than Roman one. The Moor had hardly heard these words, when with marvellous quickness he flung himself headforemost into the sea, where no doubt he would have been drowned, had not the long and full dress he wore held him up for a little on the surface of the water. Zoraida cried aloud to us to save him, and we all hastened to help, and seizing him by his robe, we drew him in half drowned and insensible, at which Zoraida was in such distress that she wept over him as piteously and bitterly as though he were already dead. We turned him upon his face, and he voided a great quantity of water, and at the end of 2 hours came to himself. Meanwhile, the wind having changed, we were compelled to head for the land, and ply our oars to avoid being driven on shore. But it was our good fortune to reach a creek that lies on one side of a small promontory, or cape, called by the Moors that of the Cava Rumia, which in our language means the wicked Christian woman, for it is a tradition among them that La Cava, through whom Spain was lost, lies buried at that spot. Cava in their language meaning wicked woman, and Rumia Christian. Moreover, they count it unlucky to anchor there when necessity compels them, and they never do so otherwise. For us, however, it was not the resting place of the wicked woman, but a haven of safety for our relief. So much had the sea now got up, we posted a lookout on shore, and never let the oars out of our hands, and ate of the stores the renegade had laid in, imploring God and Our Lady with all our hearts to help and protect us, that we might give a happy ending to a beginning so prosperous at the entreaty of Zoraida, orders were given to set on shore her father, and the other Moors who were still bound, for she could not endure nor could her tender heart bear to see her father in bonds, and her fellow countrymen prisoners before her eyes. We promised her to do this at the moment of departure, for as it was uninhabited, we ran no risk in releasing them at that place. Our prayers were not so far in vain as to be unheard by heaven, for after a while, the wind changed in our favour, and made the sea calm, inviting us once more to resume our voyage with a good heart. Seeing this, we unbound the Moors, and one by one put them on shore, at which they were filled with amazement. But when we came to land, Zoraida's father, who had now completely recovered his senses, he said, "Why is it, think ye Christians, that this wicked woman is rejoiced at your giving me my liberty? Think ye it is because of the affection she bears me? Nay, verily, it is only because of the hindrance my presence offers to the execution of her base designs. And think not that it is her belief that yours is better than ours that has led her to change her religion. It is only because she knows that immodesty is more freely practiced in your country than in ours." Then turning to Zoraida, while I and another of the Christians held him fast by both arms lest he should do some mad act, he said to her, "Infamous girl, misguided maiden, whither in thy blindness and madness art thou going in the hands of these dogs, our natural enemies? Cursed be the hour when I begot thee, cursed the luxury and indulgence in which I reared thee." But seeing that he was not likely soon to cease, I made haste to put him on shore, and thence he continued his maledictions and lamentations aloud, calling on Mohammed to pray to Allah to destroy us, to confound us, to make an end of us. And when in consequence of having made sail, we could no longer hear what he said, we could see what he did, how he plucked out his beard and tore his hair and lay writhing on the ground. But once he raised his voice to such a pitch that we were able to hear what he said, "Come back, dear daughter, come back to shore, I forgive thee all, let those men have the money, for it is theirs now, and come back to comfort thy sorrowing father, who will yield up his life on this barren strand if thou dost leave him." All this Zoraida heard, and heard with sorrow and tears, and all she could say in answer was, "Allah grant that Lella Marian, who has made me become a Christian, give thee comfort in thy sorrow. My father, Allah knows that I could not do otherwise than I have done, and that these Christians owe nothing to my will, for even had I wished not to accompany them, but remain at home, it would have been impossible for me, so eagerly did my soul urge me on to the accomplishment of this purpose, which I feel to be as righteous as to thee, dear father, it seems wicked." But neither could her father hear her nor we see him when she said this, and so while I consoled Zoraida, we turned our attention to our voyage, in which a breeze from the right point so favoured us that we made sure of finding ourselves off the coast of Spain on the morrow by daybreak. But as good seldom or never comes pure and unmixed without being attended or followed by some disturbing evil that gives a shock to it, our fortune, or perhaps the curses which the Moor had hurled at his daughter, for whatever kind of father they may come from, these are always to be dreaded, brought it about that when we were now in midsea, and the night, about 3 hours spent as we were running with all sail set and oars lashed for the favouring breeze, saved us the trouble of using them. We saw by the light of the moon, which shone brilliantly, a square-rigged vessel in full sail close to us, luffing up and standing across our course, and so close that we had to strike sail to avoid running foul of her, while they too put the helm hard up to let us pass. They came to the side of the ship to ask who we were, whither we were bound, and whence we came. But as they asked this in French, our renegade said, "Let no one answer, for no doubt these are French corsairs who plunder all comers." Acting on this warning, no one answered a word. But after we had gone a little ahead, and the vessel was now lying to leeward, suddenly they fired 2 guns, and apparently both loaded with chain shot, for with one they cut our mast in half and brought down both it and the sail into the sea, and the other, discharged at the same moment, sent a ball into our vessel amidships, staving her in completely, but without doing any further damage. We, however, finding ourselves sinking, began to shout for help and call upon those in the ship to pick us up. As we were beginning to fill, they then lay to, and lowering a skiff or boat, as many as a dozen Frenchmen, well armed with matchlocks and their matches burning, got into it, and came alongside, and seeing how few we were, and that our vessel was going down, they took us in, telling us that this had come to us through our incivility in not giving them an answer. Our renegade took the trunk containing Zoraida's wealth, and dropped it into the sea without anyone perceiving what he Roman 999. In short, we went on board with the Frenchmen, who, after having ascertained all they wanted to know about us, rifled us of everything we had as if they had been our bitterest enemies. And from Zoraida they took even the anklets she wore on her feet, but the distress they caused her did not distress me so much as the fear I was in that, from robbing her of her rich and precious jewels, they would proceed to rob her of the most precious jewel that she valued more than all the desires, however, of those people do not go beyond money, but of that their covetousness is insatiable, and on this occasion it was carried to such a pitch that they would have taken even the clothes we wore as captives if they had been worth anything to them. It was the advice of some of them to throw us all into the sea wrapped up in a sail, for their purpose was to trade at some of the ports of Spain, giving themselves out as Bretons, and if they brought us alive, they would be punished as soon as the robbery was discovered. But the captain, who was the one who had plundered my beloved Zoraida, said he was satisfied with the prize he had got, and that he would not touch at any Spanish port, but pass the Straits of Gibraltar by night, or as best he could, and make for La Rochelle, from which he had sailed. So they agreed by common consent to give us the skiff belonging to their ship, and all we required for the short voyage that remained to us, and this they did the next day on coming in sight of the Spanish coast, with which, and the joy we felt, all our sufferings and miseries were as completely forgotten as if they had never been endured by us. Such is the delight of recovering lost liberty. It may have been about midday when they placed us in the boat, giving us 2 kegs of water and some biscuit, and the captain, moved by I know not what compassion, as the lovely Zoraida was about to embark, gave her some 40 gold crowns, and would not permit his men to take from her those same garments which she has on now. We got into the boat, returning them thanks for their kindness to us, and showing ourselves grateful rather than indignant. They stood out to sea, steering for the straits. We, without looking to any compass save the land we had before us, set ourselves to row with such energy that by sunset we were so near that we might easily, we thought, land before the night was far advanced. But as the moon did not show that night, and the sky was clouded, and as we knew not whereabouts we were, it did not seem to us a prudent thing to make for the shore, as several of us advised, saying, we ought to run ourselves ashore, even if it were on rocks, and far from any habitation, for in this way we should be relieved from the apprehensions we naturally felt of the prowling vessels of the Tetuan corsairs, who leave Barbary at nightfall, and are on the Spanish coast by daybreak, where they commonly take some prize, and then go home to sleep in their own houses. But of the conflicting counsels, the one which was adopted was that we should approach gradually, and land where we could, if the sea were calm enough to permit us. This was done, and a little before midnight we drew near to the foot of a huge and lofty mountain, not so close to the sea but that it left a narrow space on which to land conveniently. We ran our boat up on the sand, and all sprang out and kissed the ground, and with tears of joyful satisfaction returned, thanks to God our Lord, for all his incomparable goodness to us. On our voyage we took out of the boat the provisions it contained and drew it up on the shore, and then climbed a long way up the mountain, for even there we could not feel easy in our hearts, or persuade ourselves that it was Christian soil that was now under our feet. The dawn came more slowly, I think, than we could have wished. We completed the ascent, in order to see if from the summit any habitation or any shepherds' huts could be discovered, but strain our eyes as we might, neither dwelling, nor human being, nor path, nor road could we perceive. However, we determined to push on farther, as it could not but be that ere long we must see someone who could tell us where we were. But what distressed me most was to see Zoraida going on foot over that rough ground, for though I once carried her on my shoulders, she was more wearied by my weariness than rested by the rest, and so she would never again allow me to undergo the exertion, and went on very patiently and cheerfully, while I led her by the hand. We had gone rather less than a quarter of a league, when the sound of a little bell fell on our ears, a clear proof that there were flocks hard by, and looking about carefully to see if any were within view, we observed a young shepherd tranquilly and unsuspiciously trimming a stick with his knife at the foot of a cork tree. We called to him, and he, raising his head, sprang nimbly to his feet, for as we afterwards learned, the first who presented themselves to his sight were the renegade and Zoraida, and seeing them in Moorish dress, he imagined that all the Moors of Barbary were upon him, and plunging with marvellous swiftness into the thicket in front of him, he began to raise a prodigious outcry, exclaiming, the Moors have landed, to arms, to arms. We were all thrown into perplexity by these cries, not knowing what to do, but reflecting that the shouts of the shepherd would raise the country, and that the mounted coastguard would come at once to see what was the matter. We agreed that the renegade must strip off his Turkish garments and put on a captive's jacket or coat, which one of our party gave him at once, though he himself was reduced to his shirt. And so, commending ourselves to God, we followed the same road which we saw the shepherd take, expecting every moment that the coastguard would be down upon us. Nor did our expectation deceive us, for 2 hours had not passed, when, coming out of the brushwood into the open ground, we perceived some 50 mounted men swiftly approaching us at a hand gallop. As soon as we saw them, we stood still waiting for them, but as they came close, and instead of the Moors, they were in quest of a set of poor Christians, they were taken aback, and one of them asked if it could be we who were the cause of the shepherd having raised the call to arms. I said yes. And as I was about to explain to him what had occurred, and whence we came, and who we were, one of the Christians of our party recognized the horseman who had put the question to us, and before I could say anything more he exclaimed, "Thanks be to God, sirs, for bringing us to such good quarters, for if I do not deceive myself, the ground we stand on is that of Vélez Málaga, unless indeed all my years of captivity have made me unable to recollect that you, senor, who ask who we are Pedro de Bustamante, my uncle." The Christian captive had hardly uttered these words when the horseman threw himself off his horse and ran to embrace the young man, crying, "Nephew of my soul and life, I recognize thee now, and long have I mourned thee as dead, I and my sister thy mother, and all thy kin that are still alive, and whom God has been pleased to preserve, that they may enjoy the happiness of seeing thee. We knew long since that thou wert in Algiers, and from the appearance of thy garments, and those of all this company, I conclude that ye have had a miraculous restoration to liberty." "It is true," replied the young man, "and by and by we will tell you all." As soon as the horsemen understood that we were Christian captives, they dismounted from their horses, and each offered his to carry us to the city of Vélez Málaga, which was 1.5 leagues distant. Some of them went to bring the boat to the city, we having told them where we had left it. Others took us up behind them, and Zoraida was placed on the horse of the young man's uncle. The whole town came out to meet us, for they had by this time heard of our arrival from one who had gone on in advance. They were not astonished to see liberated captives, or captive Moors, for people on that coast are well used to see both one and the other, but they were astonished at the beauty of Zoraida, which was just then heightened as well by the exertion of travelling as by joy at finding herself on Christian soil, and relieved of all fear of being lost, for this had brought such a glow upon her face that unless my affection for her were deceiving me, I would venture to say that there was not a more beautiful creature in the world, at least, that I had ever seen. We went straight to the church to return thanks to God for the mercies we had received, and when Zoraida entered it, she said there were faces there like Lela Marion's. We told her they were her images, and as well as he could the renegade explained to her what they meant, that she might adore them as if each of them were the very same Lela Marion that had spoken to her, and she, having great intelligence and a quick and clear instinct, understood at once all he said to her about them. Thence they took us away and distributed us all in different houses in the town. But as for the renegade Zoraida and myself, the Christian who came with us brought us to the house of his parents, who had a fair share of the gifts of fortune, and treated us with as much kindness as they did their own son. We remained 6 days in Vélez, at the end of which the renegade, having informed himself of all that was requisite for him to do, set out for the city of Granada, to restore himself to the sacred bosom of the Church. Through the medium of the Holy Inquisition, the other released captives took their departures, each the way that seemed best to him and Zoraida, and I were left alone with nothing more than the crowns which the courtesy of the Frenchman had bestowed upon Zoraida, out of which I bought the beast on which she rides, and I for the present attending her as her father and squire, and not as her husband. We are now going to ascertain if my father is living, or if any of my brothers has had better fortune than mine has been, though as heaven has made me the companion of Zoraida, I think no other lot could be assigned to me, however happy, that I would rather have the patience with which she endures the hardships that poverty brings with it, and the eagerness she shows to become a Christian, are such that they fill me with admiration, and bind me to serve her all my life, though the happiness I feel in seeing myself hers, and her mine, is disturbed and marred by not knowing whether I shall find any corner to shelter her in my own country, or whether time and death may not have made such changes in the fortunes and lives of my father and brothers, that I shall hardly find anyone who knows me if they are not alive. I have no more of my story to tell you, gentlemen, whether it be an interesting or a curious one. Let your better judgments decide. All I can say is, I would gladly have told it to you more briefly, although my fear of wearying you has made me leave out more than one circumstance. Chapter Roman 42, which treats of what further took place in the inn, and of several other things worth knowing. With these words the captive held his peace, and Don Fernando said to him, "In truth, Captain, the manner in which you have related this remarkable adventure has been such as befitted the novelty and strangeness of the matter. The whole story is curious and uncommon, and abounds with incidents that fill the hearers with wonder and astonishment, and so great is the pleasure we have found in listening to it, that we should be glad if it were to begin again, even though tomorrow were to find us still occupied with the same tale." And while he said this, Cardenio and the rest of them offered to be of service to him in any way that lay in their power, and in words and language so kindly and sincere, that the captain was much gratified by their goodwill. In particular, Don Fernando offered if he would go back with him to get his brother the Marquis to become godfather at the baptism of Zoraida, and on his own part to provide him with the means of making his appearance in his own country, with the credit and comfort he was entitled to. For all this the captive returned thanks very courteously, although he would not accept any of their generous offers. By this time night closed in, and as it did there came up to the inn a coach, attended by some men on horseback, who demanded accommodation, to which the landlady replied that there was not a hand's breadth of the whole inn unoccupied. Still, for all that, said one of those who had entered on horseback, room must be found for his lordship the judge here. At this name the landlady was taken aback, and said, Senor, the fact is I have no beds, but if his lordship the judge carries one with him, as no doubt he does, let him come in and welcome for my husband, and I will give up our room to accommodate his worship. Very good, so be it, said the squire, but in the meantime a man had got out of the coach, whose dress indicated at a glance the office, and post he held, for the long robe with ruffled sleeves that he wore showed that he was as his servant. Said a judge of appeal, he led by the hand a young girl in a travelling dress, apparently about 16 years of age, and of such a high-bred air, so beautiful and so graceful that all were filled with admiration when she made her appearance, and but for having seen Dorothea, Lucinda and Zoraida, who were there in the inn, they would have fancied that a beauty like that of this maiden's would have been hard to find. Don Quixote was present at the entrance of the judge with the young lady, and as soon as he saw him, he said, Your worship may with confidence enter, and take your ease in this castle, for though the accommodation be scanty and poor, there are no quarters so cramped or inconvenient that they cannot make room for arms and letters. Above all, if arms and letters have beauty for a guide, and leader as letters represented by your worship, have in this fair maiden, to whom not only ought castles to throw themselves open and yield themselves up, but rocks should rend themselves asunder, and mountains divide, and bow themselves down, to give her a reception. Enter your worship, I say, into this paradise, for here you will find stars and suns to accompany the heaven your worship brings with you. Here you will find arms in their supreme excellence and beauty in its highest perfection. The judge was struck with amazement at the language of Don Quixote, whom he scrutinized very carefully, no less astonished by his figure than by his talk, and before he could find words to answer him, he had a fresh surprise when he saw opposite to him Lucinda, Dorothea and Zoraida, who, having heard of the new guests, and of the beauty of the young lady, had come to see her, and welcome her. Don Fernando Cardenio, and the curate, however, greeted him in a more intelligible and polished style. In short, the judge made his entrance in a state of bewilderment, as well with what he saw as what he heard, and the fair ladies of the inn gave the fair damsel a cordial welcome. On the whole he could perceive that all who were there were people of quality, but with the figure, countenance and bearing of Don Quixote, he was at his wit's end, and all civilities having been exchanged, and the accommodation of the inn inquired into, it was settled, as it had been before settled, that all the women should retire to the garret that has been already mentioned, and that the men should remain outside as if to guard them. The judge therefore was very well pleased to allow his daughter, for such the damsel was, to go with the ladies, which she did very willingly, and with part of the host's narrow bed and half of what the judge had brought with him, they made a more comfortable arrangement for the night than they had expected. The captive, whose heart had leaped within him the instant he saw the judge telling him somehow that this was his brother, asked one of the servants who accompanied him what his name was, and whether he knew from what part of the country he came. The servant replied that he was called the licentiate Juan Perez de Viedma, and that he had heard it said he came from a village in the mountains of Leon. From this statement, and what he himself had seen, he felt convinced that this was his brother, who had adopted letters by his father's advice, and excited and rejoiced, he called Don Fernando and Cardenio and the curate aside, and told them how the matter stood, assuring them that the judge was his brother. The servant had further informed him that he was now going to the Indies with the appointment of judge of the Supreme Court of Mexico, and he had learned likewise that the young lady was his daughter, whose mother had died in giving birth to her, and that he was very rich in consequence of the dowry left to him with the daughter. He asked their advice as to what means he should adopt to make himself known, or to ascertain beforehand whether, when he had made himself known, his brother, seeing him so poor, would be ashamed of him, or would receive him with a warm heart. Leave it to me to find out that, said the curate, though there is no reason for supposing, Senor Captain, that you will not be kindly received, because the worth and wisdom that your brother's bearing shows him to possess do not make it likely that he will prove haughty or insensible, or that he will not know how to estimate the accidents of fortune at their proper value. Still, said the captain, I would not make myself known abruptly, but in some indirect way. I have told you already, said the curate, that I will manage it in a way to satisfy us all. By this time supper was ready, and they all took their seats at the table, except the captive, and the ladies who supped by themselves in their own room in the middle of supper. The curate said, I had a comrade of your worships named Senner, judge in Constantinople, where I was a captive for several years, and that same comrade was one of the stoutest soldiers and captains in the whole Spanish infantry, but he had as large a share of misfortune as he had of gallantry and courage. And how was the captain called, Senner? Asked the judge. He was called Ruy Perez de Viedma, replied the curate, and he was born in a village in the mountains of Leon. And he mentioned a circumstance connected with his father and his brothers, which had it not been told me by so truthful a man as he was, I should have set down as one of those fables the old women tell over the fire in winter, for he said his father had divided his property among his 3 sons, and had addressed words of advice to them sounder than any of Cato's. But I can say this much, that the choice he made of going to the wars was attended with such success, that by his gallant conduct and courage, and without any help save his own merit, he rose in a few years to be captain of infantry, and to see himself on the highroad, and in position to be given the command of a corps before long. But fortune was against him, for where he might have expected her favour he lost it, and with it his liberty. On that glorious day, when so many recovered theirs at the battle of Lepanto, I lost mine at the Goletta, and after a variety of adventures, we found ourselves comrades at Constantinople. Thence he went to Algiers, where he met with one of the most extraordinary adventures that ever befell anyone in the world. Here the curate went on to relate briefly his brother's adventure with Zoraida, to all which the judge gave such an attentive hearing, that he never before had been so much of a hearer. The curate, however, only went so far as to describe how the Frenchmen plundered those who were in the boat, and the poverty and distress in which his comrade and the fair Moor were left, of whom he said he had not been able to learn what became of them, or whether they had reached Spain, or been carried to France by the Frenchmen. The captain, standing a little to one side, was listening to all the curate said, and watching every movement of his brother, who, as soon as he perceived the curate had made an end of his story, gave a deep sigh, and said with his eyes full of tears, O Senner, if you only knew what news you have given me, and how it comes home to me, making me show how I feel it with these tears that spring from my eyes, in spite of all my worldly wisdom and self-restraint, that brave captain that you speak of is my eldest brother, who, being of a bolder and loftier mind than my other brother or myself, chose the honourable and worthy calling of arms, which was one of the 3 careers our father proposed to us, as your comrade mentioned in that fable you thought he was telling you. I followed that of letters, in which God and my own exertions have raised me to the position in which you see me. My second brother is in Peru so wealthy that, with what he has sent to my father and to me, he has fully repaid the portion he took with him, and has even furnished my father's hands with the means of gratifying his natural generosity, while I too have been enabled to pursue my studies in a more becoming and creditable fashion, and so to attain my present standing. My father is still alive, though dying with anxiety to hear of his eldest son, and he prays God unceasingly that death may not close his eyes until he has looked upon those of his son. But with regard to him, what surprises me is that, having so much common sense as he had, he should have neglected to give any intelligence about himself, either in his troubles and sufferings or in his prosperity. For if his father or any of us had known of his condition, he need not have waited for that miracle of the reed to obtain his ransom. But what now disquiets me is the uncertainty whether those Frenchmen may have restored him to liberty, or murdered him to hide the robbery. All this will make me continue my journey not with the satisfaction in which I began it, but in the deepest melancholy and sadness. O dear brother, that I only knew where thou art now, and I would hasten to seek thee out, and deliver thee from thy sufferings, though it were to cost me suffering myself. Oh, that I could bring news to our old father that thou art alive, even wert thou in the deepest dungeon of Barbary, for his wealth, and my brother's and mine, would rescue thee thence. O beautiful and generous Zoraida, that I could repay thy goodness to a brother, that I could be present at the new birth of thy soul, and at thy bridal, that would give us all such happiness. All this and more the judge uttered with such deep emotion at the news he had received of his brother, that all who heard him shared in it, showing their sympathy with his sorrow. The curate, seeing then how well he had succeeded in carrying out his purpose, and the captain's wishes, had no desire to keep them unhappy any longer, so he rose from the table, and going into the room where Zoraida was, he took her by the hand. Lucinda Dorothea, and the judge's daughter following her. The captain was waiting to see what the curate would do when, the latter taking him with the other hand, advanced with both of them to where the judge and the other gentlemen were, and said, "Let your tears cease to flow, Senor Judge, and the wish of your heart be gratified as fully as you could desire, for you have before you your worthy brother and your good sister-in-law. He whom you see here is the Captain Vidma, and this is the fair Moor who has been so good to him. The Frenchmen I told you of have reduced them to the state of poverty. You see that you may show the generosity of your kind heart." The captain ran to embrace his brother, who placed both hands on his breast, so as to have a good look at him, holding him a little way off, but as soon as he had fully recognized him, he clasped him in his arms, so closely, shedding such tears of heartfelt joy that most of those present could not but join in them. The words the brothers exchanged, the emotion they showed, can scarcely be imagined, I fancy, much less put down in writing. They told each other in a few words the events of their lives. They showed the true affection of brothers in all its strength. Then the judge embraced Zoraida, putting all he possessed at her disposal. Then he made his daughter embrace her, and the fair Christian and the lovely Moor drew fresh tears from every eye, and there was Don Quixote observing all these strange proceedings attentively without uttering a word, and attributing the whole to chimeras of knight-errantry. Then they agreed that the captain and Zoraida should return with his brother to Seville, and send news to his father of his having been delivered and found, so as to enable him to come and be present at the marriage and baptism of Zoraida, for it was impossible for the judge to put off his journey, as he was informed that in a month from that time the fleet was to sail from Seville for New Spain, and to miss the passage would have been a great inconvenience to him. In short, everybody was well pleased and glad at the captive's good fortune, and as now almost 2/3 of the night were past, they resolved to retire to rest for the remainder of it. Don Quixote offered to mount guard over the castle, lest they should be attacked by some giant or other malevolent scoundrel covetous of the great treasure of beauty. The castle contained those who understood him, returned him thanks for this service, and they gave the judge an account of his extraordinary humour, with which he was not a little amused. Sancho Panza alone was fuming at the lateness of the hour for retiring to rest, and he of all was the one that made himself most comfortable, as he stretched himself on the trappings of his ass, which, as will be told farther on, cost him so dear. The ladies then having retired to their chamber, and the others having disposed themselves with as little discomfort as they could, Don Quixote sallied out of the inn to act as sentinel of the castle, as he had promised. It happened, however, that a little before the approach of dawn, a voice so musical and sweet reached the ears of the ladies that it forced them all to listen attentively, but especially Dorothea, who had been awake, and by whose side Dona Clara de Vidma, for so the judge's daughter was called, lay sleeping. No one could imagine who it was that sang so sweetly, and the voice was unaccompanied by any instrument. At one moment it seemed to them as if the singer were in the courtyard, at another in the stable, and as they were all attention wondering, Cardenio came to the door, and said, "Listen, whoever is not asleep, and you will hear a muleteer's voice that enchants as it chants." "We are listening to it already, Senor," said Dorothea, on which Cardenio went away, and Dorothea, giving all her attention to it, made out the words of the song to be these. Chapter Roman 43, wherein is related the pleasant story of the muleteer, together with other strange things that came to pass in the inn. "Ah, me love's mariner am I, on love's deep ocean sailing. I know not where the haven lies, I dare not hope to gain it. One solitary distant star is all I have to guide me, a brighter orb than those of old, that pale in Eurus lighted, and vaguely drifting am I borne. Ill know that death is near me." The singer had got so far when it struck Dorothea that it was not fair to let Clara miss hearing such a sweet voice, so shaking her from side to side, she woke her, saying, "Forgive me, child, for waking thee, but I do so that thou mayest have the pleasure of hearing the best voice thou hast ever heard perhaps in all thy life." Clara awoke quite drowsy, and not understanding at the moment what Dorothea said, asked her what it was. She repeated what she had said, and Clara became attentive at once, but she had hardly heard 2 lines as the singer continued, when a strange trembling seized her, as if she were suffering from a severe attack of quartan ague, and throwing her arms round Dorothea, she said, "Ah, dear lady of my soul and life, why did you wake me? The greatest kindness fortune could do me now would be to close my eyes and ears, so as neither to see or hear that unhappy musician." "What art thou talking about, child?" said Dorothea. "Why, they say this singer is a muleteer." "Nay, he is the lord of many places," replied Clara, "and that one in my heart which he holds so firmly shall never be taken from him, unless he be willing to surrender it. Dorothea was amazed at the ardent language of the girl, for it seemed to be far beyond such experience of life as her tender years gave any promise of. So she said to her, "You speak in such a way that I cannot understand you, Senora Clara. Explain yourself more clearly, and tell me what is this you are saying about hearts and places, and this musician whose voice has so moved you. But do not tell me anything now. I do not want to lose the pleasure I get from listening to the singer, by giving my attention to your transports, for I perceive he is beginning to sing a new strain and a new air." "Let him in heaven's name," returned Clara, and not to hear him, she stopped both ears with her hands, at which Dorothea was again surprised, but turning her attention to the song, she found that it ran in this fashion: "Sweet hope, my stay, that onward to the goal of thy intent dost make thy way, heedless of hindrance or impediment, have thou no fear, if at each step thou findest death is near. No victory, no joy of triumph doth the faint heart know. Unblessed is he that a bold front to fortune dares not show, but soul and sense in bondage yieldeth up to indolence. If love his wares do dearly sell, his right must be contest. What gold compares with that whereon his stamp he hath impressed? And all men know what costeth little that we rate but low. Love resolute knows not the word impossibility, and though my suit beset by endless obstacles I see, yet no despair shall hold me bound to earth while heaven is there." Here the voice ceased, and Clara's sobs began afresh, all which excited Dorothea's curiosity to know what could be the cause of singing so sweet and weeping so bitter. So she again asked her what it was she was going to say. Before on this, Clara, afraid that Lucinda might overhear her, winding her arms tightly round Dorothea, put her mouth so close to her ear that she could speak without fear of being heard by anyone else, and said, "This singer, dear Senora, is the son of a gentleman of Aragon, lord of 2 villages, who lives opposite my father's house at Madrid, and though my father had curtains to the windows of his house in winter, and lattice work in summer, in some way I know not how this gentleman, who was pursuing his studies, saw me, whether in church or elsewhere I cannot tell, and in fact fell in love with me, and gave me to know it from the windows of his house with so many signs and tears that I was forced to believe him, and even to love him without knowing what it was he wanted of me. One of the signs he used to make me was to link one hand in the other to show me he wished to marry me, and though I should have been glad if that could be, being alone and motherless, I knew not whom to open my mind to, and so I left it, as it was showing him no favour, except when my father and his 2 were from home, to raise the curtain or the lattice a little, and let him see me plainly, at which he would show such delight that he seemed as if he were going mad. Meanwhile, the time for my father's departure arrived, which he became aware of, but not from me, for I had never been able to tell him of it. He fell sick of grief, I believe, and so the day we were going away, I could not see him to take farewell of him, were it only with the eyes. But after we had been 2 days on the road, on entering the posada of a village, day's journey from this, I saw him at the inn door in the dress of a muleteer, and so well disguised that if I did not carry his image graven on my heart, it would have been impossible for me to recognize him. But I knew him, and I was surprised and glad. He watched me unsuspected by my father, from whom he always hides himself when he crosses my path on the road or in the posadas where we halt, and as I know what he is, and reflect that for love of me he makes this journey on foot in all this hardship, I am ready to die of sorrow. And where he sets foot there, I set my eyes. I know not with what object he has come, or how he could have got away from his father, who loves him beyond measure, having no other heir, and because he deserves it, as you will perceive when you see him. And moreover, I can tell you all that he sings is out of his own head, for I have heard them say he is a great scholar and poet. And what is more, every time I see him or hear him sing, I tremble all over, and am terrified lest my father should recognize him, and come to know of our loves. I have never spoken a word to him in my life, and for all that I love him so that I could not live without him, this, dear Senora, is all I have to tell you about the musician, whose voice has delighted you so much, and from it alone you might easily perceive he is no muleteer, but a lord of hearts and towns, as I told you already. Say no more, Dona Clara, said Dorothea at this, at the same time kissing her 1,000 times over. Say no more, I tell you, but wait till day comes, when I trust in God to arrange this affair of yours, so that it may have the happy ending such an innocent beginning deserves. Ah, Senora, said Dona Clara, What end can be hoped for when his father is of such lofty position, and so wealthy that he would think I was not fit to be even a servant to his son, much less wife? And as to marrying without the knowledge of my father, I would not do it for all the world. I would not ask anything more than that this youth should go back and leave me perhaps with not seeing him, and the long distance we shall have to travel. The pain I suffer now may become easier, though I dare say the remedy I propose will do me very little good. I don't know how the devil this has come about, or how this love I have for him got in. I such a young girl, and he such a mere boy, for I verily believe we are both of an age, and I am not 16 yet, for I will be 16 Michaelmas Day next, my father says. Dorothea could not help laughing to hear how like a child Dona Clara spoke. Let us go to sleep now, Senora, said she, for the little of the night that I fancy is left to us God will soon send us daylight, and we will set all to rights, or it will go hard with me. With this they fell asleep, and deep silence reigned all through the inn. The only persons not asleep were the landlady's daughter and her servant Maritornes, who, knowing the weak point of Don Quixote's humour, and that he was outside the inn mounting guard in armour and on horseback, resolved the pair of them to play some trick upon him, or at any rate to amuse themselves for a while by listening to his nonsense. As it so happened, there was not a window in the whole inn that looked outwards, except a hole in the wall of a straw loft through which they used to throw out the straw. At this hole the two demodamsels posted themselves, and observed Don Quixote on his horse leaning on his pike, and from time to time sending forth such deep and doleful sighs that he seemed to pluck up his soul by the roots with each of them, and they could hear him too, saying in a soft, tender, loving tone, O my lady Dulcinea del Toboso, perfection of all beauty, summit and crown of discretion, treasure house of grace, depositary of virtue, and finally ideal of all that is good, honourable, and delectable in this world. What is thy grace doing now? Art thou, perchance, mindful of thy enslaved knight, who of his own free will hath exposed himself to so great perils, and all to serve thee? Give me tidings of her, O luminary of the three faces. Perhaps, at this moment, envious of hers thou art, regarding her either as she paces to and fro some gallery of her sumptuous palaces, or leans over some balcony meditating how, whilst preserving her purity and greatness, she may mitigate the tortures this wretched heart of mine endures for her sake. What glory should recompense my sufferings, what repose my toil, and lastly what death my life, and what reward my services? And thou, O son, that art now doubtless harnessing thy steeds in haste to rise betimes, and come forth to see my lady, when thou seest her I entreat of thee to salute her on my behalf, but have a care when thou shalt see her, and salute her, that thou kiss not her face, for I shall be more jealous of thee than thou wert of that light-footed ingrate that made thee sweat and run so on the plains of Thessaly, or on the banks of the Peneus, for I do not exactly recollect where it was thou didst run on that occasion in thy jealousy and love. Don Quixote had got so far in his pathetic speech when the landlady's daughter began to signal to him, saying, Senor, come over here, please. At these signals and voice Don Quixote turned his head, and saw by the light of the moon, which then was in its full splendour, that someone was calling to him from the hole in the wall, which seemed to him to be a window, and what is more, with a gilt grating as rich castles, such as he believed the inn to be ought to have. And it immediately suggested itself to his imagination that, as on the former occasion, the fair damsel, the daughter of the lady of the castle, overcome by love for him, was once more endeavouring to win his affections, and with this idea not to show himself discourteous or ungrateful, he turned Rocinante's head and approached the hole, and as he perceived the two wenches he said, I pity you, beauteous lady, that you should have directed your thoughts of love to a quarter, from whence it is impossible that such a return can be made to you, as is due to your great merit and gentle birth, for which you must not blame this unhappy knight-errant, whom love renders incapable of submission to any other than her whom the first moment his eyes beheld her, he made absolute mistress of his soul. Forgive me, noble lady, and retire to your apartment, and do not by any further declaration of your passion compel me to show myself more ungrateful, and if of the love you bear me you should find that there is anything else in my power, wherein I can gratify you, provided it be not love itself, demand it of me, for I swear to you by that sweet absent enemy of mine, to grant it this instant, though it be that you require of me a lock of Medusa's hair, which was all snakes, or even the very beams of the sun shut up in a vial. My mistress wants nothing of that sort, Sir Knight, said Maritornes at this. What then, discreet dame, is it that your mistress wants? Replied Don Quixote. Only one of your fair hands, said Maritornes, to enable her to vent over it the great passion which has brought her to this loophole, so much to the risk of her honour, for if the lord her father had heard her the least slice he would cut off her would be her ear. I should like to see that tried, said Don Quixote, but he had better beware of that if he does not want to meet the most disastrous end that ever father in the world met for having laid hands on the tender limbs of a love-stricken daughter. Maritornes felt sure that Don Quixote would present the hand she had asked, and making up her mind what to do, she got down from the hole and went into the stable, where she took the halter of Sancho Panza's ass, and in all haste returned to the hole, just as Don Quixote had planted himself, standing on Rocinante's saddle, in order to reach the grated window, where he supposed the lovelorn damsel to be, and giving her his hand, he said, Lady, take this hand, or rather this scourge of the evildoers of the earth, take, I say, this hand, which no other hand of woman has ever touched, not even hers, who has complete possession of my entire body. I present it to you not that you may kiss it, but that you may observe the contexture of the sinews, the close network of the muscles, the breadth and capacity of the veins, whence you may infer what must be the strength of the arm that has such a hand. That we shall see presently, said Maritornes, and making a running knot on the halter, she passed it over his wrist, and coming down from the hole tied the other end, very firmly, to the bolt of the door of the straw loft. Don Quixote, feeling the roughness of the rope on his wrist, exclaimed, Your grace seems to be grating, rather than caressing my hand, treat it not so harshly, for it is not to blame for the offence my resolution has given you, nor is it just to wreak all your vengeance on so small a part. Remember that one who loves so well should not revenge herself so cruelly. But there was nobody now to listen to these words of Don Quixote's, for as soon as Maritornes had tied him, she and the other made off ready to die, with laughing, leaving him fastened in such a way that it was impossible for him to release himself. He was, as has been said, standing on Rocinante with his arm passed through the hole, and his wrist tied to the bolt of the door, and in mighty fear and dread of being left hanging by the arm if Rocinante were to stir one side or the other, so he did not dare to make the least movement, although from the patience and imperturbable disposition of Rocinante, he had good reason to expect that he would stand without budging for a whole century, finding himself fast then, and that the ladies had retired. He began to fancy that all this was done by enchantment, as on the former occasion, when in that same castle that enchanted Moor carrier had belaboured him, and he cursed in his heart his own want of sense and judgment in venturing to enter the castle again, after having come off so badly, the first time it being a settled point with knights-errant, that when they have tried an adventure, and have not succeeded in it, it is a sign that it is not reserved for them, but for others, and that therefore they need not try it again. Nevertheless, he pulled his arm to see if he could release himself, but it had been made so fast that all his efforts were in vain. It is true he pulled it gently lest Rocinante should move, but try as he might to seat himself in the saddle, he had nothing for it but to stand upright or pull his hand off. Then it was he wished for the sword of Amadis, against which no enchantment whatever had any power. Then he cursed his ill fortune, then he magnified the loss the world would sustain by his absence, while he remained there enchanted, for that he believed he was beyond all doubt. Then he once more took to thinking of his beloved Dulcinea del Toboso. Then he called to his worthy squire Sancho Panza, who, buried in sleep and stretched upon the pack-saddle of his ass, was oblivious at that moment of the mother that bore him. Then he called upon the sages Lurgandeo and Alquife to come to his aid. Then he invoked his good friend Urganda to succour him, and then at last morning found him in such a state of desperation and perplexity that he was bellowing like a bull, for he had no hope that day would bring any relief to his suffering, which he believed would last for ever, inasmuch as he was enchanted, and of this he was convinced by seeing that Rocinante never stirred much or little, and he felt persuaded that he and his horse were to remain in this state, without eating or drinking or sleeping, until the malign influence of the stars was overpast, or until some other more sage enchanter should disenchant him. But he was very much deceived in this conclusion, for daylight had hardly begun to appear when there came up to the inn 4 men on horseback, well equipped, and accoutred with firelocks across their saddle-bows. They called out, and knocked loudly at the gate of the inn, which was still shut, on seeing which Don Quixote, even there, where he was, did not forget to act as sentinel, and said in a loud and imperious tone, Knights or squires, or whatever ye be, ye have no right to knock at the gates of this castle, for it is plain enough that they who are within are either asleep or else are not in the habit of throwing open the fortress, until the sun's rays are spread over the whole surface of the earth, withdraw to a distance and wait till it is broad daylight, and then we shall see whether it will be proper or not to open to you. What the devil fortress or castle is this, said one, to make us stand on such ceremony? If you are the innkeeper, bid them open to us. We are travellers who only want to feed our horses and go on, for we are in haste. "Do you think, gentlemen, that I look like an innkeeper?" said Don Quixote. "I don't know what you look like," replied the other, "but I know that you are talking nonsense when you call this in a castle." "A castle it is," returned Don Quixote, "nay more, one of the best in this whole province, and it has within it people who have had the sceptre in the hand, and the crown on the head." "It would be better if it were the other way," said the traveller, "the sceptre on the head, and the crown in the hand. But if so may be there is within some company of players, with whom it is a common thing to have those crowns and sceptres you speak of, for in such a small inn as this, and where such silence is kept, I do not believe any people entitled to crowns and sceptres can have taken up their quarters." "You know but little of the world," returned Don Quixote, "since you are ignorant of what commonly occurs in knight-errantry." But the comrades of the spokesman, growing weary of the dialogue with Don Quixote, renewed their knocks with great vehemence, so much so that the host, and not only he but everybody in the inn, awoke, and he got up to ask who knocked. It happened at this moment that one of the horses of the four who were seeking admittance went to smell Rocinante, who, melancholy, dejected, and with drooping ears, stood motionless supporting his sorely stretched master, and as he was after all flesh, though he looked as if he were made of wood, he could not help giving way, and in return smelling the one who had come to offer him attentions, but he had hardly moved at all when Don Quixote lost his footing, and slipping off the saddle he would have come to the ground, but for being suspended by the arm, which caused him such agony that he believed either his wrist would be cut through or his arm torn off, and he hung so near the ground that he could just touch it with his feet, which was all the worse for him, for finding how little was wanted to enable him to plant his feet firmly, he struggled and stretched himself as much as he could to gain a footing, just like those undergoing the torture of the strapado when they are fixed at touch, and no touch, who aggravate their own sufferings by their violent efforts to stretch themselves, deceived by the hope which makes them fancy that with a very little more they will reach the ground. Chapter Roman 44, in which are continued the unheard-of adventures of the... So loud, in fact, were the shouts of Don Quixote that the landlord, opening the gate of the inn in all haste, came out in dismay, and ran to see who was uttering such cries, and those who were outside joined him. Maritornes, who had been by this time roused up by the same outcry, suspecting what it was, ran to the loft, and without anyone seeing her untied the halter by which Don Quixote was suspended, and down he came to the ground in the sight of the landlord, and the travellers who approaching asked him what was the matter with him that he shouted so. He, without replying a word, took the rope off his wrist, and rising to his feet, leaped upon Rocinante, braced his buckler on his arm, put his lance in rest, and making a considerable circuit of the plain came back at a half-gallop, exclaiming, "Whoever shall say that I have been enchanted, with just cause, provided my lady, the Princess Micomicona, grants me permission to do so, I give him the lie, challenge him, and defy him to single combat." The newly arrived travellers were amazed at the words of Don Quixote, but the landlord removed their surprise by telling them who he was and not to mind him as he was out of his senses. They then asked the landlord if by any chance a youth of about 15 years of age had come to that inn, one dressed like a muleteer and of such and such an appearance, describing that of Dona Clara's lover. The landlord replied that there were so many people in the inn, he had not noticed the person they were inquiring for, but one of them, observing the coach in which the judge had come, said, "He is here, no doubt, for this is the coach he is following. Let one of us stay at the gate, and the rest go in to look for him, or indeed it would be as well if one of us went round the inn, lest he should escape over the wall of the yard." "So be it," said another, and while two of them went in, one remained at the gate, and the other made the circuit of the inn, observing all which the landlord was unable to conjecture for what reason they were taking all these precautions, though he understood they were looking for the youth whose description they had given him. It was by this time broad daylight, and for that reason, as well as in consequence of the noise, Don Quixote had made, everybody was awake and up, but particularly Dona Clara and Dorothea, for they had been able to sleep but badly that night, the one from agitation at having her lover so near her, the other from curiosity to see him. Don Quixote, when he saw that not one of the four travellers took any notice of him or replied to his challenge, was furious and ready to die with indignation and wrath, and if he could have found in the ordinances of chivalry that it was lawful for a knight-errant to undertake or engage in another enterprise when he had plighted his word and faith not to involve himself in any until he had made an end of the one to which he was pledged, he would have attacked the whole of them, and would have made them return an answer in spite of themselves, but considering that it would not become him nor be right to begin any new emprise until he had established Micomicona in her kingdom, he was constrained to hold his peace, and wait quietly to see what would be the upshot of the proceedings of those same travellers, one of whom found the youth they were seeking lying asleep by the side of a muleteer, without a thought of anyone coming in search of him, much less finding him. The man laid hold of him by the arm, saying, "It becomes you well indeed, Senor Don Luis, to be in the dress you wear, and well the bed in which I find you agrees with the luxury in which your mother reared you." The youth rubbed his sleepy eyes, and stared for a while at him who held him, but presently recognized him as one of his father's servants, at which he was so taken aback that for some time he could not find or utter a word, while the servant went on to say, "There is nothing for it now, Senor Don Luis, but to submit quietly and return home, unless it is your wish that my lord your father should take his departure for the other world, for nothing else can be the consequence of the grief he is in at your absence." "But how did my father know that I had gone this road, and in this dress?" said Don Luis. "It was a student to whom you confided your intentions," answered the servant, "that disclosed them, touched with pity at the distress. He saw your father suffer on missing you. He therefore dispatched 4 of his servants in quest of you, and here we all are at your service, better pleased than you can imagine that we shall return so soon, and be able to restore you to those eyes that so yearn for you." "That shall be as I please, or as heaven orders," returned Don Luis. "What can you please or heaven order?" said the other, "except to agree to go back. Anything else is impossible." All this conversation between the two was overheard by the muleteer at whose side Don Luis lay, and rising he went to report what had taken place to Don Fernando Cardenio, and the others who had by this time dressed themselves, and told them how the man had addressed the youth as Don and what words had passed, and how he wanted him to return to his father, which the youth was unwilling to do with this, and what they already knew of the rare voice that heaven had bestowed upon him. They all felt very anxious to know more particularly who he was, and even to help him if it was attempted to employ force against him, so they hastened to where he was still talking and arguing with his servant Dorothea. At this instant came out of her room, followed by Dona Clara, all in a tremor, and calling Cardenio aside, she told him in a few words the story of the musician and Dona Clara, and he at the same time told her what had happened, how his father's servants had come in search of him, but in telling her so he did not speak low enough, but that Dona Clara heard what he said, at which she was so much agitated that had not Dorothea hastened to support her, she would have fallen to the ground. Cardenio then bade Dorothea return to her room, as he would endeavour to make the whole matter right, and they did as he desired. All the 4 who had come in quest of Don Luis had now come into the inn, and surrounded him, urging him to return and console his father at once, and without a moment's delay, he replied that he could not do so on any account, until he had concluded some business in which his life, honour and heart were at stake. The servants pressed him, saying that most certainly they would not return without him, and that they would take him away whether he liked it or not. "You shall not do that," replied Don Luis, "unless you take me dead, though however you take me it will be without life." By this time most of those in the inn had been attracted by the dispute, but particularly Cardenio, Don Fernando, his companions, the judge, the curate, the barber, and Don Quixote, for he now considered there was no necessity for mounting guard over the castle any longer. Cardenio, being already acquainted with the young man's story, asked the men who wanted to take him away what object they had in seeking to carry off this youth against his will. "Our object," said one of the 4, "is to save the life of his father, who is in danger of losing it through this gentleman's disappearance." Upon this Don Luis exclaimed, "There is no need to make my affairs public here. I am free, and I will return if I please, and if not, none of you shall compel me." "Reason will compel your worship," said the man, "and if it has no power over you, it has power over us to make us do what we came for, and what it is our duty to do." "Let us hear what the whole affair is about," said the judge at this, but the man, who knew him as a neighbour of theirs, replied, "Do you not know this gentleman, Senor Judge? He is the son of your neighbour who has run away from his father's house in a dress so unbecoming his rank, as your worship may perceive." The judge on this looked at him more carefully, and recognized him, and embracing him said, "What folly is this, Senor Don Luis, or what can have been the cause that could have induced you to come here in this way, and in this dress which so ill becomes your condition?" Tears came into the eyes of the young man, and he was unable to utter a word in reply to the judge, who told the 4 servants not to be uneasy, for all would be satisfactorily settled, and then taking Don Luis by the hand, he drew him aside, and asked the reason of his having come there. But while he was questioning him, they heard a loud outcry at the gate of the inn, the cause of which was that 2 of the guests who had passed the night, there seeing everybody busy about finding out what it was the 4 men wanted, had conceived the idea of going off without paying what they owed, But the landlord, who minded his own affairs more than other people's, caught them going out of the gate, and demanded his reckoning, abusing them for their dishonesty with such language that he drove them to reply with their fists, and so they began to lay on him in such a style that the poor man was forced to cry out and call for help. The landlady and her daughter could see no one more free to give aid than Don Quixote, and to him the daughter said, "Sir Knight, by the virtue God has given you, help my poor father, for 2 wicked men are beating him to a mummy." To which Don Quixote very deliberately and phlegmatically replied, "Fair damsel, at the present moment your request is inopportune, for I am debarred from involving myself in any adventure until I have brought to a happy conclusion one to which my word has pledged me, but that which I can do for you is what I will now mention. Run and tell your father to stand his ground as well as he can in this battle, and on no account to allow himself to be vanquished, while I go and request permission of the Princess Micomicona to enable me to succor him in his distress, and if she grants it, rest assured I will relieve him from it." "Sinner that I am," exclaimed Maritornes, who stood by, "before you have got your permission, my master will be in the other world." "Give me leave, Senora, to obtain the permission I speak of," returned Don Quixote, "and if I get it, it will matter very little if he is in the other world, for I will rescue him thence, in spite of all the same world can do, or at any rate, I will give you such a revenge over those who shall have sent him there, that you will be more than moderately satisfied." And without saying anything more he went and knelt before Dorothea, requesting her highness in knightly and errant phrase to be pleased to grant him permission to aid and succor the castellan of that castle, who now stood in grievous jeopardy. The princess granted it graciously, and he at once, bracing his buckler on his arm and drawing his sword, hastened to the inn-gate, where the 2 guests were still handling the landlord roughly. But as soon as he reached the spot, he stopped short and stood still, though Maritornes and the landlady asked him why he hesitated to help their master and husband. "I hesitate," said Don Quixote, "because it is not lawful for me to draw sword against persons of squirely condition, but call my squire Sancho to me, for this defence and vengeance are his affair and business." Thus matters stood at the inn-gate, where there was a very lively exchange of fisticuffs and punches to the sore damage of the landlord, and to the wrath of Maritornes, the landlady and her daughter, who were furious when they saw the pusillanimity of Don Quixote and the hard treatment their master, husband, and father was undergoing. "But let us leave him there, for he will surely find someone to help him, and if not, let him suffer and hold his tongue who attempts more than his strength allows him to do, and let us go back 50 paces to see what Don Luis said in reply to the judge, whom we left questioning him privately as to his reasons for coming on foot and so meanly dressed." To which the youth, pressing his hand in a way that showed his heart was troubled by some great sorrow, and shedding a flood of tears, made answer, "Senor, I have no more to tell you than that from the moment when, through heaven's will, and our being near neighbours, I first saw Dona Clara your daughter, and my lady, from that instant I made her the mistress of my will, and if yours, my true lord and father, offers no impediment, this very day she shall become my wife. For her I left my father's house, and for her I assumed this disguise to follow her whithersoever she may go, as the arrow seeks its mark, or the sailor the pole star. She knows nothing more of my passion than what she may have learned from having sometimes seen from a distance that my eyes were filled with tears. You know already, Senor, the wealth and noble birth of my parents, and that I am their sole heir. If this be a sufficient inducement for you to venture to make me completely happy, accept me at once as your son, for if my father, influenced by other objects of his own, should disapprove of this happiness I have sought for myself, time has more power to alter and change things than human." With this the love-smitten youth was silent, while the judge, after hearing him, was astonished, perplexed, and surprised as well at the manner and intelligence with which Don Luis had confessed the secret of his heart, as at the position in which he found himself, not knowing what course to take in a matter so sudden and unexpected. All the answer, therefore, he gave him was to bid him to make his mind easy for the present, and arrange with his servants not to take him back that day, so that there might be time to consider what was best for all parties. Don Luis kissed his hands by force, nay, bathed them with his tears, in a way that would have touched a heart of marble, not to say that of the judge, who, as a shrewd man, had already perceived how advantageous the marriage would be to his daughter, though, were it possible, he would have preferred that it should be brought about with the consent of the father of Don Luis, who he knew looked for a title for his son. The guests had by this time made peace with the landlord, for by persuasion and Don Quixote's fair words more than by threats they had paid him what he demanded, and the servants of Don Luis were waiting for the end of the conversation with the judge and their master's decision, when the devil, who never sleeps, contrived that the barber from whom Don Quixote had taken Mambrino's helmet and Sancho Panza, the trappings of his ass in exchange for those of his own, should at this instant enter the inn which said barber, as he led his ass to the stable, observed Sancho Panza, engaged in repairing something or other belonging to the pack-saddle, and the moment he saw it he knew it, and made bold to attack Sancho, exclaiming, "Ho, sir thief, I have caught you hand over my basin, and my pack-saddle, and all my trappings that you robbed me of." Sancho, finding himself so unexpectedly assailed, and hearing the abuse poured upon him, seized the pack-saddle with one hand, and with the other gave the barber a cuff that bathed his teeth in blood. The barber, however, was not so ready to relinquish the prize he had made in the pack-saddle. On the contrary, he raised such an outcry that everyone in the inn came running to know what the noise and quarrel meant here in the name of the king. "And justice," he cried, "this thief and highwayman wants to kill me for trying to recover my property." "You lie," said Sancho, "I am no highwayman. It was in fair war my master Don Quixote won these spoils." Don Quixote was standing by at the time, highly pleased to see his squire's stoutness both offensive and defensive, and from that time forth he reckoned him a man of mettle, and in his heart resolved to dub him a knight on the first opportunity that presented itself, feeling sure that the order of chivalry would be fittingly bestowed upon him. In the course of the altercation, among other things, the barber said, "Gentlemen, this pack-saddle is mine as surely as I owe God a death, and I know it as well as if I had given birth to it, and here is my ass in the stable, who will not let me lie. Only try it, and if it does not fit him like a glove, call me a rascal. And what is more, the same day I was robbed of this, they robbed me likewise of a new brass basin, never yet handseled, that would fetch a crown any day." At this Don Quixote could not keep himself from answering and interposing between the two, and separating them, he placed the pack-saddle on the ground to lie there in sight, until the truth was established, and said, "Your worships may perceive clearly and plainly the error under which this worthy squire lies when he calls a basin which was is, and shall be the helmet of Mambrino, which I won from him in fair war, and made myself master of by legitimate and lawful possession. With the pack-saddle I do not concern myself, but I may tell you on that head that my squire Sancho asked my permission to strip off the caparison of this vanquished poltroon's steed, and with it adorn his own. I allowed him, and he took it. And as to its having been changed from a caparison into a pack-saddle, I can give no explanation, except the usual one, that such transformations will take place in adventures of chivalry, to confirm all which run Sancho my son, and fetch hither the helmet, which this good fellow calls a basin." "Egad, master," said Sancho, "if we have no other proof of our case than what your worship puts forward, Mambrino's helmet is just as much a basin as this good fellow's caparison is a pack-saddle." "Do as I bid thee," said Don Quixote. "It cannot be that everything in this castle goes by enchantment." Sancho hastened to where the basin was, and brought it back with him, and when Don Quixote saw it he took hold of it and said, "Your worships may see with what a face this squire can assert that this is a basin, and not the helmet I told you of, and I swear by the order of chivalry, I profess that this helmet is the identical one I took from him, without anything added to or taken from it." "There is no doubt of that," said Sancho, "for from the time my master won it, until now he has only fought one battle in it, when he let loose those unlucky men in chains, and if had not been for this basin helmet, he would not have come off over well that time, for there was plenty of stone-throwing in that affair." Chapter Roman 45, in which the doubtful question of Mambrino's helmet and the pack-saddle is finally settled, with other adventures that occurred in truth and earnest. "What do you think now, gentlemen," said the barber, "of what these gentles say when they want to make out that this is a helmet?" "And whoever says the contrary," said Don Quixote, "I will let him know he lies if he is a knight, and if he is a squire that he lies again 1,000 times. Our own barber, who was present at all this and understood Don Quixote's humour, so thoroughly took it into his head to back up his delusion, and carry on the joke for the general amusement, so addressing the other barber, he said, "Senor barber, or whatever you are, you must know that I belong to your profession too, and have had a license to practice for more than 20 years, and I know the implements of the barber craft, every one of them perfectly well, and I was likewise a soldier for some time in the days of my youth, and I know also what a helmet is, and a morion and a headpiece with a visor and other things pertaining to soldiering, I meant to say to soldiers' arms, and I say saving better opinions, and always with submission to sounder judgments, that this piece we have now before us, which this worthy gentleman has in his hands, not only is no barber's basin, but is as far from being one as white is from black, and truth from falsehood. I say moreover, that this, although it is a helmet, is not a complete helmet." "Certainly not," said Don Quixote, "for half of it is wanting, that is to say the beaver." "It is quite true," said the curate, who saw the object of his friend the barber and Cardenio Don Fernando, and his companions agreed with him, and even the judge, if his thoughts had not been so full of Don Luis' affair, would have helped to carry on the joke. But he was so taken up with the serious matters he had on his mind that he paid little or no attention to these facetious proceedings. "God bless me," exclaimed there, but the barber, "at this is it possible that such an honourable company can say that this is not a basin, but a helmet? Why, this is a thing that would astonish a whole university, however wise it might be. That will do if this basin is a helmet. Why then the pack-saddle must be a horse's caparison, as this gentleman has said." "To me it looks like a pack-saddle," said Don Quixote, "but I have already said that with that question I do not concern myself." "As to whether it be pack-saddle or caparison," said the curate, "it is only for Senor Don Quixote to say, for in these matters of chivalry all these gentlemen, and I bow to his authority." "By God, gentlemen," said Don Quixote, "so many strange things have happened to me in this castle, on the 2 occasions on which I have sojourned in it, that I will not venture to assert anything positively in reply to any question touching anything it contains, for it is my belief that everything that goes on within it goes by enchantment. The first time an enchanted Moor that there is in it gave me sore trouble, nor did Sancho fare well among certain followers of his, and last night I was kept hanging by this arm for nearly 2 hours without knowing how or why I came by such a mishap, so that now, for me to come forward to give an opinion in such a puzzling matter would be to risk a rash decision. As regards the assertion that this is a basin and not a helmet, I have already given an answer, but as to the question whether this is a pack-saddle or a caparison, I will not venture to give a positive opinion, but will leave it to your worship's better judgment, perhaps, as you are not dubbed knights like myself. The enchantments of this place have nothing to do with you, and your faculties are unfettered, and you can see things in this castle as they really and truly are, and not as they appear to me." "There can be no question," said Don Fernando, "on this, but that Senor Don Quixote has spoken very wisely, and that with us rests the decision of this matter, and that we may have surer ground to go on, I will take the votes of the gentlemen in secret, and declare the result clearly and fully." To those who were in on the secret of Don Quixote's humour, all this afforded great amusement, but to those who knew nothing about it, it seemed the greatest nonsense in the world, in particular to the 4 servants of Don Luis, as well as to Don Luis himself, and to 3 other travellers who had by chance come to the inn, and had the appearance of officers of the Holy Brotherhood, as indeed they were. But the one who above all was at his wits' end was the barber, whose basin there, before his very eyes, had been turned into Mambrino's helmet, and whose pack-saddle he had no doubt whatever was about to become a rich caparison for a horse. All laughed to see Don Fernando going from one to another, collecting the votes and whispering to them to give him their private opinion whether the treasure over which there had been so much fighting was a pack-saddle or a caparison. But after he had taken the votes of those who knew Don Quixote, he said aloud, "The fact is, my good fellow, that I am tired collecting such a number of opinions, for I find that there is not one of whom I ask what I desire to know who does not tell me that it is absurd to say that this is the pack-saddle of an ass, and not the caparison of a horse, nay, of a thoroughbred horse. So you must submit, for in spite of you and your ass, this is a caparison, and no pack-saddle, and you have stated and proved your case very badly." "May I never share heaven," said the poor barber, "if your worships are not all mistaken, and may my soul appear before God as that appears to me a pack-saddle, and not a caparison, but laws go, I say no more, and indeed I am not drunk, for I am fasting, except it be from sin." The simple talk of the barber did not afford less amusement than the absurdities of Don Quixote, who now observed, "There is no more to be done now than for each to take what belongs to him, and to whom God has given it, may St. Peter add his blessing." But said one of the 4 servants, "Unless indeed this is a deliberate joke, I cannot bring myself to believe that men so intelligent as those present are or seem to be can venture to declare and assert that this is not a basin, and that not a pack-saddle, but as I perceive that they do assert and declare it, I can only come to the conclusion that there is some mystery in this persistence, in what is so opposed to the evidence of experience and truth itself, for I swear by and here," he rapped out a round oath, "all the people in the world will not make me believe that this is not a barber's basin, and that a jackass pack-saddle." "It might easily be a chaise," observed the curate. "It is all the same," said the servant, "that is not the point, but whether it is or is not a pack-saddle, as your worships say." On hearing this, one of the newly arrived officers of the Brotherhood, who had been listening to the dispute and controversy, unable to restrain his anger and impatience, exclaimed, "It is a pack saddle, as sure as my father is my father, and whoever has said, or will say anything else must be drunk." "You lie like a rascally clown," returned Don Quixote, and lifting his pike, which he had never let out of his hand, he delivered such a blow at his head, that had not the officer dodged it, it would have stretched him at full length. The pike was shivered in pieces against the ground, and the rest of the officers, seeing their comrade assaulted, raised a shout calling for help for the Holy Brotherhood. The landlord, who was of the fraternity, ran at once to fetch his staff of office and his sword, and ranged himself on the side of his comrades. The servants of Don Luis clustered round him, lest he should escape from them. In the confusion, the barber, seeing the house turned upside down, once more laid hold of his pack-saddle, and Sancho did the same. Don Quixote drew his sword, and charged the officers. Don Luis cried out to his servants to leave him alone and go, and help Don Quixote, and Cardenio and Don Fernando, who were supporting him. The curate was shouting at the top of his voice, the landlady was screaming, her daughter was wailing, Maritornes was weeping, Dorothea was aghast, Lucinda terror-stricken, and Dona Clara. In a faint the barber cudgelled Sancho, and Sancho pommeled the barber. Don Luis gave one of his servants, who ventured to catch him by the arm to keep him from escaping, a cuff that bathed his teeth in blood. The judge took his part. Don Fernando had got one of the officers down, and was belabouring him heartily. The landlord raised his voice again, calling for help for the Holy Brotherhood, so that the whole inn was nothing but cries, shouts, shrieks, confusion, terror, dismay, mishaps, sword cuts, fisticuffs, cudgellings, kicks, and bloodshed. And in the midst of all this chaos, complication, and general entanglement, Don Quixote took it into his head that he had been plunged into the thick of the discord of Agramante's camp, and in a voice that shook the inn like thunder, he cried out, "Hold all, let all sheathe their swords, let all be calm and attend to me as they value their lives." All paused at his mighty voice, and he went on to say, "Did I not tell you, sirs, that this castle was enchanted, and that a legion or so of devils dwelt in it? In proof whereof I call upon you to behold with your own eyes how the discord of Agramante's camp has come hither, and been transferred into the midst of us. See how they fight there for the sword, here for the horse, on that side for the eagle, on this for the helmet. We are all fighting, and all at cross purposes. Come then, you senor judge and you senor curate, let the one represent King Agramante, and the other King Sobrino, and make peace among us, for by God Almighty, it is a sorry business that so many persons of quality as we are should slay one another for such trifling cause." The officers, who did not understand Don Quixote's mode of speaking, and found themselves roughly handled by Don Fernando Cardenio, and their companions, were not to be appeased. The barber was, however, for both his beard and his pack-saddle were the worse for the struggle. Sancho, like a good servant, obeyed the slightest word of his master, while the 4 servants of Don Luis kept quiet when they saw how little they gained by not being so. The landlord alone insisted upon it, that they must punish the insolence of this madman, who at every turn raised a disturbance in the inn. But at length the uproar was stilled. For the present the pack-saddle remained a caparison till the day of judgment, and the basin a helmet, and the inn a castle in Don Quixote's imagination. All having been now pacified and made friends by the persuasion of the judge and the curate, the servants of Don Luis began again to urge him to return with them at once, and while he was discussing the matter with them, the judge took counsel with Don Fernando Cardenio and the curate as to what he ought to do in the case, telling them how it stood, and what Don Luis had said to him. It was agreed at length that Don Fernando should tell the servants of Don Luis who he was, and that it was his desire that Don Luis should accompany him to Andalusia, where he would receive from the Marquis his brother the welcome his quality entitled him to, for otherwise it was easy to see from the determination of Don Luis that he would not return to his father at present, though they tore him to pieces on learning the rank of Don Fernando and the resolution of Don Luis. The 4 then settled it between themselves that 3 of them should return to tell his father how matters stood, and that the other should remain to wait upon Don Luis, and not leave him until they came back for him, or his father's orders were known. Thus by the authority of Agramante and the wisdom of King Sobrino, all this complication of disputes was arranged. But the enemy of concord and hater of peace, feeling himself slighted and made a fool of, and seeing how little he had gained after having involved them all in such an elaborate entanglement, resolved to try his hand once more by stirring up fresh quarrels and disturbances. It came about in this wise. The officers were pacified on learning the rank of those with whom they had been engaged, and withdrew from the contest, considering that whatever the result might be they were likely to get the worst of the battle. But one of them, the one who had been thrashed and kicked by Don Fernando, recollected that amongst warrants he carried for the arrest of certain delinquents, he had one against Don Quixote, whom the Holy Brotherhood had ordered to be arrested for setting the galley slaves free, as Sancho had with very good reason apprehended, suspecting how it was then he wished to satisfy himself as to whether Don Quixote's features corresponded, and taking a parchment out of his bosom, he lit upon what he was in search of, and setting himself to read it deliberately, for he was not a quick reader, as he made out each word, he fixed his eyes on Don Quixote, and went on comparing the description in the warrant with his face, and discovered that beyond all doubt he was the person described in it. As soon as he had satisfied himself, folding up the parchment, he took the warrant in his left hand, and with his right seized Don Quixote by the collar so tightly that he did not allow him to breathe, and shouted, "Aloud help for the Holy Brotherhood, and that you may see I demand it in earnest, read this warrant, which says this highwayman is to be arrested." The curate took the warrant, and saw that what the officer said was true, and that it agreed with Don Quixote's appearance, who on his part, when he found himself roughly handled by this rascally clown, worked up to the highest pitch of wrath, and all his joints cracking with rage, with both hands seized the officer by the throat with all his might, so that had he not been helped by his comrades, he would have yielded up his life ere Don Quixote released his hold. The landlord, who had perforce to support his brother officers, ran at once to aid them. The landlady, when she saw her husband engaged in a fresh quarrel, lifted up her voice afresh, and its note was immediately caught up by Maritornes, and her daughter calling upon heaven and all present for help. And Sancho, seeing what was going on, exclaimed, "By the Lord, it is quite true what my master says about the enchantments of this castle, for it is impossible to live an hour in peace in it." Don Fernando parted the officer and Don Quixote, and to their mutual contentment made them relax the grip by which they held, the one the coat collar, the other the throat of his adversary. For all this, however, the officers did not cease to demand their prisoner, and call on them to help and deliver him over, bound into their power, as was required for the service of the king, and of the Holy Brotherhood, on whose behalf they again demanded aid and assistance to effect the capture of this robber and footpad of the highways. Don Quixote smiled when he heard these words, and said very calmly, "Come now, base ill-born brood, call yet highway robbery, to give freedom to those in bondage, to release the captives, to succor the miserable, to raise up the fallen, to relieve the needy, infamous beings, who by your vile grovelling intellects deserve that heaven should not make known to you the virtue that lies in knight-errantry, or show you the sin and ignorance in which ye lie when ye refuse to respect the shadow, not to say the presence of any knight-errant. Come now, band, not of officers, but of thieves' footpads with the license of the Holy Brotherhood, tell me who was the ignoramus who signed a warrant of arrest against such a knight as I am? Who was he that did not know that knights-errant are independent of all jurisdictions, that their law is their sword, their charter their prowess, and their edicts their will? Who, I say again, was the fool that knows not that there are no letters patent of nobility that confer such privileges or exemptions as a knight-errant acquires the day he is dubbed a knight, and devotes himself to the arduous calling of chivalry? What knight-errant ever paid poll tax, duty, queens, pin-money, kings, dues, toll, or ferry? What tailor ever took payment of him for making his clothes? What castellan that received him in his castle ever made him pay his shot? What king did not seat him at his table? What damsel was not enamoured of him, and did not yield herself up wholly to his will and pleasure? And lastly, what knight-errant has there been, is there, or will there ever be in the world, not bold enough to give single-handed 400 cudgellings to 400 officers of the Holy Brotherhood, if they come in his way? Chapter Roman 46 of the end of the notable adventure of the officers of the Holy Brotherhood, and of the great ferocity of our worthy knight Don Quixote. While Don Quixote was talking in this strain, the curate was endeavouring to persuade the officers that he was out of his senses, as they might perceive by his deeds and his words, and that they need not press the matter any further, for even if they arrested him and carried him off, they would have to release him by and by as a madman. To which the holder of the warrant replied that he had nothing to do with inquiring into Don Quixote's madness, but only to execute his superior's orders, and that once taken they might let him go 300 times if they liked. For all that, said the curate, you must not take him away this time, nor will he, it is my opinion, let himself be taken away. In short, the curate used such arguments, and Don Quixote did such mad things, that the officers would have been more mad than he was if they had not perceived his want of wits. And so they thought it best to allow themselves to be pacified, and even to act as peacemakers between the barber and Sancho Panza, who still continued their altercation with much bitterness. In the end, they, as officers of justice, settled the question by arbitration, in such a manner that both sides were, if not perfectly contented, at least to some extent satisfied, for they changed the pack-saddles, but not the girths or headstalls, and as to Mambrino's helmet the curate under the rose, and without Don Quixote's knowing it paid 8 reals for the basin, and the barber executed a full receipt and engagement to make no further demand, then or thenceforth for evermore, amen. These 2 disputes, which were the most important and gravest, being settled, it only remained for the servants of Don Luis to consent that 3 of them should return, while 1 was left to accompany him, whither Don Fernando desired to take him, and good luck, and better fortune, having already begun to solve difficulties, and remove obstructions in favour of the lovers and warriors of the inn, were pleased to persevere and bring everything to a happy issue, for the servants agreed to do as Don Luis wished, which gave Dona Clara such happiness that no one could have looked into her face just then without seeing the joy of her heart. Zoraida, though she did not fully comprehend all she saw, was grave or gay without knowing why, as she watched and studied the various countenances, but particularly her Spaniards, whom she followed with her eyes, and clung to, with her soul, the gift and compensation which the curate gave the barber had not escaped the landlord's notice, and he demanded Don Quixote's reckoning together with the amount of the damage to his wineskins, and the loss of his wine, swearing that neither Rocinante nor Sancho's ass should leave the inn until he had been paid to the very last farthing. The curate settled all amicably, and Don Fernando paid, though the judge had also very readily offered to pay the score, and all became so peaceful and quiet that the inn no longer reminded one of the discord of Agramante's camp, as Don Quixote said, but of the peace and tranquillity of the days of Octavianus, for all which it was the universal opinion that their thanks were due to the great zeal and eloquence of the curate, and to the unexampled generosity of Don Fernando. Finding himself now clear and quit of all quarrels, his squires, as well as his own Don Quixote, considered that it would be advisable to continue the journey he had begun, and bring to a close that great adventure for which he had been called and chosen, and with this high resolve, he went and knelt before Dorothea, who however would not allow him to utter a word, until he had risen so to obey her. He rose and said, "It is a common proverb, fair lady, that diligence is the mother of good fortune, and experience has often shown in important affairs that the earnestness of the negotiator brings the doubtful case to a successful termination. But in nothing does this truth show itself more plainly than in war, where quickness and activity forestall the devices of the enemy, and win the victory before the foe has time to defend himself. All this I say, exalted and esteemed lady, because it seems to me that for us to remain any longer in this castle now is useless, and may be injurious to us in a way that we shall find out some day, for who knows, but that your enemy the giant may have learned by means of secret and diligent spies that I am going to destroy him, and if the opportunity be given him, he may seize it to fortify himself in some impregnable castle or stronghold, against which all my efforts and the might of my indefatigable arm may avail. But little therefore, lady, let us, as I say, forestall his schemes by our activity, and let us depart at once in quest of fair fortune, for your highness is only kept from enjoying it as fully as you could desire by my delay in encountering your adversary." Don Quixote held his peace, and said no more, calmly awaiting the reply of the beauteous princess, who with commanding dignity, and in a style adapted to Don Quixote's own, replied to him in these words: "I give you thanks, Sir Knight, for the eagerness you, like a good knight, to whom it is a natural obligation to succour the orphan and the needy, display to afford me aid in my sore trouble, and heaven grant that your wishes and mine may be realized, so that you may see that there are women in this world capable of gratitude. As to my departure, let it be forthwith, for I have no will but yours dispose of me entirely in accordance with your good pleasure, for she who has once entrusted to you the defence of her person, and placed in your hands the recovery of her dominions, must not think of offering opposition to that which your wisdom may ordain." "On then, in God's name," said Don Quixote, "for when a lady humbles herself to me, I will not lose the opportunity of raising her up, and placing her on the throne of her ancestors. Let us depart at once, for the common saying that in delay there is danger lends spurs to my eagerness to take the road, and as neither heaven has created nor hell seen any that can daunt or intimidate me, saddle Rocinante, Sancho, and get ready thy ass and the queen's palfrey, and let us take leave of the castellan and these gentlemen, and go hence this very instant." Sancho, who was standing by all the time, said, shaking his head, "Ah, master, master, there is more mischief in the village than one hears of, begging all good bodies pardon." "What mischief can there be in any village, or in all the cities of the world, you booby, that can hurt my reputation?" said Don Quixote. "If your worship is angry," replied Sancho, I will hold my tongue and leave unsaid what as a good squire I am bound to say, and what a good servant should tell his master. Say what thou wilt, returned Don Quixote, provided thy words be not meant to work upon my fears, for thou, if thou fearest, art behaving like thyself, but I like myself in not fearing. It is nothing of the sort, as I am a sinner before God, said Sancho, but that I take it to be sure, and certain that this lady who calls herself queen of the great kingdom of Micomicon is no more so than my mother, for if she was what she says, she would not go rubbing noses with one that is here every instant and behind every door. Dorothea turned red at Sancho's words, for the truth was that her husband Don Fernando had now, and then when the others were not looking, gathered from her lips some of the reward his love had earned, and Sancho, seeing this, had considered that such freedom was more like a courtesan than a queen of a great kingdom. She, however, being unable or not caring to answer him, allowed him to proceed, and he continued, this I say, senner, because if after we have travelled roads and highways, and passed bad nights and worse days, one who is now enjoying himself in this inn is to reap the fruit of our labours, there is no need for me to be in a hurry to saddle Rocinante, put the pad on the ass, or get ready the palfrey, for it will be better for us to stay quiet, and let every jade mind her spinning, and let us go to dinner. Good God, what was the indignation of Don Quixote when he heard the audacious words of his squire! So great was it, that in a voice inarticulate with rage, with a stammering tongue and eyes that flashed living fire, he exclaimed, rascally clown, boorish, insolent, and ignorant, ill-spoken, foul-mouthed, impudent, backbiter, and slanderer, hast thou dared to utter such words in my presence, and in that of these illustrious ladies? Hast thou dared to harbour such gross and shameless thoughts in thy muddled imagination? Begone from my presence, thou born monster, storehouse of lies, hoard of untruths, garner of knaveries, inventor of scandals, publisher of absurdities, enemy of the respect due to royal personages. Begone, show thyself no more before me under pain of my wrath. And so saying, he knitted his brows, puffed out his cheeks, gazed around him, and stamped on the ground violently, with his right foot, showing in every way the rage that was pent up in his heart. And at his words and furious gestures, Sancho was so scared and terrified that he would have been glad if the earth had opened that instant and swallowed him, and his only thought was to turn round and make his escape from the angry presence of his master. But the ready-witted Dorothea, who by this time so well understood Don Quixote's humour, said to mollify his wrath, be not irritated at the absurdities your good squire has uttered, Sir Knight of the Rueful Countenance, for perhaps he did not utter them without cause, and from his good sense and Christian conscience it is not likely that he would bear false witness against anyone. We may therefore believe without any hesitation that since, as you say, Sir Knight, everything in this castle goes, and is brought about by means of enchantment, Sancho, I say, may possibly have seen through this diabolical medium what he says he saw, so much to the detriment of my modesty. I swear by God omnipotent, exclaimed Don Quixote, at this your highness has hit the point, and that some vile illusion must have come before this sinner of a Sancho, that made him see what it would have been impossible to see by any other means than enchantments, for I know well enough from the poor fellow's goodness and harmlessness that he is incapable of bearing false witness against anybody. True, no doubt, said Don Fernando, for which reason, Senor Don Quixote, you ought to forgive him, and restore him to the bosom of your favour, sicut erat in principio, before illusions of this sort had taken away his senses. Don Quixote said he was ready to pardon him, and the curate went for Sancho, who came in very humbly, and falling on his knees, begged for the hand of his master, who, having presented it to him, and allowed him to kiss it, gave him his blessing, and said, now, Sancho, my son, thou wilt be convinced of the truth of what I have many a time told thee, that everything in this castle is done by means of enchantment. So it is, I believe, said Sancho, except the affair of the blanket, which came to pass in reality by ordinary means. Believe it not, said Don Quixote, for had it been so I would have avenged thee that instant, or even now, but neither then nor now could I, nor have I seen anyone upon whom to avenge thy wrong. They were all eager to know what the affair of the blanket was, and the landlord gave them a minute account of Sancho's flights, at which they laughed not a little, and at which Sancho would have been no less out of countenance had not his master once more assured him it was all enchantment, for all that his simplicity never reached so high a pitch that he could persuade himself it was not the plain and simple truth, without any deception whatever about it, that he had been blanketed by beings of flesh and blood, and not by visionary and imaginary phantoms, as his master believed and protested. The illustrious company had now been 2 days in the inn, and as it seemed to them time to depart, they devised a plan so that without giving Dorothea and Don Fernando the trouble of going back with Don Quixote to his village, under pretence of restoring Queen Micomicona, the curate and the barber might carry him away with them as they proposed, and the curate be able to take his madness in hand at home. And in pursuance of their plan, they arranged with the owner of an ox-cart, who happened to be passing that way, to carry him after this fashion. They constructed a kind of cage with wooden bars large enough to hold Don Quixote comfortably, and then Don Fernando and his companions, the servants of Don Luis, and the officers of the Brotherhood, together with the landlord, by the directions and advice of the curate, covered their faces and disguised themselves, some in one way, some in another, so as to appear to Don Quixote quite different from the persons he had seen in the castle. This done in profound silence, they entered the room where he was asleep, taking his rest after the past phrase, and advancing to where he was sleeping, tranquilly, not dreaming of anything of the kind happening, they seized him firmly, and bound him fast hand and foot, so that when he awoke startled, he was unable to move, and could only marvel and wonder at the strange figures he saw before him, upon which he at once gave way to the idea which his crazed fancy invariably conjured up before him, and took it into his head that all these shapes were phantoms of the enchanted castle, and that he himself was unquestionably enchanted, as he could neither move nor help himself. Precisely what the curate, the concoctor of the scheme, expected would happen of all that were there. Sancho was the only one who was at once in his senses, and in his own proper character, and he, though he was within very little of sharing his master's infirmity, did not fail to perceive who all these disguised figures were, but he did not dare to open his lips until he saw what came of this assault and capture of his master, nor did the latter utter a word, waiting to the upshot of his mishap, which was that, bringing in the cage, they shut him up in it, and nailed the bars so firmly that they could not be easily burst open. They then took him on their shoulders, and as they passed out of the room, an awful voice, as much so as the barber, not he of the pack-saddle, but the other, was able to make it was heard to say, O knight of the rueful countenance, let not this captivity, in which thou art placed, afflict thee, for this must needs be for the more speedy accomplishment of the adventure, in which thy great heart has engaged thee, the which shall be accomplished, when the raging Manchegan lion and the white Tabusan dove shall be linked together, having first humbled their haughty necks to the gentle yoke of matrimony, and from this marvellous union shall come forth to the light of the world brave whelps, that shall rival the ravening claws of their valiant father. And this shall come to pass ere the pursuer of the flying nymph shall in his swift natural course have twice visited the starry signs, and thou, O most noble and obedient squire, that ever bore sword at side, beard on face or nose to smell with, be not dismayed or grieved to see the flower of knight-errantry carried away thus before thy very eyes, for soon, if it so please the framer of the universe, thou shalt see thyself exalted to such a height, that thou shalt not know thyself, and the promises which thy good master has made thee shall not prove false, and I assure thee on the authority of the sage Mentirniana, that thy wages shall be paid thee as thou shalt see in due season. Follow, then, the footsteps of the valiant enchanted knight, for it is expedient that thou shouldst go to the destination assigned to both of you, and as it is not permitted to me to say more, God be with thee, for I return to that place I wot of. And as he brought the prophecy to a close, he raised his voice to a high pitch, and then lowered it to such a soft tone, that even those who knew it was all a joke were almost inclined to take what they heard seriously. Don Quixote was comforted by the prophecy he heard, for he at once comprehended its meaning perfectly, and perceived it was promised to him that he should see himself united in holy and lawful matrimony with his beloved Dulcinea del Toboso, from whose blessed womb should proceed the whelps his sons to the eternal glory of La Mancha, and being thoroughly and firmly persuaded of this, he lifted up his voice, and with a deep sigh exclaimed, O thou, whoever thou art, who hast foretold me so much good, I implore of thee that, on my part, thou entreat that sage enchanter who takes charge of my interests, that he leave me not to perish in this captivity, in which they are now carrying me away, ere I see fulfilled promises so joyful and incomparable as those which have been now made me. For let this but come to pass, and I shall glory in the pains of my prison, find comfort in these chains wherewith they bind me, and regard this bed whereon they stretch me not as a hard battlefield, but as a soft and happy nuptial couch. And touching the consolation of Sancho Panza, my squire, I rely upon his goodness and rectitude, that he will not desert me in good or evil fortune, for if by his ill luck or mine it may not happen to be in my power to give him the island I have promised, or any equivalent for it, at least his wages shall not be lost, for in my will, which is already made, I have declared the sum that shall be paid to him measured not by his many faithful services, but by the means at my disposal. Sancho bowed his head very respectfully, and kissed both his hands for being tied together, he could not kiss one, and then the apparitions lifted the cage upon their shoulders, and fixed it upon the ox-cart. Chapter Roman 47 of the strange manner in which Don Quixote of La Mancha was carried away enchanted together with other remarkable incidents. When Don Quixote saw himself caged and hoisted on the cart in this way, he said, "Many grave histories of knights-errant have I read, but never yet have I read, seen, or heard of their carrying off enchanted knights-errant in this fashion, or at the slow pace that these lazy sluggish animals promise, for they always take them away through the air with marvellous swiftness, enveloped in a dark thick cloud, or on a chariot of fire, or it may be on some hippogriff or other beast of the kind, but to carry me off like this on an ox-cart, by God, it puzzles me. But perhaps the chivalry and enchantments of our day take a different course from that of those in days gone by. And it may be too that, as I am a new knight in the world, and the first to revive the already forgotten calling of knight-adventurers, they may have newly invented other kinds of enchantments, and other modes of carrying off the enchanted. What thinkest thou of the matter, Sancho, my son?" "I don't know what to think," answered Sancho, "not being as well read as your worship in errant writings, but for all that I venture to say, and swear, that these apparitions that are about us are not quite Catholic." "Catholic," said Don Quixote, "father of me, how can they be Catholic, when they are all devils that have taken fantastic shapes to come and do this, and bring me to this condition? And if thou wouldst prove it, touch them and feel them, and thou wilt find they have only bodies of air and no consistency, except in appearance." "By God, master," returned Sancho, "I have touched them already, and that devil that goes about there so busily has firm flesh and another property, very different from what I have heard say devils have, for by all accounts they all smell of brimstone and other bad smells. But this one smells of amber half a league off." Sancho was here speaking of Don Fernando, who, like a gentleman of his rank, was very likely perfumed, as Sancho said. "Marvel not at that, Sancho, my friend," said Don Quixote, "for let me tell thee, devils are crafty, and even if they do carry odours about with them, they themselves have no smell, because they are spirits, or if they have any smell they cannot smell of anything sweet, but of something foul and fetid, and the reason is that as they carry hell with them wherever they go, and can get no ease whatever from their torments, and as a sweet smell is a thing that gives pleasure and enjoyment, it is impossible that they can smell sweet. If then this devil thou speakest of seems to thee to smell of amber, either thou art deceiving thyself, or he wants to deceive thee by making thee fancy he is not a devil." Such was the conversation that passed between master and man and Don Fernando, and Cardenio, apprehensive of Sancho's making a complete discovery of their scheme towards which he had already gone some way, resolved to hasten their departure, and calling the landlord aside, they directed him to saddle Rocinante, and put the pack-saddle on Sancho's ass, which he did with great alacrity. In the meantime, the curate had made an arrangement with the officers that they should bear them company, as far as his village, he paying them so much a day. Cardenio hung the buckler on one side of the bow of Rocinante's saddle, and the basin on the other, and by signs commanded Sancho to mount his ass and take Rocinante's bridle, and at each side of the cart he placed 2 officers with their muskets. But before the cart was put in motion, out came the landlady and her daughter and Maritornes to bid Don Quixote farewell, pretending to weep with grief at his misfortune. And to them Don Quixote said, "Weep not, good ladies, for all these mishaps are the lot of those who follow the profession I profess, and if these reverses did not befall me, I should not esteem myself a famous knight-errant, for such things never happen to knights of little renown and fame, because nobody in the world thinks about them. To valiant knights they do, for these are envied for their virtue and valour by many princes and other knights, who compass the destruction of the worthy by base means. Nevertheless virtue is of herself so mighty, that in spite of all the magic that Zoroaster, its first inventor, knew, she will come victorious out of every trial, and shed her light upon the earth, as the sun does upon the heavens. Forgive me, fair ladies, if through inadvertence I have in aught offended you, for intentionally and wittingly I have never done so to any, and pray to God that he deliver me from this captivity to which some malevolent enchanter has consigned me, and should I find myself released therefrom, the favours that ye have bestowed upon me in this castle shall be held in memory by me, that I may acknowledge, recognize, and requite them as they deserve." While this was passing between the ladies of the castle, and Don Quixote the curate and the barber bade farewell to Don Fernando, and his companions, to the captain his brother, and the ladies now all made happy, and in particular to Dorothea and Lucinda, they all embraced one another, and promised to let each other know how things went with them, and Don Fernando directed the curate where to write to him to tell him what became of Don Quixote, assuring him that there was nothing that could give him more pleasure than to hear of it, and that he too on his part would send him word of everything he thought he would like to know about his marriage, Zoraida's baptism, Don Luis' affair, and Lucinda's return to her home. The curate promised to comply with his request carefully, and they embraced once more and renewed their promises. The landlord approached the curate and handed him some papers, saying he had discovered them in the lining of the valise in which the novel of the ill-advised curiosity had been found, and that he might take them all away with him, as their owner had not since returned, for, as he could not read, he did not want them himself. The curate thanked him, and opening them he saw at the beginning of the manuscript the words novel of Rinconete and Cortadillo, by which he perceived that it was a novel, and as that of the ill-advised curiosity had been good, he concluded this would be so too, as they were both probably by the same author, so he kept it, intending to read it when he had an opportunity. He then mounted, and his friend, the barber, did the same, both masked so as not to be recognized by Don Quixote, and set out following in the rear of the cart. The order of march was this: first went the cart with the owner leading it, at each side of it marched the officers of the Brotherhood, as has been said, with their muskets. Then followed Sancho Panza on his ass, leading Rocinante by the bridle, and behind all came the curate and the barber on their mighty mules, with faces covered as aforesaid, and a grave and serious air, measuring their pace to suit the slow steps of the oxen. Don Quixote was seated in the cage with his hands tied, and his feet stretched out, leaning against the bars, as silent and as patient as if he were a stone statue, and not a man of flesh. Thus slowly and silently they made, it might be 2 leagues, until they reached a valley which the carter thought a convenient place for resting and feeding his oxen, and he said so to the curate, but the barber was of opinion that they ought to push on a little farther, as at the other side of a hill, which appeared close by, he knew there was a valley that had more grass and much better than the one where they proposed to halt, and his advice was taken, and they continued their journey. Just at that moment, the curate, looking back, saw coming on behind them 6 or 7 mounted men, well found and equipped, who soon overtook them, for they were travelling not at the sluggish, deliberate pace of oxen, but like men who rode cannons' mules, and in haste to take their noontide rest as soon as possible at the inn, which was in sight not a league off. The quick travellers came up, with the slow and courteous salutations were exchanged, and one of the newcomers, who was in fact a canon of Toledo, and master of the others, who accompanied him, observing the regular order of the procession, the cart, the officers, Sancho, Rocinante, the curate, and the barber, and above all Don Quixote caged and confined, could not help asking what was the meaning of carrying the man in that fashion, though from the badges of the officers he already concluded that he must be some desperate highwayman or other malefactor, whose punishment fell within the jurisdiction of the Holy Brotherhood. One of the officers to whom he had put the question replied, "Let the gentleman himself tell you the meaning of his going this way, Senor, for we do not know." Don Quixote overheard the conversation, and said, "Haply, gentlemen, you are versed and learned in matters of errant chivalry, because if you are, I will tell you my misfortunes; if not, there is no good in my giving myself the trouble of relating them." But here the curate and the barber, seeing that the travellers were engaged in conversation with Don Quixote, came forward in order to answer in such a way as to save their stratagem from being discovered. The canon, replying to Don Quixote, said, "In truth, brother, I know more about books of chivalry than I do about Villalpando's elements of logic, so if that be all, you may safely tell me what you please." "In God's name, then, Senor," replied Don Quixote, "if that be so, I would have you know that I am held enchanted in this case by the envy and fraud of wicked enchanters, for virtue is more persecuted by the wicked than loved by the good. I am a knight errant, and not one of those whose name's fame has never thought of immortalizing in her record, but of those who, in defiance and in spite of envy itself, and all the magicians that Persia or Brahmins that India or gymnosophists that Ethiopia ever produced, will place their names in the temple of immortality, to serve as examples and patterns for ages to come, whereby knights errant may see the footsteps in which they must tread, if they would attain the summit and crowning point of honor in arms." "What Senor Don Quixote of La Mancha says," observed the curate, "is the truth, for he goes enchanted in this cart, not from any fault or sins of his, but because of the malevolence of those to whom virtue is odious, and valor hateful. This Senor is the knight of the rueful countenance, if you have ever heard him named, whose valiant achievements and mighty deeds shall be written on lasting brass and imperishable marble, notwithstanding all the efforts of envy to obscure them, and malice to hide them." When the canon heard both the prisoner and the man who was at liberty talk in such a strain, he was ready to cross himself in his astonishment, and could not make out what had befallen him, and all his attendants were in the same state of amazement. At this point Sancho Panza, who had drawn near to hear the conversation, said, in order to make everything plain, "Well, sirs, you may like or dislike what I am going to say, but the fact of the matter is my master Don Quixote is just as much enchanted as my mother. He is in his full senses, he eats and he drinks, and he has his calls like other men, and as he had yesterday before they caged him, and, if that's the case, what do they mean by wanting me to believe that he is enchanted? For I have heard many a one say that enchanted people neither eat nor sleep nor talk, and my master, if you don't stop him, will talk more than 30 lawyers. Then turning to the curate, he exclaimed, "Ah, senor curate, do you think I don't know you? Do you think I don't guess, and see the drift of these new enchantments? Well then, I can tell you I know you, for all your face is covered. And I can tell you I am up to you, however you may hide your tricks. After all, where envy reigns virtue cannot live, and where there is niggardliness there can be no liberality. Ill betide the devil, if it had not been for your worship, my master would be married to the Princess Micomicona this minute, and I should be a count at least, for no less was to be expected, as well from the goodness of my master, him of the rueful countenance, as from the greatness of my services. But I see now how true it is what they say in these parts, that the wheel of fortune turns faster than a mill wheel, and that those who were up yesterday are down today. I am sorry for my wife and children, for when they might fairly and reasonably expect to see their father return to them, a governor or viceroy of some island or kingdom, they will see him come back a horseboy. I have said all this, senor curate, only to urge your paternity to lay to your conscience your ill treatment of my master, and have a care that God does not call you to account in another life for making a prisoner of him in this way, and charge against you all the succors and good deeds that my lord Don Quixote leaves undone while he is shut up." "Trim those lamps there," exclaimed the barber at this, "so you are of the same fraternity as your master too, Sancho. By God, I begin to see that you will have to keep him company in the cage, and be enchanted like him, for having caught some of his humour and chivalry, it was an evil hour when you let yourself be got with child by his promises, and that island you long so much for found its way into your head." "I am not with child by anyone," returned Sancho, "nor am I a man to let myself be got with child if it was by the king himself. Though I am poor, I am an old Christian, and I owe nothing to nobody. And if I long for an island, other people long for worse. Each of us is the son of his own works, and being a man I may come to be pope, not to say governor of an island, especially as my master may win so many that he will not know whom to give them to. Mind how you talk, master barber, for shaving is not everything, and there is some difference between Peter and Peter. I say this because we all know one another, and it will not do to throw false dice with me. And as to the enchantment of my master, God knows the truth. Leave it as it is, it only makes it worse to stir it." The barber did not care to answer Sancho, lest by his plain speaking he should disclose what the curate and he himself were trying so hard to conceal, and under the same apprehension the curate had asked the canon to ride on a little in advance, so that he might tell him the mystery of this man in the cage and other things that would amuse him. The canon agreed, and going on ahead with his servants, listened with attention to the account of the character, life, madness, and ways of Don Quixote, given him by the curate, who described to him briefly the beginning and origin of his craze, and told him the whole story of his adventures, up to his being confined in the cage, together with the plan they had of taking him home to try, if by any means they could discover a cure for his madness. The canon and his servants were surprised anew when they heard Don Quixote's strange story, and when it was finished, he said, "To tell the truth, senor curate, I for my part consider what they call books of chivalry to be mischievous to the state, and though led by idle and false taste, I have read the beginnings of almost all that have been printed. I never could manage to read any one of them from beginning to end, for it seems to me they are all more or less the same thing, and one has nothing more in it than another, this no more than that, and in my opinion this sort of writing and composition is of the same species as the fables they call the Milesian nonsensical tales, that aim solely at giving amusement, and not instruction, exactly the opposite of the apologue fables, which amuse and instruct at the same time. And though it may be the chief object of such books to amuse, I do not know how they can succeed when they are so full of such monstrous nonsense. For the enjoyment the mind feels must come from the beauty and harmony which it perceives or contemplates in the things that the eye or the imagination brings before it, and nothing that has any ugliness or disproportion about it can give any pleasure. What beauty then, or what proportion of the parts to the whole, or of the whole to the parts, can there be in a book or fable where a lad of 16 cuts down a giant as tall as a tower, and makes 2 halves of him as if he was an almond cake, and when they want to give us a picture of a battle, after having told us that there are 1,000,000 of combatants on the side of the enemy, let the hero of the book be opposed to them, and we have perforce to believe, whether we like it or not, that the said knight wins the victory by the single might of his strong arm, and then what shall we say of the facility with which a born queen or empress will give herself over into the arms of some unknown wandering knight? What mind that is not wholly barbarous and uncultured can find pleasure in reading of how a great tower full of knights sails away across the sea like a ship with a fair wind, and will be tonight in Lombardy and tomorrow morning in the land of Prester John of the Indies, or some other that Ptolemy never described nor Marco Polo saw? And if in answer to this I am told that the authors of books of the kind write them as fiction and therefore are not bound to regard niceties of truth, I would reply that fiction is all the better the more it looks like truth, and gives the more pleasure the more probability and possibility there is about it. Plots in fiction should be wedded to the understanding of the reader and be constructed in such a way that reconciling impossibilities, smoothing over difficulties, keeping the mind on the alert, they may surprise, interest, divert, and entertain, so that wonder and delight joined may keep pace one with the other, all which he will fail to effect who shuns verisimilitude and truth to nature. Wherein lies the perfection of writing. I have never yet seen any book of chivalry that puts together a connected plot, complete in all its numbers, so that the middle agrees with the beginning and the end with the beginning and middle. On the contrary, they construct them with such a multitude of members that it seems as though they meant to produce a chimera or monster rather than a well-proportioned figure. And besides all this, they are harsh in their style, incredible in their achievements, licentious in their amours, uncouth in their courtly speeches, prolix in their battles, silly in their arguments, absurd in their travels, and in short wanting in everything like intelligent art, for which reason they deserve to be banished from the Christian commonwealth as a worthless breed. The curate listened to him attentively, and felt that he was a man of sound understanding, and that there was good reason in what he said, so he told him that being of the same opinion himself, and bearing a grudge to books of chivalry, he had burned all Don Quixote's, which were many, and gave him an account of the scrutiny he had made of them and of those he had condemned to the flames, and those he had spared, with which the canon was not a little amused, adding, that though he had said so much in condemnation of these books, still he found one good thing in them, and that was the opportunity they afforded to a gifted intellect for displaying itself, for they presented a wide and spacious field over which the pen might range freely, describing shipwrecks, tempests, combats, battles, portraying a valiant captain, with all the qualifications requisite to make one, showing him sagacious in foreseeing the wiles of the enemy, eloquent in speech, to encourage or restrain his soldiers, ripe in counsel, rapid in resolve, as bold in biding his time, as in pressing the attack, now picturing some sad tragic incident, now some joyful and unexpected event, here a beauteous lady virtuous wise, and modest, there a Christian knight brave and gentle, here a lawless barbarous braggart, there a courteous prince gallant and gracious, setting forth the devotion and loyalty of vassals, the greatness and generosity of nobles. Or again, said he, the author may show himself to be an astronomer, or a skilled cosmographer or musician, or one versed in affairs of state, and sometimes he will have a chance of coming forward as a magician. If he likes, he can set forth the craftiness of Ulysses, the piety of Nes, the valor of Achilles, the misfortunes of Hector, the treachery of Sinon, the friendship of Euryalus, the generosity of Alexander, the boldness of Caesar, the clemency and truth of Trajan, the fidelity of Zopyrus, the wisdom of Cato, and in short all the faculties that serve to make an illustrious man perfect, now uniting them in one individual, again distributing them among many, and if this be done with charm of style and ingenious invention, aiming at the truth as much as possible, he will assuredly weave a web of bright and varied threads, that when finished will display such perfection and beauty that it will attain the worthiest object writing can seek, which, as I said before, is to give instruction and pleasure combined. For the unrestricted range of these books enables the author to show his powers, epic, lyric, tragic, or comic, and all the moods the sweet and winning arts of poesy and oratory are capable of, for the epic may be written in prose just as well as in verse. Chapter Roman 48, in which the canon pursues the subject of the books of chivalry, with other matters worthy of his wit. It is as you say, Senor Canon, said the curate, and for that reason those who have hitherto written books of the sort deserve all the more censure for writing, without paying any attention to good taste or the rules of art, by which they might guide themselves, and become as famous in prose as the two princes of Greek and Latin poetry are in verse. I myself, at any rate, said the canon, was once tempted to write a book of chivalry, in which all the points I have mentioned were to be observed, And if I must own the truth, I have more than 100 sheets written, and to try if it came up to my own opinion of it, I showed them to persons who were fond of this kind of reading, to learned and intelligent men, as well as to ignorant people who cared for nothing but the pleasure of listening to nonsense, and, from all I obtained flattering approval nevertheless. I proceeded no farther with it, as well because it seemed to me an occupation inconsistent with my profession, as because I perceived that the fools are more numerous than the wise. And though it is better to be praised by the wise few than applauded by the foolish, many, I have no mind to submit myself to the stupid judgment of the silly public, to whom the reading of such books falls for the most part. But what most of all made me hold my hand, and even abandon all idea of finishing it, was an argument I put to myself taken from the plays that are acted nowadays, which was in this wise: if those that are now in vogue, as well those that are pure invention as those founded on history, are all or most of them downright nonsense, and things that have neither head nor tail, and yet the public listens to them with delight and regards, and cries them up as perfection when they are so far from it. And if the authors who write them and the players who act them say that this is what they must be, for the public wants this, and will have nothing else, and that those that go by rule and work out a plot, according to the laws of art, will only find some half-dozen intelligent people to understand them, while all the rest remain blind to the merit of their composition, and that for themselves it is better to get bread from the many than praise from the few, then my book will fare the same way after I have burnt off my eyebrows in trying to observe the principles I have spoken of, and I shall be the tailor of the corner. And though I have sometimes endeavored to convince actors that they are mistaken in this notion they have adopted, and that they would attract more people and get more credit by producing plays in accordance with the rules of art than by absurd ones, they are so thoroughly wedded to their own opinion that no argument or evidence can wean them from it. I remember saying one day to one of these obstinate fellows, "Tell me, do you not recollect that a few years ago there were 3 tragedies acted in Spain, written by a famous poet of these kingdoms, which were such that they filled all who heard them with admiration, delight, and interest, the ignorant as well as the wise, the masses as well as the higher orders, and brought in more money to the performers, these 3 alone, than 30 of the best that have been since produced?" "No doubt," replied the actor in question, "you mean the Isabella, the Phillies, and the Alexandra." "Those are the ones I mean," said I, "and see if they did not observe the principles of art, and if by observing them they failed to show their superiority and please all the world, so that the fault does not lie with the public that insists upon nonsense, but with those who don't know how to produce something else. The ingratitude revenged was not nonsense, nor was there any in the Numantia, nor any to be found in the Merchant Lover, nor yet in the Friendly Fair Foe, nor in some others that have been written by certain gifted poets to their own fame and renown, and to the profit of those that brought them out. Some further remarks I added to these, with which I think I left him rather dumbfounded, but not so satisfied or convinced that I could disabuse him of his error. "You have touched upon a subject, Senor Canon," observed the curate here, "that has awakened an old enmity I have against the plays in vogue at the present day, quite as strong as that which I bear to the books of chivalry. For while the drama, according to Tully, should be the mirror of human life, the model of manners, and the image of the truth, those which are presented nowadays are mirrors of nonsense, models of folly, and images of lewdness. For what greater nonsense can there be in connection with what we are now discussing than for an infant to appear in swaddling clothes in the first scene of the first act, and in the second, a grown-up bearded man? Or what greater absurdity can there be than putting before us an old man as a swashbuckler, a young man as a poltroon, a lackey using fine language, a page giving sage advice, a king plying as a porter, a princess who is a kitchen maid? And then what shall I say of their attention to the time in which the action they represent may or can take place, save that I have seen a play where the first act began in Europe, the second in Asia, the third finished in Africa, and no doubt had it been in 4 acts the fourth would have ended in America, and so it would have been laid in all 4 quarters of the globe. And if truth to life is the main thing the drama should keep in view, how is it possible for any average understanding to be satisfied when the action is supposed to pass in the time of King Pepin or Charlemagne, and the principal personage in it they represent to be the Emperor Heraclius, who entered Jerusalem with the cross and won the Holy Sepulchre like Godfrey of Bouillon, there being years innumerable between the one and the other? Or if the play is based on fiction and historical facts are introduced, or bits of what occurred to different people, and at different times, mixed up with it, all not only without any semblance of probability, but with obvious errors that from every point of view are inexcusable, and the worst of it is there are ignorant people who say that this is perfection, and that anything beyond this is affected refinement. And then if we turn to sacred dramas, what miracles they invent in them, what apocryphal ill-devised incidents attributing to one saint the miracles of another, and even in secular plays they venture to introduce miracles without any reason or object, except that they think some such miracle or transformation as they call it will come in well to astonish stupid people, and draw them to the play. All this tends to the prejudice of the truth, and the corruption of history, nay more to the reproach of the wits of Spain, for foreigners who scrupulously observe the laws of the drama look upon us as barbarous and ignorant when they see the absurdity and nonsense of the plays we produce, nor will it be a sufficient excuse to say that the chief object well-ordered governments have in view when they permit plays to be performed in public is to entertain the people with some harmless amusement occasionally, and keep it from those evil humours which idleness is apt to engender, and that as this may be attained by any sort of play good or bad, there is no need to lay down laws or bind those who write or act them to make them as they ought to be made, since, as I say, the object sought for may be secured by any sort. To this I would reply that the same end would be beyond all comparison better attained by means of good plays than by those that are not so, for after listening to an artistic and properly constructed play, the hero will come away enlivened by the jests, instructed by the serious parts, full of admiration at the incidents, his wits sharpened by the arguments, warned by the tricks, all the wiser for the examples, inflamed against vice, and in love with virtue, for in all these ways a good play will stimulate the mind of the hearer, be he ever so boorish or dull. And of all impossibilities the greatest is that a play endowed with all these qualities will not entertain, satisfy, and please much more than one wanting in them, like the greater number of those which are commonly acted nowadays. Nor are the poets who write them to be blamed for this, for some there are among them who are perfectly well aware of their faults, and know what they ought to do, but as plays have become a saleable commodity, they say, and with truth, that the actors will not buy them unless they are after this fashion, and so the poet tries to adapt himself to the requirements of the actor who is to pay him for his work, and that this is the truth may be seen by the countless plays that most fertile wit of these kingdoms has written with so much brilliancy, so much grace and gaiety, such polished versification, such choice language, such profound reflections, and in a word so rich in eloquence and elevation of style, that he has filled the world with his fame, and yet in consequence of his desire to suit the taste of the actors, they have not all, as some of them have come as near perfection as they ought. Others write plays with such heedlessness, that after they have been acted the actors have to fly and abscond afraid of being punished, as they often have been for having acted something offensive to some king or other, or insulting to some noble family, all which evils, and many more that I say nothing of, would be removed, if there were some intelligent and sensible person at the capital, to examine all plays before they were acted, not only those produced in the capital itself, but all that were intended to be acted in Spain, without whose approval, seal, and signature no local magistracy should allow any play to be acted. In that case actors would take care to send their plays to the capital, and could act them in safety, and those who write them would be more careful, and take more pains with their work, standing in awe of having to submit it to the strict examination of one who understood the matter, and so good plays would be produced, and the objects they aim at happily attained, as well the amusement of the people, as the credit of the wits of Spain, the interest and safety of the actors, and the saving of trouble in inflicting punishment on them. And if the same or some other person were authorized to examine the newly written books of chivalry, no doubt some would appear with all the perfections you have described, enriching our language with the gracious and precious treasure of eloquence, and driving the old books into obscurity before the light of the new ones that would come out for the harmless entertainment, not merely of the idle, but of the very busiest, for the bow cannot be always bent, nor can weak human nature exist without some lawful amusement. The canon and the curate had proceeded thus far with their conversation, when the barber, coming forward, joined them, and said to the curate, "This is the spot, Senor Licentiate, that I said was a good one for fresh and plentiful pasture for the oxen, while we take our noontide rest." "And so it seems," returned the curate, and he told the canon what he proposed to do, on which he too made up his mind to halt with them, attracted by the aspect of the fair valley that lay before their eyes, and to enjoy it as well as the conversation of the curate, to whom he had begun to take a fancy, and also to learn more particulars about the doings of Don Quixote. He desired some of his servants to go on to the inn, which was not far distant, and fetch from it what eatables there might be for the whole party, as he meant to rest for the afternoon, where he was, to which one of his servants replied that the sumpter mule, which by this time ought to have reached the inn, carried provisions enough to make it unnecessary to get anything from the inn, except barley. In that case, said the canon, take all the beasts there, and bring the sumpter mule back. While this was going on, Sancho, perceiving that he could speak to his master, without having the curate and the barber of whom he had his suspicions present all the time, approached the cage, in which Don Quixote was placed, and said, Senor, to ease my conscience, I want to tell you the state of the case as to your enchantment, and that is that these two here with their faces covered are the curate of our village and the barber, and I suspect they have hit upon this plan of carrying you off in this fashion out of pure envy, because your worship surpasses them in doing famous deeds. And if this be the truth, it follows that you are not enchanted but hoodwinked, and made a fool of. And to prove this, I want to ask you one thing, and if you answer me as I believe you will answer, you will be able to lay your finger on the trick, and you will see that you are not enchanted but gone wrong in your wits. Ask what thou wilt, Sancho, my son, returned Don Quixote, for I will satisfy thee and answer all thou requirest. As to what thou sayest, that these who accompany us yonder are the curate, and the barber our neighbours and acquaintances, it is very possible that they may seem to be those same persons, but that they are so in reality, and in fact believe it not on any account. What thou art to believe and think is, that if they look like them as thou sayest, it must be that those who have enchanted me have taken this shape and likeness, for it is easy for enchanters to take any form they please, and they may have taken those of our friends in order to make thee think as thou dost, and lead thee into a labyrinth of fancies, from which thou wilt find no escape though thou hadst the cord of Theseus, and they may also have done it to make me uncertain in my mind, and unable to conjecture whence this evil comes to me. For if on the one hand thou dost tell me that the barber and curate of our village are here in company with us, and on the other I find myself shut up in a cage, and know in my heart that no power on earth that was not supernatural would have been able to shut me in, what wouldst thou have me say or think, but that my enchantment is of a sort that transcends all I have ever read of in all the histories that deal with knights-errant that have been enchanted, so thou mayest set thy mind at rest as to the idea that they are what thou sayest, for they are as much so as I am a Turk. But touching thy desire to ask me something, say on, and I will answer thee, though thou shouldst ask questions from this till tomorrow morning. May Our Lady be good to me, said Sancho, lifting up his voice, and is it possible that your worship is so thick of skull, and so short of brains, that you cannot see that what I say is the simple truth, and that malice has more to do with your imprisonment and misfortune than enchantment? But as it is, so I will prove plainly to you that you are not enchanted. Now tell me, so may God deliver you from this affliction, and so may you find yourself when you least expect it in the arms of my lady Dulcinea. Leave off conjuring me, said Don Quixote, and ask what thou wouldst know. I have already told thee I will answer with all possible precision. That is what I want, said Sancho, and what I would know, and have you tell me without adding or leaving out anything, but telling the whole truth as one expects it to be told, and as it is told by all who profess arms, as your worship professes them under the title of knights-errant. I tell thee I will not lie in any particular, said Don Quixote. Finish thy question, for in truth thou weariest me with all these asseverations, requirements and precautions, Sancho. Well, I rely on the goodness and truth of my master, said Sancho, and so because it bears upon what we are talking about, I would ask, speaking with all reverence, whether, since your worship has been shut up, and as you think enchanted in this cage, you have felt any desire or inclination to go anywhere, as the saying is. I do not understand going anywhere, said Don Quixote. Explain thyself more clearly, Sancho, if thou wouldst have me give an answer to the point. Is it possible, said Sancho, that your worship does not understand going anywhere? Why, the schoolboys know that from the time they were babes. Well, then you must know, I mean, have you had any desire to do what cannot be avoided? Ah, now I understand thee, Sancho, said Don Quixote. Yes, often, and even this minute. Get me out of this strait, or all will not go right. Chapter Roman 49, which treats of the shrewd conversation which Sancho Panza held with his master Don Quixote. Aha, I have caught you, said Sancho. This is what in my heart and soul I was longing to know. Come now, Senor, can you deny what is commonly said around us when a person is out of humour? I don't know what ails so-and-so, that he neither eats nor drinks nor sleeps nor gives a proper answer to any question. One would think he was enchanted, from which it is to be gathered that those who do not eat or drink or sleep or do any of the natural acts I am speaking of, that such persons are enchanted, but not those that have the desire your worship has, and drink when drink is given them, and eat when there is anything to eat, and answer every question that is asked them. What thou sayest is true, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, but I have already told thee there are many sorts of enchantments, and it may be that in the course of time they have been changed one for another. and that now it may be the way with enchanted people to do all that I do, though they did not do so before, so it is vain to argue or draw inferences against the usage of the time. I know and feel that I am enchanted, and that is enough to ease my conscience, for it would weigh heavily on it if I thought that I was not enchanted, and that in a faint-hearted and cowardly way I allowed myself to lie in this cage, defrauding multitudes of the succor I might afford to those in need and distress, who at this very moment may be in sore want of my aid and protection. Still, for all that, replied Sancho, I say that for your greater and fuller satisfaction, it would be well if your worship were to try to get out of this prison, and I promise to do all in my power to help, and even to take you out of it, and see if you could once more mount your good Rocinante, who seems to be enchanted too. He is so melancholy and dejected, and then we might try our chance in looking for adventures again, and if we have no luck there will be time enough to go back to the cage in which, on the faith of a good and loyal squire, I promise to shut myself up along with your worship, if so be you are so unfortunate, or I so stupid, as not to be able to carry out my plan. I am content to do as thou sayest, brother Sancho, said Don Quixote, and when thou seest an opportunity for effecting my release, I will obey thee absolutely, but thou wilt see, Sancho, how mistaken thou art in thy conception of my misfortune. The knight-errant and the errant squire kept up their conversation, till they reached the place where the curate, the canon, and the barber, who had already dismounted, were waiting for them. The carter at once unyoked the oxen, and left them to roam at large about the pleasant green spot, the freshness of which seemed to invite not enchanted people like Don Quixote, but wide-awake sensible folk like his squire, who begged the curate to allow his master to leave the cage for a little, for if they did not let him out, the prison might not be as clean as the propriety of such a gentleman. As his master required, the curate understood him, and said he would very gladly comply with his request, only that he feared his master, finding himself at liberty, would take to his old courses, and make off where nobody could ever find him again. I will answer for his not running away, said Sancho. And I also, said the canon, especially if he gives me his word as a knight not to leave us without our consent. Don Quixote, who was listening to all this, said, I give it moreover one who is enchanted as I am cannot do as he likes with himself, for he who had enchanted him could prevent his moving from one place for 3 ages, and if he attempted to escape, would bring him back flying, and that being so they might as well release him, particularly as it would be to the advantage of all, for if they did not let him out, he protested, he would be unable to avoid offending their nostrils, unless they kept their distance. The canon took his hand tied together as they both were, and on his word and promise they unbound him, and rejoiced beyond measure. He was to find himself out of the cage. The first thing he did was to stretch himself all over, and then he went to where Rocinante was standing, and giving him a couple of slaps on the haunches, said, I still trust in God, and in his blessed mother, O flower and mirror of steeds, that we shall soon see ourselves, both of us, as we wish to be, thou with thy master on thy back, and I mounted upon thee, following the calling for which God sent me into the world. And so saying, accompanied by Sancho, he withdrew to a retired spot, from which he came back much relieved, and more eager than ever to put his squire's scheme into execution. The canon gazed at him, wondering at the extraordinary nature of his madness, and that in all his remarks and replies he should show such excellent sense, and only lose his stirrups, as has been already said, when the subject of chivalry was broached, and so moved by compassion, he said to him, as they all sat on the green grass awaiting the arrival of the provisions, Is it possible, gentle sir, that the nauseous and idle reading of books of chivalry can have had such an effect on your worship, as to upset your reason, so that you fancy yourself enchanted, and the like, all as far from the truth as falsehood itself, is how can there be any human understanding that can persuade itself there ever was all that infinity of Amadises in the world, or all that multitude of famous knights, all those emperors of Trebizond, all those Felixmarts of Hyrcania, all those palfreys and damselserrant, and serpents and monsters and giants, and marvellous adventures and enchantments of every kind, and battles, and prodigious encounters, splendid costumes, lovesick princesses, squires, made counts, droll dwarfs, love letters, billings and cooings, swashbuckler women, and in a word all that nonsense the books of chivalry contain. For myself, I can only say that when I read them, so long as I do not stop to think that they are all lies and frivolity, they give me a certain amount of pleasure, but when I come to consider what they are, I fling the very best of them at the wall, and would fling it into the fire if there were one at hand as richly deserving such punishment as cheats and impostors, out of the range of ordinary toleration, and as founders of new sects and modes of life, and teachers that lead the ignorant public to believe and accept as truth all the folly they contain, and such is their audacity they even dare to unsettle the wits of gentlemen of birth and intelligence, as is shown plainly by the way they have served your worship when they have brought you to such a pass that you have to be shut up in a cage, and carried on an ox-cart, as one would carry a lion or a tiger from place to place, to make money by showing it. Come, Senor Don Quixote, have some compassion for yourself, return to the bosom of common sense, and make use of the liberal share of it that heaven has been pleased to bestow upon you, employing your abundant gifts of mind in some other reading that may serve to benefit your conscience and add to your honor. And if still led away by your natural bent you desire to read books of achievements and of chivalry, read the book of Judges in the Holy Scriptures, for there you will find grand reality and deeds as true as they are. Heroic Lusitania had a Viriatus Rome, a Caesar Carthage, a Hannibal Greece, an Alexander Castile, a Count Fernan Gonzalez, Valencia a Cid Andalusia, a Gonzalo Fernandez, Estremadura a Diego Garcia de Perez, Jerez a Garci Perez de Vargas, Toledo a Garcilaso, Seville a Don Manuel de Leon, to read of whose valiant deeds will entertain and instruct the loftiest minds, and fill them with delight and wonder. Here Senor Don Quixote will be reading worthy of your sound understanding, from which you will rise learned in history, in love with virtue, strengthened in goodness, improved in manners, brave, without rashness, prudent without cowardice, and all to the honor of God your own advantage, and the glory of La Mancha, whence I am informed your worship derives your birth. Don Quixote listened with the greatest attention to the canon's words, and when he found he had finished, after regarding him for some time, he replied to him, "It appears to me, gentle sir, that your worship's discourse is intended to persuade me that there never were any knights-errant in the world, and that all the books of chivalry are false, lying, mischievous, and useless to the state, and that I have done wrong in reading them, and worse in believing them, and still worse in imitating them, when I undertook to follow the arduous calling of knight-errantry, which they set forth for you. Deny that there ever were Amadises of Gaul, or of Greece, or any other of the knights, of whom the books are full." "It is all exactly as you state it," said the canon, to which Don Quixote returned. "You also went on to say that books of this kind had done me much harm, inasmuch as they had upset my senses, and shut me up in a cage, and that it would be better for me to reform and change my studies, and read other truer books, which would afford more pleasure and instruction." "Just so," said the canon. "Well then," returned Don Quixote, "to my mind, it is you who are the one that is out of his wits, and enchanted, as you have ventured to utter such blasphemies against a thing so universally acknowledged and accepted as true, that whoever denies it as you do deserves the same punishment which you say you inflict on the books that irritate you when you read them, for to try to persuade anybody that Amadis and all the other knights adventurers with whom the books are filled never existed would be like trying to persuade him that the sun does not yield light or ice cold or earth nourishment. What wit in the world can persuade another that the story of the Princess Floripes and Guy of Burgundy is not true, or that of Fierabras, and the bridge of Mantible which happened in the time of Charlemagne? For by all that is good it is as true as that it is daylight now, and if it be a lie it must be a lie too, that there was a Hector or Achilles or Trojan War or 12 peers of France or Arthur of England, who still lives changed into a raven, and is unceasingly looked for in his kingdom. One might just as well try to make out that the history of Garino Mezquino, or of the quest of the Holy Grail, is false, or that the loves of Tristram and the Queen Useult are apocryphal, as well as those of Guinevere and Lancelot, when there are persons who can almost remember having seen the Dame Quintanona, who was the best cupbearer in Great Britain. And so true is this, that I recollect a grandmother of mine on the father's side, whenever she saw any dame in a venerable hood, used to say to me, "Grandson, that one is like Dame Quintanona," from which I conclude that she must have known her, or at least had managed to see some portrait of her then. Who can deny that the story of Piers and the fair Magalona is true, when even to this day may be seen in the king's armoury the pin with which the valiant Piers guided the wooden horse he rode through the air, and it is a trifle bigger than the pole of a cart, and alongside of the pin is Babieca's saddle, and at Roncesvalles there is Roland's horn as large as a large beam, whence we may infer that there were 12 peers and a Cid, and other knights like them of the sort people commonly call adventurers. Or perhaps I shall be told too that there was no such knight-errant as the valiant Lusitanian Juan de Merlo, who went to Burgundy, and in the city of Eris fought with the famous lord of Charny Mosen Piers by name, and afterwards in the city of Basle with Mosen Enrique de Rameston, coming out of both encounters covered with fame and honour, or adventures and challenges achieved and delivered also in Burgundy by the valiant Spaniards Pedro Barba and Gutier Quixada, of whose family I come in the direct male line, when they vanquished the sons of the Count of San Polo. I shall be told, too, that Don Fernando de Guevara did not go in quest of adventures to Germany, where he engaged in combat with George, a knight of the house of the Duke of Austria. I shall be told that the jousts of Suro de Quinones, him of the Paso, and the emprise of Mosen Luis de Falces against the Castilian knight Don Gonzalo de Guzman were mere mockeries, as well as many other achievements of Christian knights of these and foreign realms, which are so authentic and true that I repeat, he who denies them must be totally wanting in reason and good sense. The canon was amazed to hear the medley of truth and fiction Don Quixote uttered, and to see how well acquainted he was with everything relating or belonging to the achievements of his knight-errantry. So he said in reply, I cannot deny, Senor Don Quixote, that there is some truth in what you say, especially as regards the Spanish knights-errant, and I am willing to grant, too, that the 12 peers of France existed, but I am not disposed to believe that they did all the things that the Archbishop Turpin relates of them, for the truth of the matter is they were knights chosen by the kings of France and called peers, because they were all equal in worth, rank, and prowess, at least if they were not they ought to have been. And it was a kind of religious order like those of Santiago and Calatrava in the present day, in which it is assumed that those who take it are valiant knights of distinction and good birth, and just as we say now a knight of St. John or of Alcantara, they used to say then a knight of the 12 peers, because 12 equals were chosen for that military order, that there was a Cid as well as a Bernardo del Carpio, there can be no doubt, but that they did the deeds people say they did, I hold to be very doubtful. In that other matter of the pin of Count Piers that you speak of, and say is near Babieca's saddle in the armory, I confess my sin, for I am either so stupid or so short-sighted, that though I have seen the saddle I have never been able to see the pin, in spite of it being as big as your worship says it is. For all that it is there without any manner of doubt, said Don Quixote, and more by token they say it is enclosed in a sheath of cowhide, to keep it from rusting. All that may be, replied the canon, but by the orders I have received, I do not remember seeing it. However, granting it is there, that is no reason why I am bound to believe the stories of all those Amadises, and of all that multitude of knights they tell us about. Nor is it reasonable that a man like your worship, so worthy, and with so many good qualities, and endowed with such a good understanding, should allow himself to be persuaded that such wild crazy things as are written in those absurd books of chivalry are really true. Chapter Roman 50 of the shrewd controversy, which Don Quixote and the canon held together with other incidents. A good joke that returned Don Quixote books that have been printed with the king's license, and with the approbation of those to whom they have been submitted and read with universal delight, and extolled by great and small, rich and poor, learned and ignorant, gentle and simple, in a word by people of every sort of whatever rank or condition they may be at. These should be lies, and above all when they carry such an appearance of truth with them, for they tell us the father, mother, country, kindred, age, place, and the achievements step by step, and day by day performed by such a knight or knights. Hush, sir, utter not such blasphemy, trust me, I am advising you now to act as a sensible man should only read them, and you will see the pleasure you will derive from them. For come, tell me, can there be anything more delightful than to see, as it were here now displayed before us, a vast lake of bubbling pitch, with a host of snakes and serpents, and lizards and ferocious and terrible creatures of all sorts swimming about in it, while from the middle of the lake there comes a plaintive voice, saying, Knight, whosoever thou art who beholdest this dread lake, if thou wouldst win the prize that lies hidden beneath these dusky waves, prove the valour of thy stout heart, and cast thyself into the midst of its dark burning waters, else thou shalt not be worthy to see the mighty wonders contained in the 7 castles of the 7 fays that lie beneath this black expanse. And then the knight, almost ere the awful voice has ceased, without stopping to consider, without pausing to reflect upon the danger to which he is exposing himself, without even relieving himself of the weight of his massive armour, commending himself to God and to his lady, plunges into the midst of the boiling lake. And when he little looks for it or knows what his fate is to be, he finds himself among flowery meadows with which the Elysian fields are not to be compared. The sky seems more transparent there, and the sun shines with a strange brilliancy, and a delightful grove of green leafy trees presents itself to the eyes, and charms the sight with its verdure, while the ear is soothed by the sweet untutored melody of the countless birds of gay plumage that flit to and fro among the interlacing branches. Here he sees a brook, whose limpid waters like liquid crystal ripple over fine sands and white pebbles that look like sifted gold and purest pearls. There he perceives a cunningly wrought fountain of many-coloured jasper, and polished marble, here another of rustic fashion, where the little mussel shells and the spiral white and yellow mansions of the snail, disposed in studious disorder, mingled with fragments of glittering crystal and mock emeralds, make up a work of varied aspect, where art imitating nature seems to have outdone it. Suddenly there is presented to his sight a strong castle or gorgeous palace, with walls of massy gold, turrets of diamond and gates of jacinth. In short, so marvellous is its structure that though the materials of which it is built are nothing less than diamonds, carbuncles, rubies, pearls, gold, and emeralds, the workmanship is still more rare. And after having seen all this, what can be more charming than to see how a bevy of damsels comes forth from the gate of the castle in gay and gorgeous attire, such that were I to set myself now to depict it as the histories describe it to us, I should never have done. And then how she who seems to be the first among them all takes the bold knight who plunged into the boiling lake by the hand, and without addressing a word to him, leads him into the rich palace or castle, and strips him as naked as when his mother bore him, and bathes him in lukewarm water, and anoints him all over with sweet-smelling unguents, and clothes him in a shirt of the softest sendal, all scented and perfumed, while another damsel comes and throws over his shoulders a mantle which is said to be worth at the very least a city. And even more how charming it is then when they tell us how after all this they lead him to another chamber, where he finds the tables set out in such style that he is filled with amazement, and wonder to see how they pour out water for his hands distilled from amber and sweet-scented flowers, how they seat him on an ivory chair, to see how the damsels wait on him all in profound silence, how they bring him such a variety of dainties, so temptingly prepared, that the appetite is at a loss which to select, to hear the music that resounds while he is at table, by whom or whence, produced he knows not. And then when the repast is over, and the tables removed for the night, to recline in the chair picking his teeth, perhaps as usual, and a damsel, much lovelier than any of the others, to enter unexpectedly by the chamber door and herself by his side, and begin to tell him what the castle is, and how she is held enchanted there, and other things that amaze the knight, and astonish the readers who are perusing his history. But I will not expatiate any further upon this, as it may be gathered from it, that whatever part of whatever history of a knight-errant one reads it will fill the reader, whoever he be, with delight and wonder, and take my advice, sir. And as I said before, read these books, and you will see how they will banish any melancholy you may feel, and raise your spirits should they be depressed. For myself, I can say that since I have been a knight-errant I have become valiant, polite, generous, well-bred, magnanimous, courteous, dauntless, gentle, patient, and have learned to bear hardships, imprisonments, and enchantments. And though it be such a short time since I have seen myself shut up in a cage like a madman, I hope by the might of my arm, if heaven aid me and fortune thwart me not, to see myself king of some kingdom, where I may be able to show the gratitude and generosity that dwell in my heart. For by my faith, senor, the poor man is incapacitated from showing the virtue of generosity to anyone, though he may possess it in the highest degree. And gratitude that consists of disposition only is a dead thing, just as faith without works is dead. For this reason I should be glad were fortune soon to offer me some opportunity of making myself an emperor, so as to show my heart in doing good to my friends, particularly to this poor Sancho Panza my squire, who is the best fellow in the world. And I would gladly give him a county I have promised him this ever so long, only that I am afraid he has not the capacity to govern his realm. Sancho partly heard these last words of his master, and said to him, Strive hard, you senor Don Quixote, to give me that county so often promised by you, and so long looked for by me, for I promise you, there will be no want of capacity in me to govern it. And even if there is, I have heard say there are men in the world who farm seigniories paying so much a year, and they themselves taking charge of the government, while the lord with his legs stretched out enjoys the revenue they pay him, without troubling himself about anything else. That's what I'll do, and not stand haggling over trifles, but wash my hands at once of the whole business, and enjoy my rents like a duke, and let things go their own way. That, brother Sancho, said the canon, only holds good as far as the enjoyment of the revenue goes, but the lord of the seigniory must attend to the administration of justice, and here capacity and sound judgment come in, and above all a firm determination to find out the truth. For if this be wanting in the beginning, the middle and the end will always go wrong, and God as commonly aids the honest intentions of the simple as he frustrates the evil designs of the crafty. I don't understand those philosophies, returned Sancho Panza. All I know is I would I had the county as soon as I shall know how to govern it, for I have as much soul as another, and as much body as anyone, and I shall be as much king of my realm as any other of his. And being so, I should do as I liked, and doing as I liked I should please myself, and pleasing myself I should be content, And when one is content, he has nothing more to desire. And when one has nothing more to desire, there is an end of it. So let the county come, and God be with you, and let us see one another as one blind man said to the other. That is not bad philosophy, thou art talking, Sancho, said the canon, but for all that there is a good deal to be said on this matter of counties. To which Don Quixote returned, I know not what more there is to be said, I only guide myself by the example set me by the great Amadis of Gaul, when he made his squire count of the insular firm, and so without any scruples of conscience, I can make a count of Sancho Panza, for he is one of the best squires that ever knight-errant had. The canon was astonished at the methodical nonsense, if nonsense be capable of method, that Don Quixote uttered at the way in which he had described the adventure of the Knight of the Lake, at the impression that the deliberate lies of the books he read had made upon him, and lastly, he marvelled at the simplicity of Sancho, who desired so eagerly to obtain the county his master had promised him. By this time, the canon's servants who had gone to the inn to fetch the sumpter mule had returned, and making a carpet, and the green grass of the meadow serve as a table, they seated themselves in the shade of some trees, and made their repast there, that the carter might not be deprived of the advantage of the spot. As has been already said, as they were eating, they suddenly heard a loud noise, and the sound of a bell that seemed to come from among some brambles and thick bushes that were close by, and the same instant they observed a beautiful goat, spotted all over black, white, and brown, spring out of the thicket, with a goatherd after it calling to it, and uttering the usual cries to make it stop or turn back to the fold. The fugitive goat, scared and frightened, ran towards the company as if seeking their protection, and then stood still, and the goatherd coming up seized it by the horns, and began to talk to it, as if it were possessed of reason and understanding. Ah, wanderer, wanderer, spotty, spotty, how have you gone limping all this time? What wolves have frightened you, my daughter? Won't you tell me what is the matter, my beauty? But what else can it be, except that you are a she, and cannot keep quiet, a plague on your humours, and the humours of those you take after. Come back, my darling, and if you will not be so happy, at any rate, you will be safe in the fold, or with your companions, for if you who ought to keep and lead them go wandering astray, what will become of them? The goatherd's talk amused all who heard it, but especially the canon, who said to him, As you live, brother, take it easy, and be not in such a hurry to drive this goat back to the fold, for being a female, as you say, she will follow her natural instinct, in spite of all you can do to prevent it. Take this morsel, and drink a sup, and that will soothe your irritation, and in the meantime the goat will rest herself. And so saying, he handed him the loins of a cold rabbit on a fork. The goatherd took it with thanks, and drank, and calmed himself, and then said, I should be sorry if your worships were to take me for a simpleton for having spoken so seriously as I did to this animal, but the truth is there is a certain mystery in the words I used. I am a clown, but not so much of one, but that I know how to behave to men and to beasts. That I can well believe, said the curate, for I know already by experience that the woods breed men of learning, and shepherds' huts harbour philosophers. At all events, senor, returned the goatherd, they shelter men of experience, and that you may see the truth of this, and grasp it, though I may seem to put myself forward, without being asked, I will, if it will not tire you, gentlemen, and you will give me your attention for a little, tell you a true story which will confirm this gentleman's word. And he pointed to the curate as well as my own. To this Don Quixote replied, seeing that this affair has a certain colour of chivalry about it, I for my part, brother, will hear you most gladly, and so will all these gentlemen, from the high intelligence they possess, and their love of curious novelties, that interest, charm, and entertain the mind, as I feel quite sure your story will do so. Begin, friend, for we are all prepared to listen. I draw my stakes, said Sancho, and will retreat with this pasty to the brook there, where I mean to victual myself for 3 days, for I have heard my lord Don Quixote say that a knight-errant squire should eat, until he can hold no more whenever he has the chance, because it often happens them to get by accident into a wood so thick, that they cannot find a way out of it for 6 days, and if the man is not well filled, or his alforges well stored there, he may stay as very often he does turned into a dried mummy. Thou art in the right of it, Sancho, said Don Quixote, go where thou wilt, and eat all thou canst, for I have had enough, and only want to give my mind its refreshment, as I shall by listening to this good fellow's story. It is what we shall all do, said the canon, and then begged the goatherd to begin the promised tale. The goatherd gave the goat, which he held by the horns, a couple of slaps on the back, saying, Lie down here beside me, Spotty, for we have time enough to return to our fold. The goat seemed to understand him, for as her master seated himself, she stretched herself quietly beside him, and looked up in his face to show him she was all attention to what he was going to say. And then in these words he began his story. Chapter Roman 51, which deals with what the goatherd told those who were carrying off Don Quixote. 3 leagues from this valley, there is a village which though small is one of the richest in all this neighbourhood, and in it there lived a farmer, a very worthy man, and so much respected that although to be so is the natural consequence of being rich, he was even more respected for his virtue than for the wealth he had acquired. But what made him still more fortunate, as he said himself, was having a daughter of such exceeding beauty, rare intelligence, gracefulness, and virtue that everyone who knew her and beheld her marvelled at the extraordinary gifts with which heaven and nature had endowed her. As a child she was beautiful, she continued to grow in beauty, and at the age of 16 she was most lovely. The fame of her beauty began to spread abroad through all the villages around. But why do I say the villages around merely, when it spread to distant cities, and even made its way into the halls of royalty, and reached the ears of people of every class who came from all sides to see her, as if to see something rare and curious, or some wonder-working image? Her father watched over her, and she watched over herself, for there are no locks or guards or bolts that can protect a young girl better than her own modesty. The wealth of the father and the beauty of the daughter led many neighbours as well as strangers to seek her for a wife, but he, as one might well be who had the disposal of so rich a jewel, was perplexed, and unable to make up his mind to which of her countless suitors he should entrust her. Was one among the many who felt a desire so natural, and as her father knew who I was, and I was of the same town, of pure blood in the bloom of life, and very rich in possessions, I had great hopes of success. There was another of the same place and qualifications who also sought her, and this made her father's choice hang in the balance, for he felt that on either of us his daughter would be well bestowed. So, to escape from this state of perplexity, he resolved to refer the matter to Lindra, for that is the name of the rich damsel who has reduced me to misery, reflecting that as we were both equal, it would be best to leave it to his dear daughter to choose according to her inclination a course that is worthy of imitation by all fathers who wish to settle their children in life. I do not mean that they ought to leave them to make a choice of what is contemptible and bad, but that they should place before them what is good and then allow them to make a good choice as they please. I do not know which Lindra chose. I only know her father put us both off with the tender age of his daughter, and vague words that neither bound him nor dismissed us. My rival is called Anselmo, and I myself Eugenia, that you may know the names of the personages that figure in this tragedy, the end of which is still in suspense, though it is plain to see it must be disastrous. About this time there arrived in our town one Vicent de la Roca, the son of a poor peasant of the same town, the said Vicent having returned from service as a soldier in Italy, and divers other parts. A captain who chanced to pass that way with his company had carried him off from our village when he was a boy of about 12 years, and now 12 years later the young man came back in a soldier's uniform, arrayed in 1,000 colours, and all over glass trinkets and fine steel chains. Today he would appear in one gay dress, tomorrow in another, but all flimsy and gaudy, of little substance, and less worth. The peasant folk, who are naturally malicious, and when they have nothing to do, can be malice itself, remarked all this, and took note of his finery and jewellery piece by piece, and discovered that he had 3 suits of different colours, with garters and stockings to match, but he made so many arrangements and combinations out of them that if they had not counted them, anyone would have sworn that he had made a display of more than 10 suits of clothes, and 20 plumes. Do not look upon all this that I am telling you about the clothes as uncalled for or spun out, for they have a great deal to do with the story. He used to seat himself on a bench under the great poplar in our plaza, and there he would keep us all hanging open-mouthed on the stories he told us of his exploits. There was no country on the face of the globe he had not seen, nor battle he had not been engaged in. He had killed more Moors than there are in Morocco and Tunis, and fought more single combats, according to his own account, than Garcilaso, Diego Garcia de Paredes, and 1,000 others he named, and out of all he had come victorious, without losing a drop of blood. On the other hand, he showed marks of wounds which, though they could not be made out, he said, were gunshot wounds received in divers encounters and actions. Lastly, with monstrous impudence, he used to say you to his equals, and even those who knew what he was, and declare that his arm was his father and his deeds his pedigree, and that being a soldier he was as good as the king himself. And to add to these swaggering ways, he was a trifle of a musician, and played the guitar with such a flourish that some said he made it speak. Nor did his accomplishments end here, for he was something of a poet too, and on every trifle that happened in the town he made a ballad a league long. This soldier, then, that I have described, this Vicent de la Roca, this bravo gallant musician poet, was often seen and watched by Lindra from a window of her house, which looked out on the plaza. The glitter of his showy attire took her fancy. His ballads bewitched her, for he gave away 20 copies of every one he made. The tales of his exploits which he told about himself came to her ears, and in short, as the devil no doubt had arranged it, she fell in love with him before the presumption of making love to her had suggested itself to him. And as in love affairs none are more easily brought to an issue than those which have the inclination of the lady for an ally, Lyndra and Vicent came to an understanding without any difficulty, and before any of her numerous suitors had any suspicion of her design, she had already carried it into effect. Having left the house of her dearly beloved father for mother, she had none, and disappeared from the village, with the soldier who came more triumphantly out of this enterprise than out of any of the large number. He laid claim to all the village, and all who heard of it were amazed at the affair. I was aghast. Anselmo, thunderstruck, her father full of grief, her relations indignant, the authorities all in a ferment, the officers of the Brotherhood in arms. They scoured the roads, they searched the woods and all quarters, and at the end of 3 days they found the flighty Lyndra in a mountain cave, stripped to her shift, and robbed of all the money and precious jewels she had carried away from home with her. They brought her back to her unhappy father, and questioned her as to her misfortune, and she confessed without pressure that Vicent de la Roca had deceived her, and under promise of marrying her, had induced her to leave her father's house, as he meant to take her to the richest and most delightful city in the whole world, which was Naples, and that she, ill-advised and deluded, had believed him and robbed her father and handed over all to him the night she disappeared, and that he had carried her away to a rugged mountain, and shut her up in the cave where they had found her. She said, moreover, that the soldier, without robbing her of her honor, had taken from her everything she had, and made off, leaving her in the cave, a thing that still further surprised everybody. It was not easy for us to credit the young man's countenance, but she asserted it with such earnestness that it helped to console her distressed father, who thought nothing of what had been taken, since the jewel that once lost can never be recovered, had been left to his daughter. The same day that Lyndra made her appearance, her father removed her from our sight, and took her away to shut her up in a convent in a town near this, in the hope that time may wear away some of the disgrace she has incurred. Lyndra's youth furnished an excuse for her fault, at least with those to whom it was of no consequence whether she was good or bad, but those who knew her shrewdness and intelligence did not attribute her misdemeanor to ignorance, but to wantonness and the natural disposition of women, which is for the most part flighty and ill-regulated. Lyndra, withdrawn from sight, Anselmo's eyes grew blind, or at any rate found nothing to look at that gave them any pleasure, and mine were in darkness, without a ray of light, to direct them to anything enjoyable. While Lyndra was away, our melancholy grew greater, our patience grew less. We cursed the soldier's finery, and railed at the carelessness of Lyndra's father. At last Anselmo and I agreed to leave the village and come to this valley, and he feeding a great flock of sheep of his own, and I a large herd of goats of mine. We pass our life among the trees, giving vent to our sorrows together, singing the fair Lyndra's praises, or upbraiding her, or else sighing alone, and to heaven pouring forth our complaints in solitude. Following our example, many more of Lyndra's lovers have come to these rude mountains, and adopted our mode of life, and they are so numerous that one would fancy the place had been turned into the pastoral Arcadia, so full is it of shepherds and sheepfolds, nor is there a spot in it where the name of the fair Lyndra is not heard. Here one curses her, and calls her capricious, fickle, and immodest; there another condemns her as frail and frivolous; this pardons and absolves her that spurns and reviles her; one extols her beauty, another assails her character, and in short all abuse her and all adore her. And to such a pitch has this general infatuation gone, that there are some who complain of her scorn without ever having exchanged a word with her, and even some that bewail and mourn the raging fever of jealousy, for which she never gave anyone cause, for, as I have already said, her misconduct was known before her passion. There is no nook among the rocks, no brookside, no shade beneath the trees, that is not haunted by some shepherd telling his woes to the breezes. Wherever there is an echo, it repeats the name of Lyndra. The mountains ring with Lyndra, Lyndra murmur, the brooks, and Lyndra keeps us all bewildered and bewitched, hoping without hope and fearing without knowing what we fear. Of all this silly set, the one that shows the least, and also the most sense, is my rival Anselmo, for having so many other things to complain of, he only complains of separation, and to the accompaniment of a rebec which he plays admirably, he sings his complaints in verses that show his ingenuity. I follow another easier, and to my mind wiser course, and that is to rail at the frivolity of women, at their inconstancy, their double-dealing, their broken promises, their unkept pledges, and in short the want of reflection they show in fixing their affections and inclinations. This, sirs, was the reason of words and expressions I made use of to this goat when I came up just now, for as she is a female I have a contempt for her, though she is the best in all my fold. This is the story I promised to tell you, and if I have been tedious in telling it, I will not be slow to serve you. My hut is close by, and I have fresh milk and dainty cheese there, as well as a variety of toothsome fruit, no less pleasing to the eye than to the palate. Chapter Roman 52 of the quarrel that Don Quixote had with the goatherd, together with the rare adventure of the penitence, which with an expenditure of sweat he brought to a happy conclusion. The goatherd's tale gave great satisfaction to all the hearers, and the canon especially enjoyed it, for he had remarked with particular attention the manner in which it had been told, which was as unlike the manner of a clownish goatherd as it was like that of a polished city wit, and he observed that the curate had been quite right in saying that the woods-bred men of learning, they all offered their services to Eugenio, but he who showed himself most liberal in this way was Don Quixote, who said to him, "Most assuredly, brother goatherd, if I found myself in a position to attempt any adventure, I would this very instant set out on your behalf and would rescue Lindra from that convent, where no doubt she is kept against her will in spite of the abbess, and all who might try to prevent me, and would place her in your hands to deal with her according to your will and pleasure, observing however the laws of chivalry, which lay down that no violence of any kind is to be offered to any damsel, but I trust in God our Lord that the might of one malignant enchanter may not prove so great, but that the power of another better disposed may prove superior to it. And then I promise you my support and assistance, as I am bound to do by my profession, which is none other than to give aid to the weak and needy." The goatherd eyed him, and noticing Don Quixote's sorry appearance and looks, he was filled with wonder, and asked the barber who was next him, "Senor, who is this man who makes such a figure, and talks in such a strain?" "Who should it be," said the barber, "but the famous Don Quixote of La Mancha, the undoer of injustice, the righter of wrongs, the protector of damsels, the terror of giants, and the winner of battles." "That," said the goatherd, "sounds like what one reads in the books of the knights-errant, who did all that you say this man does, though it is my belief that either you are joking or else this gentleman has empty lodgings in his head." "You are a great scoundrel," said Don Quixote, "and it is you who are empty, and a fool I am fuller than ever was the horse and bitch that bore you," and passing from words to deeds, he caught up a loaf that was near him, and sent it full in the goatherd's face with such force that he flattened his nose, but the goatherd, who did not understand jokes, and found himself roughly handled in such good earnest, paying no respect to carpet, tablecloth, or diners, sprang upon Don Quixote, and seizing him by the throat with both hands would no doubt have throttled him had not Sancho Panza that instant come to the rescue, and grasping him by the shoulders flung him down on the table, smashing plates, breaking glasses, and upsetting and scattering everything on it. Don Quixote, finding himself free, strove to get on top of the goatherd, who with his face covered with blood and soundly kicked by Sancho, was on all fours feeling about for one of the table knives to take a bloody revenge with the canon, and the curate however prevented him, but the barber so contrived it that he got Don Quixote under him, and rained down upon him such a shower of fisticuffs that the poor knight's face streamed with blood as freely as his own. The canon and the curate were bursting with laughter, the officers were capering with delight, and both the one and the other hissed them on, as they do dogs that are worrying one another in a fight. Sancho alone was frantic, for he could not free himself from the grasp of one of the canon's servants, who kept him from going to his master's assistance. At last, while they were all, with the exception of the two bruisers who were mauling each other in high glee and enjoyment, they heard a trumpet sound a note so doleful that it made them all look in the direction whence the sound seemed to come, but the one that was most excited by hearing it was Don Quixote, who, though sorely against his will he was under the goatherd, and something more than pretty well pummel, said to him, "Brother devil, for it is impossible but that thou must be one, since thou hast had might and strength enough to overcome mine. I ask thee to agree to truce for but 1 hour, for the solemn note of yonder trumpet that falls on our ears seems to me to summon me to some new adventure." The goatherd, who was by this time tired of pummelled, and being pummel, released him at once, and Don Quixote, rising to his feet, and turning his eyes to the quarter where the sound had been heard, suddenly saw, coming down the slope of a hill, several men clad in white like penitents. The fact was that the clouds had that year withheld their moisture from the earth, and in all the villages of the district they were organizing processions, rogations, and penances, imploring God to open the hands of his mercy and send the rain, and to this end the people of a village that was hard by were going in procession to a holy hermitage. There was on one side of that valley Don Quixote, when he saw the strange garb of the penitents, without reflecting how often he had seen it, before took it into his head that this was a case of adventure, and that it fell to him alone as a knight-errant to engage in it. And he was all the more confirmed in this notion by the idea that an image draped in black they had with them was some illustrious lady that these villains and discourteous thieves were carrying off by force. As soon as this occurred to him, he ran with all speed to Rocinante, who was grazing at large, and taking the bridle and the buckler from the saddle-bow, he had him bridled in an instant, and calling to Sancho for his sword, he mounted Rocinante, braced his buckler on his arm, and in a loud voice exclaimed to those who stood by, "Now, noble company, ye shall see how important it is that there should be knights in the world professing the order of knight-errantry. Now, I say, ye shall see by the deliverance of that worthy lady, who is born captive there, whether knights-errant deserve to be held in estimation." And so saying, he brought his legs to bear on Rocinante. He had no spursand at a full canter, for in all this veracious history we never read of Rocinante fairly galloping set off to encounter the penitents, though the curate, the canon, and the barber ran to prevent him. But it was out of their power, nor did he even stop for the shouts of Sancho calling after him, "Where are you going, Senor Don Quixote? What devils have possessed you to set you on against our Catholic faith plague? Take me mind, that is a procession of penitents, and the lady they are carrying on that stand, there is the blessed image of the Immaculate Virgin. Take care what you are doing, Senor, for this time it may be safely said you don't know what you are about." Sancho labored in vain, for his master was so bent on coming to quarters with these sheeted figures, and releasing the lady in black, that he did not hear a word, and even had he heard he would not have turned back if the king had ordered him. He came up with the procession, and reined in Rocinante, who was already anxious enough to slacken speed a little, and in a hoarse, excited voice, he exclaimed, "You who hide your faces, perhaps, because you are not good subjects, pay attention, and listen to what I am about to say to you." The first to halt were those who were carrying the image, and one of the 4 ecclesiastics who were chanting the litany, struck by the strange figure of Don Quixote, the leanness of Rocinante, and the other ludicrous peculiarities, he observed, said in reply to him, "Brother, if you have anything to say to us, say it quickly, for these brethren are whipping themselves, and we cannot stop, nor is it reasonable we should stop to hear anything, unless, indeed, it is short enough to be said in 2 words. "I will say it in one," replied Don Quixote, "and it is this, that at once, this very instant, ye release that fair lady, whose tears and sad aspect show plainly that ye are carrying her off against her will, and that ye have committed some scandalous outrage against her. And I, who was born into the world to redress all such like wrongs, will not permit you to advance another step, until you have restored to her the liberty she pines for and deserves." From these words all the hearers concluded that he must be a madman, and began to laugh heartily, and their laughter acted like gunpowder on Don Quixote's fury for drawing his sword without another word. He made a rush at the stand. One of those who supported it, leaving the burden to his comrades, advanced to meet him, flourishing a forked stick that he had for propping up the stand when resting, and with this he caught a mighty cut Don Quixote made at him that severed it in 2, but with the portion that remained in his hand, he dealt such a thwack on the shoulder of Don Quixote's sword arm, which the buckler could not protect against the clownish assault, that poor Don Quixote came to the ground in a sad plight. Sancho Panza, who was coming on close behind, puffing and blowing, seeing him fall, cried out to his assailant not to strike him again, for he was a poor enchanted knight, who had never harmed anyone all the days of his life. But what checked the clown was not Sancho's shouting, but seeing that Don Quixote did not stir hand or foot, and so fancying he had killed him, he hastily hitched up his tunic under his girdle, and took to his heels across the country like a deer. By this time all Don Quixote's companions had come up to where he lay, but the processionists, seeing them come running, and with them the officers of the Brotherhood with their crossbows, apprehended mischief, and clustering round the image raised their hoods, and grasped their scourges as the priests did their tapers, and awaited the attack, resolved to defend themselves, and even to take the offensive against their assailants if they could. Fortune, however, arranged the matter better than they expected, for all Sancho did was to fling himself on his master's body, raising over him the most doleful and laughable lamentation that ever was heard, for he believed he was dead. The curate was known to another curate, who walked in the procession, and their recognition of one another set at rest the apprehensions of both parties. The first then told the other in 2 words who Don Quixote was, and he and the whole troop of penitents went to see if the poor gentleman was dead, and heard Sancho Panza saying with tears in his eyes, "O flower of chivalry, that with one blow of a stick hast ended the course of thy well-spent life, O pride of thy race, honour, and glory of all La Mancha, nay, of all the world, that for want of thee will be full of evildoers, no longer in fear of punishment for their misdeeds, O thou generous above all the Alexanders, since for only 8 months of service thou hast given me the best island the sea girds, or surrounds humble with the proud haughty, with the humble encounterer of dangers, endurer of outrages, enamoured without reason imitator of the good scourge of the wicked enemy of the mean, in short knight-errant, which is all that can be said. At the cries and moans of Sancho, Don Quixote came to himself, and the first word he said was, "He who lives separated from you, sweetest Dulcinea, has greater miseries to endure than these. Aid me, friend Sancho, to mount the enchanted cart, for I am not in a condition to press the saddle of Rocinante, as this shoulder is all knocked to pieces." "That I will do with all my heart, Senor," said Sancho, "and let us return to our village with these gentlemen who seek your good, and there we will prepare for making another sally, which may turn out more profitable and creditable to us." "Thou art right, Sancho," returned Don Quixote. "It will be wise to let the malign influence of the stars, which now prevails, pass off." The canon, the curate, and the barber told him he would act very wisely in doing as he said, and so highly amused at Sancho Panza's simplicities, they placed Don Quixote in the cart, as before the procession once more formed itself in order, and proceeded on its road. The goatherd took his leave of the party, the officers of the brotherhood declined to go any farther, and the curate paid them what was due to them. The canon begged the curate to let him know how Don Quixote did, whether he was cured of his madness, or still suffered from it, and then begged leave to continue his journey. In short, they all separated, and went their ways, leaving to themselves the curate, and the barber Don Quixote, Sancho Panza, and the good Rocinante, who regarded everything with as great resignation as his master. The carter yoked his oxen, and made Don Quixote comfortable on a truss of hay, and at his usual deliberate pace took the road the curate directed, and at the end of 6 days they reached Don Quixote's village, and entered it about the middle of the day, which it so happened was a Sunday, and the people were all in the plaza through which Don Quixote's cart passed. They all flocked to see what was in the cart, and when they recognized their townsman they were filled with amazement, and a boy ran off to bring the news to his housekeeper and his niece that their master and uncle had come back all lean and yellow, and stretched on a truss of hay on an ox cart. It was piteous to hear the cries the 2 good ladies raised, how they beat their breasts, and poured out fresh maledictions on those accursed books of chivalry, all which was renewed when they saw Don Quixote coming in at the gate. At the news of Don Quixote's arrival, Sancho Panza's wife came running, for she by this time knew that her husband had gone away with him as his squire, and on seeing Sancho the first thing she asked him was if the ass was well. Sancho replied that he was better than his master was. "Thanks be to God," said she, "for being so good to me. But now tell me, my friend, what have you made by your squirings? What gown have you brought me back? What shoes for your children?" "I bring nothing of that sort, wife," said Sancho, "though I bring other things of more consequence and value." "I am very glad of that," returned his wife. "Show me these things of more value and consequence, my friend, for I want to see them, to cheer my heart, that has been so sad and heavy all these ages that you have been away." "I will show them to you at home, wife," said Sancho. "Be content for the present, for if it please God that we should again go on our travels in search of adventures, you will soon see me a count or governor of an island, and that not one of those everyday ones, but the best that is to be had." "Heaven grant it, husband," said she, "for indeed we have need of it. But tell me, what's this about islands, for I don't understand it." "Honey is not for the mouth of the ass," returned Sancho. "All in good time thou shalt see, wife. Nay, thou wilt be surprised to hear thyself called your ladyship by all thy vassals." "What are you talking about, Sancho, with your ladyship's islands and vassals?" returned Teresa Panzeffer. So Sancho's wife was called, though they were not relations, for in La Mancha it is customary for wives to take their husbands' surnames. "Don't be in such a hurry to know all this, Teresa," said Sancho. "It is enough that I am telling you the truth, so shut your mouth. But I may tell you this much by the way, that there is nothing in the world more delightful than to be a person of consideration, squire, to a knight-errant and a seeker of adventures. To be sure, most of those one finds do not end as pleasantly as one could wish for. Out of 199 will turn out cross and contrary. I know it by experience, for out of some I came blanketed, and out of others belaboured still, for all that it is a fine thing to be on the lookout for what may happen, crossing mountains, searching woods, climbing rocks, visiting castles, putting up at inns, all at free quarters, and devil take the meravedi to pay." While this conversation passed between Sancho Panza and his wife, Don Quixote's housekeeper and niece took him in and undressed him, and laid him in his old bed. He eyed them askance, and could not make out where he was. The curate charged his niece to be very careful to make her uncle comfortable, and to keep a watch over him lest he should make his escape from them again, telling her what they had been obliged to do to bring him home. On this, the pair once more lifted up their voices, and renewed their maledictions upon the books of chivalry, and implored heaven to plunge the authors of such lies and nonsense into the midst of the bottomless pit. They were, in short, kept in anxiety and dread lest their uncle and master should give them the slip the moment he found himself somewhat better, and as they feared so it fell out. But the author of this history, though he has devoted research and industry to the discovery of the deeds achieved by Don Quixote in his third sally, has been unable to obtain any information respecting them. At any rate, derived from authentic documents, tradition has merely preserved in the memory of La Mancha the fact that Don Quixote, the third time he sallied forth from his home, betook himself to Saragossa, where he was present at some famous jousts which came off in that city, and that he had adventures there worthy of his valour, and high intelligence of his end and death. He could learn no particulars, nor would he have ascertained it or known of it, if good fortune had not produced an old physician for him, who had in his possession a leaden box, which according to his account had been discovered among the crumbling foundations of an ancient hermitage that was being rebuilt, in which box were found certain parchment manuscripts in Gothic character, but in Castilian verse, containing many of his achievements, and setting forth the beauty of Dulcinea, the form of Rocinante, the fidelity of Sancho Panza, and the burial of Don Quixote himself, together with sundry epitaphs and eulogies on his life and character. But all that could be read and deciphered were those which the trustworthy author of this new and unparalleled history here presents, and the said author asks of those that shall read it nothing in return for the vast toil which it has cost him in examining and searching the Manchegan archives in order to bring it to light, save that they give him the same credit that people of sense give to the books of chivalry that pervade the world, and are so popular, for with this he will consider himself amply paid and fully satisfied, and will be encouraged to seek out and produce other histories, if not as truthful at least equal in invention, and not less entertaining. The first words written on the parchment found in the leaden box were these: "The academicians of Argamasilla, a village of La Mancha, on the life and deaths of Don Quixote of La Mancha, hoc scripserunt, Monicongo, academician of Argamasilla, on the tomb of Don Quixote, epitaph, the scatterbrain that gave La Mancha more rich spoils than Jasons, who a point so keen had to his wit, and happier far had been, if his wit's weathercock a blunter bore, the arm renowned far as Geta's shore, Cathay and all the lands that lie between. The muse discreet and terrible in mien, as ever wrote on brass in days of yore, he who surpassed the Amadises all, and who as not the Galaors accounted, supported by his love and gallantry, who made the Belianises sing small, and sought renown on Rocinante mounted. Here underneath this cold stone doth he lie, Paniaguado, academician of Argamasilla, in laudem Dulcinea del Toboso. Sonnet. She whose full features may be here descried, high-bossomed with a bearing of disdain, is Dulcinea, she for whom in vain the great Don Quixote of La Mancha sighed. For her Toboso's queen from side to side he traversed the grim Sierra, the champaign of Aranjuez and Montiel's famous plain. On Rocinante oft a weary ride, malignant planet's cruel destiny pursued them both, the fair Manchegan dame and the unconquered star of chivalry. Nor youth nor beauty saved her from the claim of death. He paid love's bitter penalty, and left the marble to preserve his name. Capriccioso, a most acute academician of Argamasilla, in praise of Rocinante, steed of Don Quixote of La Mancha. Sonnet. On that proud throne of diamantine sheen, which the blood-reeking feet of Mars degrade, the mad Manchegan's banner now hath been by him in all its bravery displayed. There hath he hung his arms and trenchant blade, wherewith achieving deeds till now unseen, he lays low Cleves' hues, but art hath made a novel style for our new paladin. If Amades be the proud boast of Gaul, if by his progeny the fame of Greece through all the regions of the earth be spread, great Quixote crowned in grim Bellona's hall, today exalts La Mancha over these, and above Greece or Gaul she holds her head, nor ends his glory here for his good steed, doth Brillador and Bayard far exceed, as mettled steeds compared with Rocinante, the reputation they have won is scanty. Burlador academician of Argamasilla. On Sancho Panza. Sonnet. The worthy Sancho Panza here you see. A great soul once was in that body small, nor was there squire upon this earthly bowl, so plain and simple or of guile so free, within an ace of being count was he, and would have been but for the spite and goal of this vile age mean and illiberal, that cannot even let a donkey be, for mounted on an ass excuse the word, by Rocinante's side this gentle squire was wont his wandering master to attend, delusive hopes that lure the common herd, with promises of ease the heart's desire, in shadows dreams and smoke ye always end. Cache Diablo, academician of Argamasilla, on the tomb of Don Quixote. Epitaph. The knight lies here below, ill-errant and bruised sore, whom Rocinante bore, in his wanderings to and fro. By the side of the knight is laid, stolid man Sancho too, than whom a squire more true was not in the esquire trade. Tiquitaque, academician of Argamasilla, on the tomb of Dulcinea del Toboso. Epitaph. Here Dulcinea lies, plump was she and robust, now she is ashes and dust, the end of all flesh that dies, a lady of high degree, with the port of a lofty dame, and the great Don Quixote's flame, and the pride of her village was she. These were all the verses that could be deciphered. The rest, the writing being worm-eaten, were handed over to one of the academicians to make out their meaning conjecturally. We have been informed that at the cost of many sleepless nights and much toil he has succeeded, and that he means to publish them in hopes of Don Quixote's third sally. For se altro cantera con miglia pletro,